Fall River Government television coverage of the City Council begins right now.
City Council will now come to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilors Cabaceras,
Here.
Joseph Camara,
Here.
Stephen Camara,
Here.
La Liberty LeBeau,
Here.
Long,
Here.
Mitchell,
Here.
Pereira,
Here.
Ponte,
Here.
President Kadim.
Here. Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived, by those present and are deemed acknowledgeable and permissible. First item on the agenda is a public hearing for a joint poll location, the petition of Verizon New England, Inc. and Massachusetts Electric Company for 3 jointly owned new poll locations as followed. Number 1, place 3 new jointly owned poles on the Newton Street extension. The new poles are necessary in order to bring line extension required to service new homes in accordance with Plan Number MA 2016-32, dated August 9th, 2016. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion to open public hearing.
Motion was made by Council Mitchell, second by Council Pereira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Are there any proponents that would wish to speak on this proposal? Seeing none, are there any opponents wishing to speak? Seeing none,
Hold on a minute. There is someone that seemed a little bit.
you can come down to the table. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes. There's a switch. Just make sure the switch is going toward you.
There we go. Good evening. My name is Chris Hannon. I'm the administrator at South Point Rehab and Skill Care Center. I'm going to butter to the proposal for the joint polls. I just wanted on record, so to speak, that any of the polls that were going to be put in on the property were actually going to be on the side of the Newton Street extension that was not the side of South Point Rehab and Skill Care Center. The way that the extension is aligned on the map, it was our understanding that if they were to put the poles on our side of the property, it would actually impede our current parking situation. So I just wanted on record to make sure that any plans moving forward, those poles were actually going to be on the side of the properties that are requesting the line extensions. Thank you.
Before
Thank-
before
one
the
second.
gentleman leaves,
Councilor in C3, Councilor Camara.
is anyone here as a proponent? Anyone from the company? Apparently not.
Verizon?
No, this is
No, it's-
Verizon New England, Mass Electric, on the poles relating to the Newton Street extension,
Does not seem like there is.
unless this gentleman,
No, that he's on.
no, I mean the one that just walked in. Does what information was provided to the city clerk, does it show you the locations of the poles? Because we
does-
wouldn't be able to act on this, I wouldn't feel comfortable acting on it until I know that this gentleman's concerns are
They
being
typically do
met.
submit a
So
plan.
if you could look at it, at the plot plan.
It does have a plot, it does have a map, which I did show to Mr. Hannon, but it does not specify where the power is generated from, so it doesn't show access on this plan.
Does it show where the poles are?
It shows where the new poles will be located.
Isn't that your concern, where the poles are gonna be?
Where the poles will be located, just being familiar with some of the way these projects do come to fruition, sometimes there's last-minute changes. I do realize they have to go through the appropriate procedures, but I just wanted it on record. I want to make sure that the pole placements, which do appear on that map that I just saw, to be on the appropriate side of the street, or the side that we would prefer them to be on, so it doesn't impede our business.
So you have no objection to how they are presented on the plan?
Correct.
You just want to be sure that the plan is going to be implemented as
identified.
is presented?
Correct.
Okay, and once we pass it, it goes away from us in terms of control.
Okay.
So if you have a concern or an objection, then we would refer the matter to a committee for further discussion, and you could confront the proponents face to face and get your questions answered. So that's up to you if you want to put on a formal objection, but that's what would trigger additional public discussion.
Okay. So,
Okay, all this is a public hearing to hear your concerns.
Yep.
But if you want this to be considered as an item for further discussion, you should register with the clerk an objection to the plan.
okay. And that would just be in an effort to make sure that our concerns were addressed appropriately before it was, a final
Correct.
approval was passed.
Yeah, and I'm not advising you to do or not to do that.
I understand.
I'm just giving you the options if you want further discussion.
Counselor, he can object now and go on record as being an
Yeah, you could
objector.
object now, and it can be, that would put it on record. Is that-
Sure. Yeah, I would object, just for the opportunity.
Okay.
I yield. Thank you, Council
Counselor in
President.
C2, Counselor Kamara?
Yeah, I just think that if he's going to object, he should specify he's not objecting to the plans as presented, because I think you agree with the polls where they are now.
Where the poles are located on that map,
You're perfectly fine with
it appears as if they are in the locations that would be suitable for us to, it wouldn't impact our business.
All right, so I just think that, make that clear in your objection, that you're not objecting to what you believe, or where you believe they're going to go now. You're just objecting to it variating from that and going in a different.
Want to make sure that everything is, the way that the extension is set up,
My understanding is if we approve this, go for the public hearing, it has to go according to that plan. Now, if they're gonna change that, they have to go through a process, they just can't change it and say, okay, we presented this, but we're gonna do this instead. There's a process. to that.
Correct.
We'll have to sign off on that.
yeah, and we have not had advance notice or understanding of what the actual plans are going to be, and I think it just makes sense, it's prudent that way. So,
I just wanna make sure that you're clear in what you want, you're not objecting to the plan as presented, you're objecting to if there are gonna be any changes.
correct.
Thank you, thank you.
My recommendation to the council would be, since there's no representative here, and if I could ask the clerk in the future if we can have a representative either from Verizon or National Grid or whoever is requesting the polls to be here in attendance so that they can answer any questions. But since there's nobody here, that maybe the council might just want to refer this to Public Works for further discussion so we can bring on a representative.
Motion so made.
Second.
That would be done during regular council meeting, right?
Regular council meeting, yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other opponents that want to speak on this matter? Seeing none? Motion to close the public hearing was made by Counsel Mitchell, seconded by Counsel Cavaseris. All those in favor? All those
Aye.
opposed? So voted. Second item are poll locations. This is items 2 through 9 are related to petition from Mobility LLC for a single poll location as followed, and you can see the items. We'll take them individually. So item 2 is to install backhaul transport equipment on a proposed utility pole in the right-of-way located southwest of the intersection of 17th Street and Pleasant Street with electricity connection in accordance with project number 9MAB001696. Motion to open the public hearing was made by Counsel Mitchell, seconded by Counsel Ponte. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Opponents? wishing to speak on this? Seeing none, proponent?
Is that just that location, or is it regarding?
Just for this one location, 17th Street, in Pleasant. Proponents of the plan, wishing to speak? Seeing none?
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Motion to close this public hearing was made by Counsel Mitchell, second by Counsel Ponte. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
Mr. President, can we take 3 through 9,
You want to take them all together?
take them all together, and make a motion to that effect, we can talk to all of them at that time?
So there was a motion to take items 3 through 9 all together in one public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counsel Long. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion to open the public hearing?
Motion to open public hearing.
Motion to open public hearing was made by Counsel Mitchell, second. Second by
3
Counsel
through 9.
Pereira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Madam Clerk, you want to go through and read the entire list for me?
Yep.
Thank you.
So number 3 is to install backhaul transport equipment on a proposed utility pole in the right-of-way located east of the intersection of Pine and High Street on Pine Street with electricity connection. Number 4 is to install backhaul transportation equipment on a proposed utility pole in the right-of-way located northeast of the intersection of Graham Road and Current Road on Graham Road with electricity connection. Number 5, to install backhaul transport equipment on a proposed utility pole in the right-of-way located northeast of the intersection of Rodman Street and Lonsdale Street with electricity connection. Number 6, to install backhaul transport equipment on a proposed utility pole in the right-of-way located northeast of the intersection of Dover Street and Snell Street with electricity connection. To install backhaul transport equipment on a proposed utility pole in the right-of-way located south of the intersection of Ellsbury Street and Montgomery Street on Ellsbury Street with electricity connection. 8, to install backhaul transport equipment on a proposed utility pole in the right-of-way located northeast of the intersection of Plymouth Avenue and Tecumseh Street on Plymouth Avenue with electricity connection. And 9 is to install backhaul transport equipment on proposed utility pole in the right-of-way located northeast of the intersection of Orange Street and Pine Street on Orange Street with electricity connection.
Are there any proponents of any of those that were just listed wishing to speak on the item? Seeing, do you want to speak? Proponent, you're in favor? Citizen input, I'm sorry, right there. Any opponents? Opponents of any of these projects? Yeah. Come on down. Please state your name for the record. Name and address, I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is William Texera, 1019 Montgomery. I recently purchased a house on the corner of Montgomery and Ellsbury, and shortly after received a letter from the City of Fall River regarding a proposed pole erection on Ellsbury and Montgomery, with it being on Ellsbury. I spoke to one of the councilors today, and she put me in touch with Mr. James George, the representative for Mobility. And I do have some, first of all, health concerns regarding the pole location, which is in a residential area, although it be it near Bristol Community College. There are many studies that have been done regarding EMF, electromagnetic field that comes from poles and whatnot, that can pose health hazards to residents in the neighborhood, especially children, elderly, and whatnot. So I was opposed to it right away. I did speak with James George, and he did bring up another location, which is on that particular strip, which is further down from the heavily residential areas. So I think we came to a resolution. However, I'd like to go on record as a butter of that particular location, which is right at the end of Montgomery and on Ellsbury. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents? Seeing none, do
Motion to close public hearing if there's no other.
you want to speak? Could I ask the individual from Mobility LLC to come down? Counselor in seat 7, Counselor Pereira.
Good evening. For the
Good
rec-
evening, Mr. George. Nice to see you again. Thank you. The question that I have is, we did meet, had an opportunity to meet and speak about this. Have you reached out to administration yet?
Yes. The administration, Mr. Hoare, has forwarded my agreement up to the mayor. As to date, we have, that's still in process to get moving along, so that process of leasing is in motion.
Okay, so you had a conversation with Mr. Hoare
Yes,
about this?
Yes.
All right. Now, you had Mr. Texera here, who basically stated that he didn't feel comfortable with this being around residential and the pole was moved. There are other locations on here, for example, Pine and High, not Graham Road, that's Rodman and Lonsdale, Dover and Snell, Plymouth Avenue and Tecumseh, and Orange and Pine, which are all residential locations as well.
yes.
So where would these be able to be moved to not have them near residential locations?
Well, I think that's going to be handled on a case-by-case basis. I think my plan here was to see, this was open hearing for opposition. I did have a conversation with the abutter. I am flexible enough in my network design to be able to move things back and forth to try to accommodate that group of abutters. I can't move an awful lot. At his location, my target is obviously Bristol College. I want to get in the center of it and light it up, but I'm able to move things back and forth. So I think as we address, we've had public hearing for each one of these. He was the abutter that showed up, so if there's no negative response to this public hearing or further site walks or even meeting people around for the site walks, then I would stay at the location as proposed for the residential areas.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, but for example, he was the only individual that received a letter after speaking to his neighbors. So if you sent it to one house where the pole is directly in front of that house, other people in that area aren't really aware of it. Like when we do a variance, you go to the abutter, one over, all the way around the square. And that's not what was done for these, to my knowledge.
Okay, so let's talk
It was only
about,
that one person. And, you know, if there is some contract, et cetera, that's going to be signed, we haven't seen it. I don't know what that contract is about. I don't know what does the city benefit or make financially on each of these attachments to the light pole. I'd like to
at the
know a little
moment,
bit
at the
about
moment,
that.
I don't, at the
You don't
moment, I
know?
don't either. They're in conversations about how they're going to resolve the contract, so that's where I sit with that.
Okay.
The mayor's office and my attorney's office.
So that hasn't been done yet.
That
So
hasn't been done.
We're voting on something that we don't know if the mayor's going to agree with that and bring it down or have discussion with myself and my colleagues about it. We don't have that at this point.
You don't.
Okay.
With the prior ones, I think they went down to committee. I would think it would be a good idea to get these down to committee. If you want to delay committee until that's resolved, we can do that, or we can get it into committee and start working on each individual site.
I would just like to hear from, Attorney Macy, from the mayor on what exactly this is, and even from, the health department. Is this a risk to be putting in neighborhoods? What studies have been done, because studies have been done, and what is the best location for these with the least amount of effect on the residents of the community?
Okay.
That's the only questions I had, Mr. George. Thank you.
Thank you. You're
Thank
welcome.
you so much.
Would you like the judge to come down?
Pardon?
Would you like the judge to come down and answer any questions that you may have?
Yeah, I mean, Judge Macy can come down. I don't know how much.
Just a point of
Judge
information.
Macy?
Council C3.
But it would be
My
discussion
understanding,
after.
just a point of information, is that during a public hearing, it's just a matter of input, pros and cons, but then full discussion is in subcommittee.
Yeah,
So
I don't have a problem waiting for
I
committee
think
to
all of
speak
these
to.
matters, I have questions too, but I intend to wait until the referral to the
Yeah.
committee.
All right, Judge, plan on sticking around? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Council C7, you yield?
I do. I think Mr. George wanted to say something. I was just giving him opportunity to respond.
I forwarded to my counsel. I copied in Mr. Hoare. There's been 2 communications with Mr. Hoare to forward it into
okay.
Judge Macy, so that's where I stood with
Oh,
it,
okay.
sir. That's where I stood with it.
Thank you, Mr. George. I appreciate it. I yield, Mr. President.
Thank you. Council in seat 6, Council Mitchell.
Thank you. I would just like to point out that this will be referred to the committee in which I chair, And are you familiar with the EMF complaint that was made by Mr. Teixeira, the electronic magnetic field?
Yes, as a normal course of business, I'm aware of that item. There's reports that can be presented to committee to solve that problem, to ease that, to explain that remedy and explain what's happening there.
Okay. I would just suggest that when it comes before the committee, that people be invited by you that can explain what it is, and if there is an effect, what the effects are.
That's a good idea, Councilman Moran.
Okay? That way we can get all of the information, because I know that Mr. Teixeira expects to be at that meeting, and I think that if he has a concern, or others have a concern relative to the EMF concern, I think that it should be addressed at that time.
Okay, yes.
With that, I yield.
Thank you. Councilor C2?
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess Mr. Teixeira said that you and him have come to an agreement, you're going to move the pole from that location to another location?
I'm going to say with the hallway conversation, we came to a potential remedy. He had a problem with it directly in front of his place. I have the ability to move it left or right, so I think that we can reach accommodation to get it away from directly from his home. I visited the site, and I feel as if perhaps further down, there's some tree coverage and away from a direct line of sight from homes that I believe I can pull that off for him.
When you say further down, are you talking north, south, east, west, what direction?
You're moving away from Durfee. This is in front of that next parking lot. Montgomery takes a left. The next one is Texiera Street. They take a left up there, that corner, not Texiera Street. What did I just say? What's the name of that
Valentine
street?
Street.
No.
Valentine.
Valentine, yes. Further towards the Valentine area.
So there are people, as my colleague in seat 7 has stated, there are people who live there. Have they been notified at all yet? or
No, no. I understand what you're saying.
Good.
I'm not trying to pass the buck down the road.
Okay.
I'm trying to tell an abutter and intake his concerns and say that I have some flexibility. So the same thing goes for if I move it, it's going to have to be redesigned and re-engineered. And my plan is to sort of understand each neighborhood, and as we advance it through the committee, get a hold of everybody along the way and tell them that's where we are planning on going with it.
Okay, then I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Motion to close hearing?
Second.
Motion to close hearing was made by Council Mitchell, second by Council Pereira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries. Madam Clerk, do you know if the Director of DCM has been out to the location or a representative from DCM?
I know that he was asked to go out to the sites. I haven't gotten a report from him as of yet.
Okay. If we could just include those in the package for any new polls that are being requested. Thank you.
Make a motion for a couple. Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn was made by Council Mitchell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Council Pereira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Public hearing is now closed and adjourned. Come to order, Madam Clerk. Will you please call the roll?
Councilors Cabeceras?
Here.
Joseph Kamara?
Here.
Stephen Kamara?
Here.
Olivia LeBeau?
Here.
Long?
Here.
Mitchell?
Here.
Pereira?
Here.
Conti?
Here.
President Kadim?
Here. Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived, by those present and are deemed acknowledgeable and permissible. Jerry Fowler, 1006 Maple Street, Tiffs, is the subject matter.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Fallon. I live at 1006 Maple Street, Fall River, Mass. I'm here to talk about this TIFs that you're talking about here, the $2 million in breaks. It's interesting because going to church Saturday, I asked 5 people, can you tell me where Staples is? And I got the same answer. It's at the Harbor Mall. And for a little over 6 or 7 months, we've been hearing about this CEA group that's going to redo it, how wonderful it's going to be. And they received a tip in February for 15 years. And now they receive another one for 10 years. And when I read my newspaper and highlight this little thing, it says that you can only get a tip up to 20 years. And I know 10 and 15 doesn't add up to 20. I've learned that. And then I get this baloney about jobs, how many jobs they're creating. You know, in one of these TIFs, they talk about 25 full-time jobs and 75 part-time jobs. Well, I have a question about that. I wonder if those 75 part-time workers can get into one of these market rate housings and make it. I would doubt that very much. For me, and I want to talk as a single-family homeowner now. If I put a new roof on my house, I hire people. Do I get a TIF? I doubt it. You know? We know we're going to give out $2 million with 4 companies here. I would like to know how much money are we giving out on TIFs? Total, grand total. None of that baloney. No one wants to tell us. I pay my taxes full. These people get a break 10 years, 15 years. I never get a break, you know? I know when I did my kitchen and 2 bathrooms in my home, you know what I got for a TIF? I got a raise in valuation in my home. I had to spend more money. I want to be treated equal. You know, I realize they're going to create some jobs. But why do you get 2 TIFs? I don't know. Thanks for your time. Oh, by the way, vote no on 2.
Thank you. Chris Nielsen, 385 Columbia Street, Mini Maker Fair.
Good evening. I want to tell you about the Mini Maker Fair coming up, and we are here for 2 reasons. One, you have already approved us to have a banner put up. I don't see the banner up, so if you know anybody, you can kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and get them to get the existing banner that we have dropped off hung. That would be great. But the real reason why I'm here today is we'd like to hang a banner on the, or hang a banner on the banner of City Hall, and I was told that we needed a waiver for this to happen. We would like to hang it there from perhaps this evening all the way up until Saturday, where I would remove it, and we would move it back down over to the Mini Maker Fair over at the YMCA. This is a great community partnership. Many great organizations have really been working hard, and anything that the city council can do to allow us to promote the fair would be much appreciated. The city has been very helpful, the YMCA, Atlantis Charter School, many other CIE, and many other fantastic partners, so we'd appreciate your consideration in that regard. That's it. I have a flyer for each of you, or a program for the day of. Can I leave those with you individually, or? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Also, just for the record, the banner needs approval by the city council, which is on the agenda for tonight, so that's why the banner is not up.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Councilor C3?
what item is that?
43? 43?
Okay, thanks.
Helen Rigo, 41 Forster Street. Thank you, Fall River.
What's the question?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Helen Rigo, the Niagara Neighborhood Association Vice President. I publicly want to thank the administration and the people that were involved with the candlelight vigil on August 31st. Bill Damaris, who let the doves off, he's a fantastic man. Shirley Black, Allie Monez, Laurie Goodwin, and Officer Kevin Lopes, who gave a fantastic speech. And all of Fall River that took out their time to attend. Just remember, it's a disease. Please support us.
Thank you, Ms. Rigo. Next to speak is Natalie Mello, 41 O'Grady Street, Lincoln School.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Miller. I live at 41.
Put your mic on, Mrs. Mello.
On the top of the, there you go. Pull it up.
Hi, my name is Natalie Mello from, I live at 41 O'Grady Street, Bank Street Neighborhood Association. Something occurred to us that looks like somebody is buying the Lincoln School, some person. I listened to it on Facebook. We have a concern. We think that we're afraid that it'll become housing. From what I understand, he's saying is put up scale apartments, what I think is fantastic if that's the case, and businesses down on the first floor. But if it becomes housing, let's say you, the city council, turns over this Lincoln School to him, will he turn around and make it into housing, where we get stuck with more housing in that area? We've worked many years, as a lot of you know, in this neighborhood to improve our quality of life for all. Our fire department, our police department, they're low staff as it is. Are we going to add more housing to our neighborhood, or any neighborhood? It affects all of us. He talked about how he has this architects that will do a fantastic job, and you know what, if that's the case, more power to them. That's what we want in our city. We want to improve our quality of life, the look, the beautification. The more we beautify our city, the more our city will become in a good light, instead of all this negative stuff that continue to come around us. Like he said, he went to that school years ago. I did myself, and my kids did also for a couple of years. And there is a lot of good memories in that school, not just for myself, but a lot of my neighbors that are here today that live in the neighborhood. I moved into that neighborhood in 1971, and I'm still there. I didn't turn my back to my neighborhood. A lot of them have moved on, and good for them. I'm proud that they moved on, and if they feel better where they're at, that's fine. But once these businesses close their door, when they move in there, the door's closed. They're not there to see what goes on in the neighborhood. I just drove by Winter Street and Pine Street. I'm not sure if there was a lady of the night there. I called them, but I went around again. I think she got a little paranoid, and she moved away. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses there, just on that, as you turn onto Pine, that is problem houses that would continue fighting those landlords. And one of them is part of the building blocks that we haven't touched yet. What else? And then there's 2 beautiful houses on the side, right across
15
from
seconds, please.
Lincoln School, 448 Pine and 434, those are old, beautiful houses that we can't take that away from them. If he's going to make it historical, we need to stay that way. You have anything to say?
Thank you.
Good.
I'm sorry, Counselor seat 8.
Yes, Mrs. Mello, if you can. First, thank you for your, all the work that you do for our city and especially your neighborhood. From a council's perspective, I see the work that you do and respect your passion. I just want some clarity on the concerns that you raised. Is your question or your concern pertaining to you are against apartments in this building at all? Or is your concern you are against low-income apartments in that building?
I think we're over the limit in housing in our city.
So market rate housing isn't something that you'd be interested in seeing?
When you
in that
say market rate,
I'm talking about housing that is not, is occupied by people who are not receiving any kind of Section 8 certificate or any low-income housing.
I'm fine with that. Yes,
Okay.
we're definitely fine with that.
Okay, just so you know, I'm not on the real estate committee, but I reviewed the proposal by this group because it is before the council tonight, and it is for market rate housing. He intended on taking the 13 classrooms that are in there, working them as a mixed-use facility, and on the top part of the building, from what's at least before us tonight, is to market it to market rate housing, which is very similar to what they're doing down on the bottom of where Jerry Remy's is in that building, Commonwealth Landing. So I was told, and it's in writing, and I believe he also facilitated that, the chair of the committee can indicate that, though, that it's not low-income housing, and it's going to be market rate housing for about 4 to 6 apartments.
Well, I
So-
thought he said 16.
That's not what I heard, but, I'm sure the committee chair, Council in seat 1 could clarify that. But I just wanted to know what your concern was. So the neighborhood and you are okay with market rate housing? You are not in favor of low-income or Section 8 housing in that building?
Absolutely not. We've got plenty, and we've got enough of our own in our own area.
Okay, I just
We're
wanted to
over
clarify
that.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Miller.
Counselor in seat 4.
Oh, Marlene, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I would just like to add to that. Marlene McCarty, 33 Oak Street, Forever. I do realize that he presented that it was going to be high-income property, but just like Point Gloria, that started off as condominiums, and now there's Section 8 in there, and Ships Cove is Section 8. So we wanted to know if you could put a stipulation in there so that in the present time, in the future time, not just the present, that it cannot be changed to low income.
Because usually that's what happens when
When they
they're
can't
not
rent
doing,
them.
right. So that's a concern.
Counselor in seat 4 has the floor. Sorry, 5. I can't count today. Counselor in seat 5.
I am on the real estate committee, and we did an in-depth look at this and vetted this project. And the reuse concept is right here that he put out. It's mixed-use commercial and residential. It's going to turn into a mixed-use commercial and residential structure. The preliminary concept uses the first floor as office space that could be perhaps be used by a local nonprofit. The upper floors will be high-end residential units as either apartments or condominiums. As far as the number, it's not 16. He hasn't really got to that point yet. He's working with his architects and that type of stuff. But he told the committee that it's definitely going to be high-end. Prior to our meeting, I viewed some of the present properties that this company has, and they're all very well kept and very well used, and I think it would be a good project. As far as Section 8, my familiarity with Section 8 is it's a very, very difficult issue in that Section 8 does not go with the building, it goes with the user. So if you have a Section 8 certificate, you go to the landlord and say, I'm applying. If the rent meets the requirements of the Section 8 certificate, the landlord can either accept or reject or whatever he has to do. So in trying to put those types of restrictions into a deed, it's very, very difficult, and in many cases would be found to be probably illegal. I do understand your concerns. When we vetted this project, we look at the financial capacity of the developer. We look at his past projects, and we do our best to try and figure out what is best for the neighborhood. And I understand your concerns. I appreciate your concerns and believe in your concerns, and I do not want that to become what you're against. So I'll do everything in my power to make sure that this project comes to fruition in the proper manner, and I appreciate everything that you also do, and I've been involved in with some of your projects, and I appreciate all the stuff that your organization does. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 7?
You know, just for the record, when we were going to try to sell the police station several years ago, the person who wanted to buy that said specifically what he was going to do. And at that point in time, we were concerned that there was going to be housing, et cetera. And he wrote a letter stipulating that this is exactly what he would do, and he would not deviate from it. We can't put a restriction on somebody, but he signed a letter stating that he wouldn't do anything but what he said he was going to do. Honestly, any of these properties that you sell, after they're sold, they can do whatever they want with them. Let's not kid ourselves. They can do whatever they want, and Judge Macy is here, and if we want to ask him, we can. We can't put restrictions on them. And I understand what Mrs. Mello and forgot your first name? Marlene, what they're talking about, because it happens in a lot of the areas that, you know, we have so many people that come from other areas to Fall River because our rents are less expensive, but then all of the services that need to be provided to assist those individuals are difficult for our taxpayers to keep taking charge of. And it's not just the Fall River Housing Authority. And Council Long and myself have worked with Carol Fiola. We have another meeting coming up because the state has to come to the table and do something about this. It's not fair. And if they look at just housing authority buildings and the percentage of people there, that's one issue. But then you have South Shore Housing, you have JRI, they all come in and create or rent six-family homes, lease six-family homes, you know, to assist other people, which is great in assisting other people, but we need the finances to help those people, and we don't have them. And that's where
That's my point.
that's where the problem comes in. But unfortunately, once they're sold, they're sold. I mean, you have to take the word of the person coming in front of you that absolutely this is what they're going to do. But honestly, they said in this proposal, they said they weren't knocking it down, and probably they won't.
I hope not, because that's a beautiful building, and I think him and us, we
Yeah.
shared the same. We're not pushing anybody away. We just want to continue what the neighborhood has done. We want to continue, I mean, this is part of the new thing that the mayor wants to do, the new plan of the Rock Street and the Purchase Street. You know, that building, you look outside that window, the third floor, you can see the water. It's a beautiful building. I wish we, the neighborhood, could afford to buy it. You know, we would have done something, but we don't have the money to do that. We're poor just like anybody else. But if there's this man that wants to come in and do that, I'm all for it. And if he would want to write a note like you're saying, that's exactly what we were talking about, the police station. You know, and there's other areas, other buildings in Fall River that they've done that as well. So if we're only asking, I mean, we're willing to work with him. We want to do whatever it takes because we care. You know, we care. It's just, we've had enough. I can tell you hours at night where us neighbors have been watching things that should not be happening and calling the police. Hours at night, sometimes to 2 in the morning, just in that little section there. So, and I don't want to turn anybody away, but that's just not going to help those people if they go into housing. It's not going to help them either. It's not fair to them either, because they're in the middle of stuff that should not be happening.
I mean, condominiums there would be good because then they're owner occupied as well. Somebody comes in, they buy it, and if you own it, you tend to take care of it if you own it. And you're right, it is a beautiful building. I mean,
Gorgeous.
I said at the meeting, I mean, they have some porcelain soaker tubs when kids took gym classes, et
Yeah.
cetera. They are absolutely gorgeous, and the city should sell those before they even sell the property, because they could get really good money for that. But I just want you to know, I mean, the truth is that unless he decides to sign, you know, this property company decides to sign and say, no, this is exactly what I'm doing, I'm not deviating from this, then
Then
that's
we're
one thing.
fine.
But we can't
Can't make a difference.
mandate, and we can't put restrictions on him.
We just want him to know how we feel, you know, that, like, again, you know, I love the idea of being historical, I love all that, it's wonderful. You know, that's all we want. We don't want to deal with any more problems that we already have, and that we continue to work with it every day, every hour, every week, every month we have our meetings. There's always the issues with the same houses. It's not fair for some of the people that live on Winter and top and bottom. There's issues, and that's not fair to the people that he does rent to high.
Well, and I applaud the people in your neighborhood, because I know that there was a case where a few gentlemen went into a house that was boarded up, and they were robbing copper pipes. And because
Many.
of a neighbor who called to alert the police, they were caught. So it is a village in the neighborhood where we
There
all have to be
is.
watching out for each other, so
There
I
really
applaud
is,
you for that.
Linda.
With that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. If I just can quickly kind of shed some clarification, and maybe for the real estate committee going forward, you can put restrictions as long as you draft the RFP that way. You can be very specific as to, as long as you draft the RFP and put in exactly what the council would be willing to entertain, which proposals will not be entertained. You can also have a reverter clause in there so that if there's a time limit for the development of the property, that if it's not developed properly within that constraints, it will revert back to the city. But that all has to be spelled out in the RFP process so that all the bidders are on the same page. With that, Counselor in seat 4, Counselor LeBeau.
I will be brief. I did speak to Natalie at length the other day about this, and I absolutely understand where you're coming from. I felt the same way when they were selling the Wixon School and they wanted to load it up with apartments. And then I did speak to Counselor in seat 7 at length as well, and she said much of what she said here is there's no, once you sell the building, they can really do whatever they want with it the way it was presented. Now, President Kadim is saying that we could have put specifics in the RFP. Maybe we want to revisit that. My only concern, and I wasn't at the real estate meeting, but from the people that I've asked, the clerk and some other counselors, at that meeting, he did not say how many residential units.
Somebody said 16, that's why I'm saying 16.
But I don't know that it was actually said at that meeting.
Or maybe that's what it was.
And that would be my only concern with that, and, you know, maybe we want to think about rewriting the RFP for it. I don't know if there was a timeline on this project, but I would be in favor of that if it made the neighborhood feel better about what exactly was moving in there. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor in seat 8, Counselor Ponte.
Mr. President, you clarified points I wanted to make. I was going to say exactly that. I do have the question. I guess if the council decides to move forward with this, we are not able to put a deed restriction on this property at this point?
No, it wasn't outlined in the, and I turn it over to the judge for his legal opinion, but because there was nothing specified in the RFP.
All right, I wanted to question that, because it is, I know there were some comments made by some of my colleagues that you can't put a restriction on a property. It's very, very common to do in real estate. I mean, you can use the example in Somerset or in Swansea where there used to be a Burger King and nothing's there. It's going to maintain vacant because they have a restriction on the building that if anybody buys it or rents it, they can't sell hamburgers. So it's very common to do. It's not an uncommon practice. So thanks for the clarification, Mr. President. I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 1, Counselor Capsaris.
I yield. I'm going to talk about it at 11. You answered, you actually addressed some of the issues, and we'll talk about this in a little while. Thank you for coming down.
Okay.
I yield.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First item on the agenda for the Committee on Finance is a resolution to discuss possibility of establishing a revolving fund for damaged streetlights. I believe this resolution was put in by Council Pereira.
And I believe
The
that...
administration come down.
Sure. And Mr. Adriano, perhaps?
Good evening, councilors. I would just start by giving you a quick overview as to how the issue of the damaged streetlights has been managed in the past, and then we can certainly move forward to entertain any additional changes that you'd like to see. At the present time, we do have an insurance recovery account so that if there is any municipal property, and certainly a streetlight would fall into that category, is damaged and there is an insurance recovery, those funds are deposited into that insurance recovery account, and they are held there for the purposes of completing whatever repair work or restoration work is necessary in conjunction with that insurance recovery. So that account is used pretty routinely. Additionally, I did speak to Mr. Gallagher, who explained to me that they have been using a company, it's called Bartlett, and this company specializes in these kinds of insurance recoveries. And what will happen is, once a property is damaged, and if in fact there is a police report, so clearly it has to be a property where we have an understanding of who is at fault and what the circumstances were, this company can be contacted. They will immediately come in, and they will go through the process of processing for the insurance recovery and providing the funding back to the city so that that property can be restored, and that's their business. It's what they do, and Mr. Gallagher did explain that he's used the company a number of times, and he's had very good success with them. The third option regarding the streetlights is, as you know, we have periodically come before the council asking for you to accept rebates and to do the necessary appropriation so we can expend the funds that we received on the electricity rebates. And clearly, those funds go into an account, and that account would certainly be available for repair. What we've been doing routinely, and this is part of the Amoresco project, what we've been doing routinely is when the credits are processed, the money does come back, and the DCM has been using that money to put up additional new lights, perhaps decorative lighting or additional lights in other areas that were not originally budgeted for. But certainly, a portion of those funds could be specifically reserved so that in the event there was some sort of a repair of this nature and there was no insurance recovery and we weren't certain who was responsible, we could utilize the funds in that account, to do the necessary lighting repair. So we do have some options available, councilors, and I don't know that having to set up a special account just for streetlights would be necessary, given the fact that we do have the insurance recovery account, and Bartlett can be very effective in helping us turn that process around pretty quickly. But we'd certainly welcome your input regarding any alternative course of action you might like us to undertake.
Do you know how much money is in that insurance recovery account now?
When I checked with the auditor this morning, I didn't get an exact figure back from him. He was at a conference, but what happens is when the funds go into that account, they're typically designated for whatever repair or restoration is associated with the damage that was done. And so the funds go into the account, and then they go back out of the account to complete the necessary work. So it's not an account, as I understand it, necessarily amasses large amounts of surplus, because again, funds are in, repairs are done, funds are utilized for that purpose. It's probably the account that we could use for the rebates that might be more able to be reserved for this purpose, for prompt use.
You can't check that through Munis?
I can, Counselor. And again, I didn't get that specific balance back from the auditor. He sent me a number of balances, but that was not one of them. But I can certainly follow up on that for you. And
Check yourself on Munis? Am I incorrect?
Sir, Mike.
I could, Counselor, yes, and I'll be happy to get that number for
I'd
you.
like to know, because, I do have a concern. I understand what you're saying. Bartlett, how many cases did they work on this year? How many insurance claims did Bartlett bring in this year?
Again, I would ask Mr. Gallagher to give us an exact number. What he's told me is that he's used them quite some time, and he's very happy with their processing. So, but I can get you the specific number if you'd like. I'd be happy to do that.
Well, I'd like to know how many claims they've completed for us,
Mhm.
what our cost is for Bartlett to do this work versus that work being done in-house to file a claim, whether it be the legal department or whatever to file the legal claim, and what we're paying Bartlett. Mr. Adriano, could you tell me how many streetlights poles are down in the city? Do you know that?
I don't know that figure. I can get that figure for you.
That's actually, that's actually something that Mr. Gallagher would be managing at the moment, and he did tell me that he has a number of them, Counselor, that he needs to address. So
40
I can get you the
perhaps?
exact number.
40, perhaps?
It could be, Counselor. I didn't ask him for a specific number.
But Mrs. Viveras, this is a problem, and the way that it's being done, obviously, is not being done effectively. And we're looking at trying to get things done in an expedient manner and effective, and that's not happening. You have a pole that's down right on the corner of Bedford and Rock, or this side of Rock. You have one on Middle Street and Broadway that's down. But some of these have live wires in them. That is a public safety hazard. Now, I had spoken to Mr. Gallagher about one light in particular on North Main Street. That light has been down for about 2.5 years. And the gentleman called Colleen at the city council office, and, she made some calls to see if we could get that handled, and we were told, well, it was an auto accident and we're waiting for insurance money. Well, it wasn't an auto accident, and we weren't waiting for insurance money. It was a plow that hit it over the wintertime that nobody stopped. They assume it was a plow, but nobody knew for sure. So we had to pay for that. And Mr. Gallagher said, well, to put up a pole is about $5,000. I said, well, how many poles are down? And how much money would you need? And, there's a couple that, well, we didn't really need them there, so maybe we won't replace them. But then take the rest of the stuff off the sidewalk, especially if it's live wire. What's happening is not happening the way I think it should be happening to benefit the residents of Fall River. And clearly to have a safety hazard. I mean, this gentleman who's legally blind, works 30 years at a location in Fall River, walks to work and back. And he called because he was afraid that someone was going to get hurt, and he hoped it wasn't him. Well, lo and behold, going to work, somebody on a bicycle, thank God, a bicycle, struck him. They both went down. They both sustained injuries. He sustained 15 stitches above his eye because a light wasn't repaired. I mean, accidents happen in broad daylight. I get that. But the city's negligent on not making sure that we have lights. I asked you how many claims Bartlett put in. We don't know. We don't know how many street lights need to be replaced, the poles. We don't know how many Bartlett's completed. We don't know what we're paying Bartlett and how long they're taking them. So, Mr. President, I would ask that this be tabled. I want other information. This is not working. And we need to figure it out better than this. If somebody wants to refer this to a committee, to, Public Works, that's fine with me, but I need more answers because nobody gave me an answer.
Is that a form of motion, or do you want to allow your councilors to
No, I would
ask questions?
absolutely allow my colleagues to speak. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Absolutely
Okay.
allow my colleagues to speak.
So-
I yield, Mr. President.
Thank you. Before I go any further, just want to recognize Mr. Ponciano. Is that how you?
Ponciano.
Ponciano, P.
P.
Want to welcome you down to the council chamber. It's the first time here. Welcome.
Welcome.
Councilor seat 8, Councilor Ponte.
Thank you. My colleague, C7, kind of indicated a couple of things. There's a number of questions pertaining to this that I felt and I was looking forward to hearing from the administration tonight. Obviously, the administration, Mr. Gallagher, as well as you, Mrs. Viveras, are fully aware that this was before us, and my colleague asked a good question as to how many polls are down, and I think it's only necessary that when information and resolutions are filed, for you to come before us, that we have the information necessary. And we're not prepared to have this conversation tonight. So I'm going to support any motion that refers this to possibly Public Works and Transportation, or would probably be the ideal location for this, so that we can have these facts, and then the council can reconvene again and have these discussions. But Mr. Gallagher couldn't make it to the meeting. Was he not invited, or, I mean? These are all solid questions that he would probably be able to answer.
Well, in fairness, councilors, the resolution specifically was talking about the fact that the funding was going in as a local receipt and that you were looking at trying to determine whether to set up a revolving fund. So we were focusing on the financial aspects as to how we would manage this going forward, not the specific number of polls that were down, but we can certainly get you that information. I know in the case that Councilor Pereira referenced, I believe the poll has in fact now been addressed, but Mr. Gallagher was waiting. There were some polls being turned in from the state on the Route 79 project. He was trying to avoid paying the $5,000 and waited for those lights to come forward. But as I mentioned, I think that, again, on the financial side of things, having a fund set aside, and I would think the rebate funding would be a good option, and having those funds set aside into an account so that we wouldn't have these long delays in even waiting for insurance proceeds to process. So, again, my expectation was that it was more on the financial side as to how we were going to address this in an expeditious manner.
And I get that.
So that's what we came prepared to talk
But the answers to the
about.
questions that would have resulted, the financial piece would have been the answers from Mr. Gallagher, who runs the department. I'm just making a point on, we need to do a little bit better job of making sure that we have these questions answered, because it was referred to Committee on Finance for a reason. So I'll make a motion to refer this to Public Works and Transportation if I can.
Motion was made to refer to Public Works and Transportation by Council Ponte, seconded by Council Stephen Kamara. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Councilor in seat 5. Done.
Red.
Just real quick, I was going to try and bring it back to a finance piece, so we've discussed that, but in just listening to some of the things here tonight, I find it troubling when we say that we're waiting on an insurance claim for 2 years. That's ridiculous. That doesn't happen. For those poles that have been struck by vehicles where we know who is at fault, that shouldn't take, I'll give you a great period to get it settled, 6 months. The pole has no liability in this. If the vehicle hits it, property damage pays it. It just seems, in the worst case, neglectful at some level, that there's not the communication go between the carrier and the administration. Those things should be handled quickly and very efficiently, and that money should be in our hands within 6 months. So a light pole being down for 2 years, maybe because of not knowing who had the liability, maybe, but that's still 2 years. So I'm definitely in favor of having a revolving fund and even funding it so that in those cases where lights do come down, they get back put up in a hurry, quickly. It's something, it's almost like graffiti. Put it up, take it off. The broken window, fix it, okay? Pole comes down, put it back up, and we do it in a timely fashion. And I'll support the resolution going forward. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Any further discussion before I recognize Councilor in seat 7? Seeing none, Councilor in seat 7?
No, I just want to add this, that it does come down to finances as well. But when we don't know how much rebates we're getting, we don't know what we're paying Bartlett, we don't know how much they've collected, we don't know how much is an account. Those are all financial questions that couldn't be answered this evening. And I get it that Mrs. Viveras has a lot of things to do during the course of the day, and sometimes to get information down here might not be so easy, but if it's not, let us know and we can just table it for another time. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Any further discussion on item 1?
No.
Seeing none. Item number 2 on the agenda is a resolution, which was to discuss process for reporting, implementation, and enforcement of fines related to blighted properties, pay-as-you-throw, and snow removal. This was referred to the Finance Committee on August 16th, 2016. Resolution was filed by Councilor LeBeau and Councilor Ponte. Councilor in seat 4.
Hello. I have
Good evening.
a lengthy list of questions, but I hope this will go quickly, and I want to take them one at a time. The reason I put this in is because there seems to be a lot of people very active and involved in the city, and they don't know who to call or where to go to report any kind of a complaint or violation. And I thought that this could answer some of those questions. And then from a finance piece, I'm also interested in what we've done in the past for fines, what we've collected, where the money goes. I think that's very important. And I know that before us in ordinance, the judge has put together a book that I've been referring to quite often on what our current ordinances state and maybe how we should change them. And I'm hoping that this conversation will help the ordinance committee, which I'm also a member of, make any recommendations or changes or leave things as they are if they're working properly. But the three that I get the most calls on, and I receive a ton of calls and emails and messages, are the blighted properties, the pay-as-you-throw, and the snow removal. The other reason I put this in is and especially with the snow removal, is when we're talking about things in ordinance, I often hear from veteran counselors, and rightfully so, how can we enforce these ordinances for the residences and businesses if our own city properties are in violation, specific to snow removal? So I would like to get that answered as well. But I'm going to start with blighted properties and just want to know the process. If there's a problem, who do you call? Is that minimum housing?
Typically, Counselor, the reports of housing violations, you're right, do go to minimum housing. And the owner is notified that they have to take an action, a corrective action. If there's no action taken, then ultimately the city will hire someone to go in and actually complete the work. And then we have the ability to actually lien the property to recover those funds once the work has been completed. We do have several accounts. We have a demolition revolving account that's used in the event there's a demolition. We have a vacant lot revolving fund, which is the one that would probably be utilized in the event that there was cleanup that was required. And then there's a third account, a vacant buildings registration fee account, whereby, again, based on ordinance, if a building is going to be vacant for a period of time, the owner is required to make payment to the city regarding that vacant property. I think you have a number of issues at play there, and so I'm happy to take them maybe one at a time. I know you're aware, because you've heard us talk about the fact that all of the fines and even the PATE fines now and citations are now being put into a general billing module. The city clerk's office has agreed to take this project on, and they do get information from DCM. I know the PATE fines are all being issued through the collector's, the city clerk's office. And so what that does for us is, by creating a database, we then have an opportunity to follow up if the payments are not made, and to try to be a little more aggressive at collecting those fines, which end up becoming local receipts and ultimately go into the general fund.
So that was my question. Was there no way to follow up on these fines before?
That's correct, Counselor. We had, and the city clerk can answer this better than I, because she's had the task of inputting it through her office, but we had, I believe it was over $500,000 in outstanding fines and citations that went back a number of years, that by virtue of the fact that there was really no mechanism to follow up for collections. But they've been extremely effective. Again, they've been working on all of the back years and getting those now into the database system so we can start. Additionally, what that does is, the city has embarked on a process whereby if you go in to apply for a license or a permit of any kind and you owe the city money, then we can withhold providing that license or permit until those outstanding balances are addressed. Now that all of those citations are in a central database, we have the ability to check that database as well. So we've created an opportunity whereby not only do we have an ability to mail out and to try to collect those, but we also have a record of them. So if someone, again, wants one of those licenses or permits, that they're able to check that database as well and get that collected prior to the issuance of a permit.
So I just want to go back to that department. How many people are in that department in minimum housing?
Right now, we have 2 individuals, and we have someone that's preparing to retire.
Right. So I've called minimum housing several times, and I'm not saying this to call anyone out, but I can't get a call back. I've heard other people can't get a call back. And I'm not saying this to get anybody in trouble, but maybe this is a department where we clearly need to add more staff. From what I've learned about minimum housing, the property is inspected, then they get a letter, then there's a date for a reinspection. If we have 2 inspectors, and there's a lot of blighted properties in the city, until we get it under control, I think this is an area where we need to add staff. And is it those inspectors that issue the fines?
Yes, Counselor, if they go out to inspect and there's a violation, they can issue that violation.
Okay. Is there any thought to adding staff to this department? Right now, what I've been doing is calling the new community coordinator, Monica Souza, because I get a call back, and because she somehow in 1 to 2 months has come up with she's been a really strong asset to the city. She's able to get things done. She's able to go over there, ask the question, pop in if the inspector's there or not, and then get back to me, but that's not how the process is supposed to work. I mean, I don't mind doing it. I don't know if she minds doing it, but I'm supposed to be able to call, anyone's supposed to be able to call minimum housing. If we have 2 inspectors, I don't think that that's enough.
That's correct, Counselor, and she has been doing an excellent job and has been serving as liaison on that. And to your point, she's been very effective. As I said, we have one individual in the department who is preparing to retire, has had some health-related issues, so we haven't really been fully staffed. But he remains on the payroll at the moment. And we have looked at trying to establish a regular routine inspections process, and we haven't really been able to implement that as such. But the few times, that I have checked with them, they're telling me that they are getting out and making those inspections and that they're not terribly behind on that. But clearly, I think they could be more aggressive with the enforcement activities, and maybe on a more proactive basis, rather than waiting for someone to actually call, to actually be getting out and doing those inspections. I will tell you, and I know we've talked about this before, that the city, through the Community Compact, is in the process of looking at implementing a 311 system. The 311 system is going to be extremely beneficial, because what happens is it allows the residents an opportunity to actually log in a problem that they may identify within a neighborhood. And once that problem is logged, the 311 system will actually allow them to track what's happening to that complaint.
And I appreciate that, and that's for the future.
It's coming, correct.
So, unless it's coming like next week, I'm concerned with what we're doing now. And you brought me to my other question. How are they tracking these properties? Is there a computer database? What is their process?
They are using the current e-permitting software that's been used also in the building department for issuing permits and doing code enforcement work. I can tell you that e-permitting software has not been performing as efficiently as we would like. I know you were in today, Counselor, for a briefing on the capital plan. We're looking to move to a Munis module. What the Munis module will do is it will integrate with all of our other Munis programs. And it also has a customer service component, so that an individual, a vendor, is going to actually be able to go in and determine if there's any outstanding fines or violations that are remaining. So I think the e-permitting is going to be a lot more effective for them. Right now, the e-permitting doesn't really talk to the other financial systems. It requires, if a citation is issued, they have to actually input the data from the e-permitting into the general billing module, which makes it extremely cumbersome. The nice thing about the Munis code enforcement module is that everything will integrate, and it'll be a far more effective system. So it's very labor intensive right now, but I think the new software is going to go a long way towards streamlining that process.
So, and then my final question on the blighted properties is, I had asked for this in the resolution, the amount of fines that were issued and collected in 2016?
Again, in the vacant lot fund, which is the ones that we would have actually collected, clearly keeping in mind that some of these may have just been liened, and we haven't received the funding yet. Are you referring to FY16 or FY17, Counselor?
16.
16?
Yes.
Okay, so the total amount that, the total balance in the vacant lot revolving fund now, They had a beginning balance of $5,151. They did take in income and fees through the course of the year, $6,974.18. Prior year collections, $6,891.80. And then they had current expenditures, $18,840. And unfortunately, that account actually has a negative balance at the moment. Well, the net income, the loss was $4,974. I stand corrected. The current fund balance is $177.32.
That's just a vacant lot?
Yes.
But is that
That's the
balance that
revolving
was in
fund.
there, or was that the actual amount of fines that were issued in 2016? That was my question.
No, those are the ones that were collected, Counselor.
Collected. What was issued?
Issued, I will get you that number.
And the point, and it will be the point on the others as well, is what are we doing for the people that were not collecting the money?
As I said, we do lien properties if it's associated with the real estate, and this one that clearly would be. And we do, I would venture to guess that some of these other collections are a function of those liens that are paid on the real estate tax bills. But you'd like the total number of minimum housing that was
Fines
actually
and
issued?
versus collected for 2016, please.
Sure.
And moving on to pay-as-you-throw, I know we've had some changes with privatization, and I did speak to our new director at length. And I have had conversations with Easy, but they're not doing the pay-as-you-throw internally. So my question is, who exactly is enforcing this? And the reason I'm asking is I know we did the 3-week push where everybody there was a car following the trucks, they were checking everything, they were writing it down. We don't have anybody doing that now. And if you drive around the city, or if you are on social media for any length of time, you see people putting up photos, why am I buying purple bags and my neighbor's not, or this person's not. If you drive around the city, the barrels are open, there's white and black barrels everywhere. So I'm concerned about compliance now that we don't have that car following the trucks. Obviously, that's not something we're going to do long-term, but who is enforcing this? Does the Easy guy get back in the truck and write down an address and say they didn't have the bags?
Is this my turn?
Sure.
All right. Hey, how you doing? So, having come into this situation as it is and trying to understand fully what's going on, the pay-as-you-throw program, numbers-wise, apparently from what I've been gathering since May, we picked up from May to date 132 citations. Of those 132 citations, the number of appeals filed, I believe, was around 19. Of those 19 appeals, there were 17 dismissals. Of the 132 issued tickets, 5 have been paid to date.
So 5 paid, 19 appealed.
Yeah. So that's where we're at. So as far as the procedure goes, since the layoffs in June, the gentleman, there's only been one person working the compliance issue, and that was still his job. He's working out of DPW.
Mr. Denmead?
Mr. Denmead, yeah, Charlie Denmead. So he's working out of my office on the 5th floor, and he'll go in the morning before the city hall opens around and try to handle what he calls a watch list, which is compiled from previous calls that he talks to Carlos, the Easy supervisor. He and Mr. Denmead are in daily communication with each other. So if it's an immediate emergency issue, Charlie tries to handle that right away. If there is issues regarding addresses that have become concerns, Easy or Carlos and Charlie are working together to get them on the watch list, since he's the only guy working it and
I have sat
taking
with
his
Mr.
time to go
Denmead, and
through.
I've seen his program. I'm glad to
Okay.
know he's still doing that.
Yeah.
So my question is, so the guys that are actually coming and loading the barrels onto the trucks are writing down addresses if the.
Yes, they are communicating with Carlos. Carlos communicates it to Charlie, and then so on and so forth.
And if a resident wants to call and report an address, who do they call?
They can call the city hall to speak to DCM office. The girls have been taking calls since I've been there, and they
Counselor, can you
communicate.
just move your mic a little bit more, just so we can hear you? Towards you, I'm sorry.
They've been gathering data on a daily basis and
Okay.
communicating it back to Easy and Charlie.
So they should call the ladies in the DCM office?
Absolutely, yeah.
Nothing to do with Lewiston Street?
No, nothing to do with Lewiston Street. Also, if they want to contact Easy Direct, the website should be updated with a link and a telephone number.
Okay. And you just gave me the fines issued since May of 2016. What were the 3 weeks, Mrs. Viveras, that we did that
It was in
enforcement
May.
days? It was
I
in
believe
May?
it was in May, Counselor, and we were actually had cars following the trucks. I would add that Mr. Ponciano is in the midst of organizing work crews, if you will, within his department, and of course, we have to go through the union, and he's actually planning on adding additional individuals who would be involved in inspections, so we can beef up that initiative. Clearly, one individual is struggling to keep up with that. Additionally, we are doing a very ambitious educational initiative. We currently have just produced tags so that if the barrel is non-compliant, we can actually leave a tag on it. We've developed materials that are going to be going out in the utility bills.
I'm sorry, just 1 second. Weren't we putting tags on barrels previously?
This is a new tag that is developed that actually has the information on it, the fines, the warnings, the
So have
progressive
we not been
warnings.
using tags on barrels in the?
Easy Disposal has not been adding tags to barrels. They've just been recording the addresses and calling them in. When Mr. Denmead goes out, he would put something on the barrel, but we're trying to get Easy Disposal to actually place those tags on the barrels so it can be a lot more immediate in its responsiveness.
So the owner has no idea if they're in violation or not?
In some instances, that's correct, and that's where the hanging tags were identified to try to assist with that.
When we rolled out the new pay-as-you-throw, this isn't on my list, but now that you're saying these things, when we rolled out the new pay-as-you-throw with the 3-week enforcement, and part of that was the barrels were all going to be tagged, and the landlord was going to be noticed, so we haven't been doing that?
Well, again, since we lost the staff through the layoffs the end of June, there has not been the manpower to do that. They were actually driving around, as you described, following and
Right.
actually putting the notices on, but absent that, that has dropped off, so that needs to get reinitiated. Once Mr. Ponciano gets his crews established, he's going to be able to start doing that more aggressively as well.
That was
The
the
oth-
bad company that was following those trucks, correct?
Yes, they had agreed to do
Zero.
it at no charge to us, you're right. Waste Zero had done it for us.
So we rolled out a program, and then Waste Zero did it for 3 weeks, but we didn't have anything in place to continue the tags after that? We announced this big program.
They did 3 weeks. We followed up until June 30th. And then due to staffing reductions, it stopped at that point.
So we did May and June after the big announcement.
Right. After they finished their 3 weeks, then we picked it up from there.
So there's been nothing July, August, and into September now?
Can I speak a little on that?
Sure.
So what we got going on is there has been, obviously, Charlie handing out the fines, obviously at a much lower rate. So I sat down with Charlie. We kind of went through some of the study that Waste Zero had conducted. Waste Zero at the end of June had compiled a compliance number of somewhere in the 98%. That's where they came up. So based on similar criteria, Charlie and I were reviewing current numbers from July until present day. As of yesterday, when we looked at the final figures preparing for the meeting today, we are down somewhere between 10 and 12%. So we're somewhere in the 86 to 88% compliance rate at the moment.
And I mean, my guess would be that those numbers are going to keep dropping. We don't have anybody enforcing it.
No, so currently, as Ms. Viveros had stated, due to the layoffs with the Teamsters. There's some reorganization happening. So the reorganization, I've been working with the union last few weeks and with Human Resources to try to reestablish some new job descriptions, some compliance officers, because we didn't have official compliance officers set. So if everything goes well, I expect to have 3 to 4 compliance officers, one for each end of the city, one to supervise, and then the other one to handle intermediate.
And what would be your timeline for having that implemented?
The job descriptions are complete. It's just a matter of the union and I think everybody just coming together and saying, well, this job descriptions are what we're looking for, or maybe we need to revise a couple of them based on some contractual rules or some other issues that may be in the job description that shouldn't be there. Or maybe we need to add a couple of things in the job description. But other than that, the preliminary job descriptions are complete.
And do you have a printout of the compliance rates? I had asked you for that on the phone.
Printout of the complaint, I believe so. Yeah, I put together a letter for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just, I mean,
And for the other counselors as well.
we depend on this money.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna let other councils talk on that. I'm just gonna ask one other question on the snow removal specific. Who are we now calling for snow removal? Sidewalks. I mean, it's September, it's not snowing, but when it snows and they don't,
Are you referring to
Shovel.
the private contractors that
No.
the city hires, or?
no, I'm talking about residents.
Oh,
The
who are
resident-
responsible for cleaning their
Right.
sidewalks?
And they don't do it, who do we call? Because this is something, again, that I had an ordinance, and this is the one where it comes up. If the city doesn't do their buildings, how
Again,
can
I
you say
believe it would be a minimum housing
snow removal
violation.
is minimum housing? Okay, that's different than what I was told, but, okay. So they call minimum housing. And then what is their process of enforcing it?
Again, they would have to notify the homeowner that they're under obligation based on ordinance to clear their sidewalk, and they would be able to issue some sort of a citation for noncompliance.
And have they issued any fines in fiscal 2016?
I'll be honest with you, Counselor, I don't know that there's been an aggressive effort to try to enforce that ordinance in recent, at least not as long as I can recall.
Because last winter, and I remember, and I know that there's a woman here in the audience that had spoke to me about this last winter when the snow was piling up. Plymouth Avenue was piling up. It was piling up. There's lots on Bradford Ave that nobody pays any attention to, and it's on a corner where kids are walking to school. It becomes a safety issue. We need to do a better job at this. We need to do a better job of who we need to call minimum housing. Again, there's 2 people there. They've got, by the ordinances, 5-hour window to clear their snow during the daylight hours. And we're having to, possibly cancel school because kids walk to school. They can't walk on the sidewalks.
I think Mr. Ponciano's enforcement group could certainly extend themselves to that type of enforcement as well during the snowstorms. But clearly, it is, you're correct, Counsel, it's a function of manpower. It's a function of being able to get out and issue those citations. At least now, once the citation is instituted and we have an ability to track it and to follow up to try to secure the payment. So we're hopefully going to be addressing it on a number of fronts. But you're correct, it hasn't been well enforced because of limited resources.
All right, I'm going to yield for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 1, followed by Counselor in seat 6, 5, 7, and 8.
Good evening.
Hey, good evening.
How you doing?
Not bad.
It's good to see you down here.
Nice to see you too.
Yeah, I like the two-way conversation. It's awesome. So but let's keep on doing this. That being said, I have some concerns. I'm so glad that this resolution was brought forward by my 2 colleagues, my 2 esteemed colleagues. That being said, there are some properties that that are just plain blighted. I get phone calls on a regular basis, and I share the sentiments of my colleague in seat number 4 that it's very difficult to kind of get some of this stuff done. And I'm going to drop some addresses just because of the fact that we can. There's one over on Wade Street in between 3rd and 4th that there is rubbish everywhere in the property. And what's happening is now rodents are attracted. And and there's an establishment over there, there's a veterans establishment right next door to it. And now we're talking about potentially serving beverages and food right next to a place that's infested with rodents. There's a place over on Doherty Street, I believe, where we have a vacant house where the brush is overgrown and it's going into the neighbor's yard, and animals are starting to live there. There was a place that I was called to, and I actually went one night on Riverview, and this keeps on happening over and over and over again. The average person who talks to me, I'd say when we have conversations, majority of the time, it's about either a sidewalk in front of their street or a pothole in front of their street or some blighted property on the side of them. So I think that the 311 system is a positive approach towards solving this issue long-term. And I think we need to figure out a way to be more proactive about this, so I appreciate that you talked about that. I do agree with my colleague in seat number 4 that we need some immediate action as well, but I think that long-term action seems to be the most suitable method, and I appreciate that you said that you're going to do that, and I'll be supportive of that. Next up, we started talking about pay-as-you-throw fines, and this is where I hope we have this dialogue and we can continue working on this. So I don't want to talk about what previously happened and what is happening now, how I felt a certain way, because the past is the past. Let's be real about this. But our cost continues to go up. So now we're talking about, we had a certain amount of cost. We're expected to pay that cost every single year, and it's non-negotiable, so we don't have the ability to, in the event that we're not collecting as much revenue as we wanted to, we can't just say, hey, you know what, we're going to cut overtime a little while in order to make that happen. Now we have this fixed $3.3 million contract, and we're reliant on revenue. And right now we're not doing a good job of generating that revenue in order to be able to pay that bill. This is important. So we talked about 4 new compliance officers. What is that going to cost? About 120, 150?
They're not new, they're already people here on
They're
staff.
already people, and they're going to be shifted?
Yeah,
Where?
so that's a shift of the reorganization, basically, of the DPW, the people who are displaced from the privatization. Currently, as you know, we're out in the streets trying to clean up neighborhoods as best as we can, but all of that still has to
So
come
they're
through.
Parks Department people now?
They're not Parks Department. They're the DPW division out of 10 Lewiston Street.
Okay, so the way that I understand it,
Yeah.
the entire sanitation department was let go.
That's correct.
Okay, so where are these people coming from?
At the time, Counselor, there were approximately 30 employees that were in sanitation and 42 in streets and highways. So the streets and highways staff remains, that continues. We actually, once Mr. Ponciano gets them reorganized, we're actually finding that we have more resources available, because it was very common when we had in-house collections to have people from the streets division crossing over and taking overtime and filling in for the trash collections. Now that we're no longer doing trash collections, those 42 individuals are available to do what Mr. Ponciano envisions as it's going to come down to 3 separate tasks or work crews, if you will. So there's going to be a crew that's going to be doing sidewalk and pothole repair. Hence, in the capital plan, we're requesting the equipment to stop bringing more of those services in-house.
We're kind of diverging, though, because we're speaking specifically about sanitation, and I appreciate that we're doing those things.
Well, the third one anyway is just, it's litter, all right? So there's a litter and street cleaning and brush cleaning crew, and then there's the enforcement crew. So, but it's all that 42, I thought that was your question, 42 individuals who are now, and they're all, the reason he's working closely with the unions, we want it to be very clear that he has the right to move them between those crews and as needed, but again.
Wasn't that the initial problem? Wasn't that the reason why we decided to do away with sanitation, is because people were being used, instead of cleaning streets and cleaning sidewalks and doing all this stuff, they were being used for sanitation purposes, and now we're reverting back to that again, it seems.
No, because now it'll all be within streets, whether they're clearing brush and cutting back
So just giving them the different
street
people doing
limbs and
the same
that.
thing.
It's all going to be utilized towards improving the conditions of our streets.
Okay, so obviously it's important that we have this revenue in order to be able to make sure we can pay our bills at the end of the year. So I think anything that we can do in order to be able to make sure that we have the 3 or 4 people to enforce this, and I appreciate your effort in trying to dive down and figure out how to make sure we can enforce it back to the 98%. I think we have to do that, and I think all my colleagues want to get regular updates on that. The other thing is, and we can talk about this offline, but I'm concerned about the formula that you're using in order to be able to measure compliance. So, because frankly, based on what we've seen, and I think my colleagues will agree with me on this, I think 98% is a farce. Frankly, 98% doesn't seem likely.
No, I mean, that 98% was a number we got from Waste Zero. So after contacting Waste Zero, trying to figure out how they came up with that figure, Charlie did most of that speaking. But talking to Charlie, we came up with a similar kind of model,
Right.
just to kind of figure out more or less where we were, not having anything obviously scientific behind us.
Right.
But so that's where we came up with the drop of about 10 to 12% from
Right.
from that figure.
And frankly, I'd love to be able to work with you on trying to figure out a formula that
Perfect.
measures it perfectly.
Yeah.
And I'd rather know the truth as
Give you my
opposed
card.
to, as opposed to kind of make an assumption. Because right now, we're dealing with one formula that we used to use last year. And now
Absolutely.
we have a new formula that was being used in May, June, and now into the new year. So I think it's important that we kind of pick a formula and stick with it.
Sure, yeah. Grab a formula that you want, talk to me.
Yeah,
And
let's sit
we
down.
we can hash out the details of what specifically you'd like to look for in the compliance numbers.
And I think that that's probably the best way, and my colleagues and I can now sit down and we can figure out ways to address this issue. Because obviously enforcement is a key in order to generate the revenue, in order to not only pay the bills
Sure.
that are with this, but to pay what you do.
Sure.
So we need to make sure that we're getting the revenue in order to pay that $3.3 million a year, otherwise we have a problem.
Okay. Go ahead.
Lastly, the snow removal, we were talking about, and my colleague in seat number 4, again, talking about snow removal of properties that are owned by residents and businesses. And I agree 100%, but the other thing to think about is under overpasses and municipal buildings that aren't used all the time. And I can talk about, I'm out on my road on a pretty regular basis. I run in the morning, and if it's a snowy day, underneath the overpass on Molson Road is full of snow. Nobody's shoveling that. Who is in charge of taking care of those spaces, the open spaces that either the city or the state owns?
Well, again, Counselor, if it's a state-owned bridge or whatever, a state road, the state would be responsible. If it's within the city, it would be the city. I would say to you that when we created the separate department for buildings and grounds, we did add staff to that department, and those individuals now are actually part of a lot of the cleanup that you're starting to see. So they'll be able to be dispatched to try to assist with that. There are only 2 individuals at the moment in that area, but we think that they're going to be able to get more aggressive in terms of maintaining the sidewalks and specifically snow around all of the municipal buildings and those properties that we're specifically responsible for.
And my concern is we're potentially running into this do as I say, not as I do government. So we're saying, hey, we're going to start finding people for something that we do and we readily admit to. So I think that it's important that we should be leading by example. And it sounds like you're addressing the issue, but I guess we'll see what happens this winter. So thank you again to my colleagues in seat number 4 and seat number 8 for submitting this resolution. I think it's an important conversation, and I yield.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I retract
go ahead.
that for a second? Last one, 5-hour window. We were talking about the ordinance that says that you have a 5-hour window during daytimes. I can tell you that personally, I leave 8 o'clock in the morning. If it starts snowing at 10, I'm expected to be able to come back home by 3 o'clock in order to be able to, and have a road cleared, or my driveway cleared. Oh, not my driveway, I'm sorry, my sidewalk. Does anybody else find that unreasonable? We're going to leave in the middle of the day in order to be able to clear our sidewalk and then go back to work? I think we might want to revisit this ordinance. I'd be happy to work with my colleagues who submitted this in order to be able to work on that. But with that, I yield.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 6, Councilor Mitchell.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here this evening. And I'd like to thank my 2 colleagues for putting this resolution in, because I think it's something we should be discussing. Just this very day, I got a call from a person that lives on New Boston Road. It's amazing because yesterday I got a call from this person's neighbor. And what they were concerned about is a vacant lot on the corner of Acadia Street and New Boston Road. I went by there to look at this lot. It is full of trash. It's got grass at least 2 or 3 feet high, although I shouldn't call it grass, it was more like weeds. But the thing is when these people called the city, they were told that they would send out a citation if there was a problem there, which I know for a fact there is. But if the person didn't address it, they had no one to send out there. And I'm talking about the city. The city had no one to go out there and rectify this problem. And as you were saying, we could put a lien on the property. I did talk to the mayor about this very day, and the mayor said this was totally unacceptable, and I agree with him. But I would hope that someone talks to whoever is putting out this information, because it's not the type of information that I feel bodes well for our city. And I would hope that someone goes up there and tells them that this cannot continue. But you did mention a figure, and I didn't get it, as to how much is in that revolving account to clean vacant lots. What was that figure?
Well, the amount, Counselor, that's in it as of now, we're into FY '17. Counselor had asked about FY '16. We currently have $4,798.
Okay. So we do have the funds to go out and clean some.
Yes,
lots.
Counselor.
I think that's what should be told to people, that there are funds, and if the individual that owns those lots that are not cleaned up in a timely fashion, they can be fined, or they can have a lien placed against their property to clean these lots. And this lot, I would ask any one of my colleagues to go and look at. It is atrocious what's going on there. And that's a fairly nice neighborhood, and this sure doesn't fit into it. And the people that called me both said that there are rodents on this property, and it has attracted rodents. When we go to pay as you throw, I think that that's quite ambitious when we say that there's an 85 or 86% compliance. Because I was stuck behind a truck in the Flint neighborhood, Flint section of our city, and I have to be honest with you, I was amazed at how few purple bags were going into that truck. And I also was given a call by an individual that lives on 4th Street and stated that there were very few people who were complying. I went up there and just walking around and popping up a barrel now and then. There's very few who are complying. And I spoke to one individual and they said, look, we just don't have the money to buy bags. When it comes to a situation where you've got to buy food or bags, we buy food, which I understand. As the person had a cigarette in their mouth, that's neither here nor there. But the fact of the matter is that I don't think the compliance is what we think it is. I think it's a lot lower than that.
Mr. Counselor, I probably tend to agree with you, but as Counselor in seat 1 mentioned, maybe it's better that we all come up with a streamlined statistical formula that we can all follow, because obviously the current formula that was just used was a best guess estimate based on the formula that was used in the end of June. So just to kind of keep it on the same level, so we could have similar numbers, or at least have a comparison that would be something justified to present. That's where that number came from.
I would also interject, Counselor, that, and Mr. Denmead's been part of this analysis, that we have some neighborhoods where compliance is almost 100%. They're doing very well. The neighbors are following. And then we have other neighborhoods, and you did mention 2 of them, where the non-compliance is much higher than the average. So I think in some instances, it's a function of what neighborhoods you're in and on any given time. So what they're attempting to do is target the neighborhoods where they know they have high non-compliance. We don't have the staff to cover every single street every single week to check for compliance. So we're targeting the problem neighborhoods, and clearly where we have, high incidences of absentee landlord and of that nature, we find the compliance is not as high as it should be.
Well, there's two things that I would like to point out. One is I can appreciate a person who has to make a choice between food and bags. I can appreciate that, and I do think that we should probably look into a program to help those individuals. Because I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to see a child going without their milk so that mom can buy a bag. That's kind of ridiculous. But at the same time, I do think that there's a lot of people who are just kind of thumbing their nose at the entire program. And I think those individuals need to be reeled in, so to speak. But you mentioned that there were, how many citations given out?
To date, about 132.
And now, how many went to court?
19 appealed.
Okay. And you said 17 of those were dismissed.
Were dismissed.
Why were they dismissed?
Doesn't say, really, but, I mean, it could have been first-time violators who were just given a second chance, things like that.
That had been our experience, Council. I know we may have talked about this previously, that if the housing court feels that it's a first time that they've been in, they're more inclined, they don't
Yeah, it could have been knowledge.
consider themselves
not having knowledge of
enforcement
it.
agencies, so they'll dismiss. And I think our greater success with the housing court is going to be the repeat offenders. And hence, yet again, while they're focusing now on targeting the neighborhoods where we know we have high repeat offenders and trying to get those to stick.
Now, could we not institute a program where the sanitation haulers write down the addresses of those individuals who are not in compliance? Because these guys are just picking up the barrels, and, I mean, I saw them taking bags, black bags, white bags, and just throw them in
Well,
the
currently,
back of the truck.
as if what I mentioned earlier is that Easy works with their supervisor to contact Charlie directly, and any major situations that we need to get Charlie on the road, he's on the road right behind Easy. Other than that, Charlie just tries to develop a watch list so that the following day, when he is on the road, he can go, or the following week, really, because it's week to week. He gets to that neighborhood, goes to that area, and spots the individual who was a violator from either the previous week or who's become a repeat offender.
You recall, Counselor, too, that the ordinances as we pass them, that the citation goes to the, in this particular case, to the household as opposed to the property owner. So, I mean, we continue to struggle with the partial compliance. I mean, you go and you see the container and you may have 2 purple bags and 2 white bags. And then the challenge for Mr. Denmead is to figure out who put the white bags and who put the purple bags. And so again,
Most of what I was seeing being dumped, I didn't see many purple bags.
all right, so
that way.
maybe we just cite them all, Counselor, to your point, then in that particular instance, that would be the easier one to address.
But the thing is, it's not fair to those who are complying with the ordinances. And at the same time, I think those who are not doing what is right for their city, I think that they should be brought to task for it, because it's not fair to the others.
I would agree, Counselor.
Okay, with that, I'll yield.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Administrator, just quickly, I know the councilors have been asking about the compliance numbers. If we were to just benchmark the month of May and assume that was an 89% month in terms of revenue, what would the compliance be now in revenue terms?
Yes, Counselor. So we are tracking the sales as opposed to the collections right now. And the sales for the month of June were higher than the month of May. For July, they dropped off a little bit, and for June, they're back up over 200,000. So they're about, August rather, for August, they're about 230,000.
So that would be consistent with the month of May, which would be 89%, if that percentage was accurate?
Actually, I believe May was closer to 190. It was 240,000 or 249,000, and this is all from memory, in the month of June. In July, it dropped down to 189 or 190,000, and in August, it's back up to about 230,000.
Unfortunately, Mr. President, what we were finding is that people weren't buying them monthly. Sometimes they would buy one amount and it would cover them for 6 weeks or 7 weeks. So we found ourselves needing to average the sales over a multiple month period in order to get a true reflection.
Exactly. And then we had at some point during the month of July, which is the belief from Waste Zero with regard to the drop in the sales. We had several stores that were out of bags, and so they had to restock their bags because I'm assuming with the program being launched again, as Mrs. Viveras just said, people were buying rolls of bags at a time. And so part of the decline in the month of July, per my discussion with Waste Zero, had to do with some of the stores being out of bags. So we're trying to keep a handle on that and monitor the sales very closely.
Okay, thank you. Counselor in C5?
Many of the questions I had have been answered, so I'm not going to beat that up, but, I think we kind of put the cart before the horse when we're looking at this. Just a quick question, if you could just, the procedural process. You send out, they go out, they collect the trash. I'm not clear on how that happens. And even with in the conversation tonight and listening to it, we issue the citations and we got 132, 17. Of the 132 and 17 people who were dismissed, how many of them were repeats?
So far, I've only seen 2 repeats marked down.
Out of 132, there
Out
were
of the
only 2 repeat?
132, I only saw 2 repeat offenders that were issued repeat tickets.
So we are keeping track of that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from what I understand the process is if you go by a residence and they're not complying, they get a warning for the first offense. Is that correct?
Yeah, so from what I understand, there's a warning that's given. Then it goes back based on a watch list of some kind where they then go back and issue a citation if they're not complying with the purple bags.
Okay, so we give them a warning, we go through the process, they don't pay attention to it, we issue a citation. Okay,
Yes.
during the process of issuing that citation, how long does it take from citation to them actually showing up in court?
Depends on who appeals. I mean, or
On average.
when the appeal it happens. So if there was an appeal, and not everybody appeals, obviously, because there's only been 19. So it could be a matter of within a few weeks, a couple of weeks, maybe.
Okay, so by the time they
I mean, I
get to
can
court.
get you the exact number when.
They've
when I
already
talk
had
to-
one warning, now they have a citation, and then most of the fines are dismissed because the court feels like if I give them a warning and tell them if you come back, you're gonna have to pay the fine. So now they basically have had 2 warnings, is that correct?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay, so.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct.
All right, if that's, okay, so on a second repeat offender, what's the fine for the first offense?
$100,
What's the fine for the second offense?
$200,
What's the fine for the third offense?
$300.
Well, all I'm saying, that part is, that really needs to be tracked. I'd like to see that. And if it becomes an issue with the housing court, that they're not enforcing our ordinances, then we'll have to talk to our delegation about that and put that in writing to them to say, these ordinances need to be enforced, especially in a municipal of our size and the types of problems that we have here. Now, the second part of this that intrigues me is when we went to privatization and we moved our workforce into cleaning the city. So now we have a group. Is there a schedule available to tell anybody in the city where the force has been dispersed within the city at any time during the month, or during the week, or during the day, or during the year? Does anybody know besides you as to where these people are being dispersed? Is there a schedule?
So currently, the schedule is being made up as we handle trouble areas that maybe have been sitting around for a while. We gather information from neighborhood folks, either from yourselves or from the administration or from people that call in and say, you know, this has been a problem spot. And then we develop a schedule that way. So then the following year, I envision that the following year, these areas that we've hit this year, we can come back, monitor those areas, see if, you know, being that they're public areas, we go back, check it all out, you know?
I understand that.
Yeah,
I want you to understand it from a perspective as a resident.
okay.
Okay, and it's about having confidence, okay? And I think one of the process and one of the problems that we have in the city is a lack of confidence in our government because of not having the proper information.
Okay.
So that if you were to tell me, okay, that this month we are, let's pick an area, doesn't matter, Corky Row, or wherever you were going to disperse these people, that they were going to be out there. And many of the resolutions tonight have to do with this clean city,
Sure.
which I'm an advocate for. But if we knew that on such and such a time over the next 3-4 weeks, you were dispersing your people in certain areas, so that some people could go up and look at the before, see it, and then go back and look at and see the result. And so would we. It would be much easier, and we'd say, wow, isn't that nice that we can see that? Instead of coming here and listen to some people say, well, it is getting better. We see it's getting better, but nobody else is seeing it because they can't trace it. So I think and I know you knew, and I'm not trying to beat you up.
No, it's fine. I envision it getting there.
And all I'm saying is we can talk about enforcement, and we can talk about picking up fines, and we can talk about the fine pieces and all that type of stuff, which is really after the fact.
Sure.
I want to know before the fact, okay, what it is exactly that we're doing, and I want the residents of the city to be able to know what we're doing prior to, so that when we're in those neighborhoods, okay, if you're saying that, like my colleague was saying, oh, we have these neighborhoods that we're on the watch list, and we're going to really start to hammer that neighborhood. Okay, is that over the next 30 days? Is that over the next week? Is that over like a 2-day process? I'm not sure. I don't know where that is.
We talking cleanup or enforcement?
We're talking everything. When you're going to see a resolution coming up about weeds, you're going to see resolutions coming up about litter, okay, and those areas that are concerning. Okay,
Sure.
It's not something that has to be done on something, we got a complaint today, we need to be over here, and we got a complaint next week, and so we got to be over here. I'd rather see it on a schedule so we know that on a monthly basis, each neighborhood is getting addressed and each piece is getting addressed.
So you'd like to see a calendar, basically?
A calendar
of-
about what's going
Which is
on.
completely understandable.
So that we can follow.
And as you understand, being that this is the first time, I guess, that this division has really focused on this sort of cleanup and sort of enforcement effort, developing that calendar is what we're currently
And
doing.
that's the only reason I'm having this conversation
Identifying certain
with you.
areas of trouble with either weeds or with trouble. I mean, obviously, the enforcement areas are probably always going to kind of shift, you know,
Well, that's
you're
fine,
always
because
gonna
you can have
issues here.
some
versus
guys that
issues
have to
there,
take care of
people
those
moving
issues.
in and out, transient
But that's not
population
gonna,
as it is.
that's not gonna encompass your complete workforce.
Counselor, if I may just, if one of you can speak at a time, and you're going back and forth at the same time, it's difficult to hear both of you speak at the same time, so. Counselor in C5, you got the floor.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Who's gonna go now, me or him?
You go ahead, sir. I don't
No,
wanna
but
mess
if you
with
understand what I'm saying, I'm just trying to say, what I'm looking for going forward is to be able to not only listen to the figures that you bring about 87 compliance rate and this, that, and the other, those pieces. Those are fine, and I do want those figures. But I think it's important to have a schedule, to have a calendar that we can look at, okay, so that we can actually experience, okay, the clean city, the clean initiatives, and all those things that we say we're doing, all right? And anybody at any time can go, this is where they're going to be. Let's see what it looks like, and let's see what it looks like when they're done. And I think that would be very, very helpful and would instill confidence not only in the government, but also within your department. So
Okay.
I'm just making a recommendation.
I'll accept
with
the
that.
recommendation if that's.
That I
makes you
yield.
happy.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 7, Counselor Pereira.
Thank you. And Mr. Ponciano, I know that we've talked about the purple bags,
Sure.
but the purple bags were never implemented properly. There's a whole plan that goes in before you even implement purple bags. So now that the horse has been let out of the barn, we're all running around trying to put the horse back in. So it's not all your fault.
I
But
appreciate that.
one person, Mr. Demmead, there's what, how many routes? 18 routes, 20 routes of
What,
trash?
trash? No, there's,
Per day, every day.
no, there's
many
about
routes?
3, 4 trucks. I mean, there's only about 8, 7, I want to say 6, 7 areas of garbage that they deal with.
On a daily basis, but
No, I'm talking about throughout the week. Throughout the
Okay.
week, yeah.
So you have all these trucks out, and you have one man running around. Of the 132 citations,
Hmm.
you said that 19 appealed. What happened to the others? They never appealed it, they just came in and paid?
The other 2 people that didn't appeal?
No, no, no. There
Yeah.
was,
Oh,
You had
the other people, the only,
132 citations
so
that
out
went
of,
out.
out of the
5 went and paid at the city
5 went and
clerk's
paid.
office.
That's your number right there. 5 people of the 132 went and
Right,
paid.
and of the 132, only 19 appealed.
Yeah,
So what happened to the others?
of the 132?
Yeah,
They just haven't paid yet.
and you think they're going to?
I'm not saying they are or they aren't.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Because
just
if
telling
they
you
don't
that that's
appeal
what the
it,
figure
they
is.
don't go to court. And if they don't appeal it, what do we do? If they haven't appealed it, and they haven't come and paid it, what is the mechanism to try to get the money from them?
Well, I think the mechanism, as the city administrator said, is a little bit, I don't know if you'd say, not the mechanism, but the ordinance addresses not the homeowner, but the actual person living in the residence.
And that's not what we said when we did bag sales. It wasn't to the homeowner, because they're not the generator of the trash.
right.
It was to the resident, and there was whatever tenant wasn't doing it. It wasn't the homeowner that should get fined. So I kind of disagree with that on some levels, because
I mean, it's a-
we had talked about
go
that.
Just to
However-
follow up to your question,
Sure,
Counselor, so I think those other individuals, those citations would again be inputted into the general billing module. We would be able to send out reminder notices that that's done, and I know that there's been some conversation about actually taking those people to small claims court to collect those citations.
The tenant,
The generator,
the generator, so it would
Yes.
be the tenant.
yes.
I think that's important to note.
Counselor, can you give me a second for a minute? Can I just
Sure.
remind everybody to keep the conversation to a minimum? It's just getting a little distracting. Thank you. Go ahead, Counselor.
Okay. So, you know, in looking at that, and I know that Ms. Sahadi and Mrs. Viveras talked about the number of bag sales. I think we also have to take into account that the reason the bag sales increased was because many people without the $10 fee are now coming back to the city. How many bins have you put out extra? I know I have a man that's still waiting for a bin, but a lot of the.
Which address is it?
I believe it's on Edmund Street. I have the address. I can give it to you.
Let me know
But-
in the morning.
But how many bins have you put out? You know, for trash, for yard waste, for recyclables, over the past couple of months?
I mean, in the course of
Well,
a
you
day.
haven't been here a couple of months, but,
No, I mean, it's been about 70 weeks or so.
yeah.
But, I mean, over the course of those 7 weeks or so, I've noticed a uptick of, every day we put out, I want to say about half a dozen of a certain color, another half a dozen of another color. So brown, green, blue, all go out based on the request of the homeowner or the resident.
So there's been more. I know one
Oh,
street.
there's been quite a few. I can get you that
Yeah.
figure. I don't have that figure with me tonight. I
Well, the only
apologize.
reason that I'm saying that
Yeah.
is that that would be one of the reasons for the bag sales. But honestly, I want to look at the cash that came in. And from January to last month, it was 190,000 that we received, 168, 170, 189, 190. I didn't see any that was over 200 when I asked for the figures. But in a calendar year, not fiscal year, but calendar year, so far we've generated $2.1 million when it's totaled up. And we estimated in the budget that we would get $3 million. So if that's the case, and we did the budget by fiscal year, not calendar year, but looking at calendar year, you would have to get another 900,000 in the few months left to December 31st, to the calendar year. So there is a concern there that I have, that we're not going to meet the projection. I too have spoken to some of the gentlemen who work for Easy. I saw them at Globe Four Corner at the Dunkin' Donuts when I went in and chatted with them outside and talked about concerns regarding bags, yard waste, recyclables, and it was, well, when we flip the barrel or the bin, when it's flipped, it's too late, and if people put things on the bottom of the barrel, we don't know it. There's no cameras on those trucks. No, there are cameras when you go in reverse, so there's a reverse camera on some of the trucks. So I don't even know if the trucks that DOT inspected, signed, labeled, numbered. I don't think that they are, because I don't see a DOT number on them.
I can only speak to what I've spoken to Easy about, and all those trucks are roadworthy. They're rental.
Are they DOT inspected?
Yes, they're rental vehicles. They're from a rental company. Obviously, they're not properly outfitted for what they currently need. Also, on the issue of flipping lids, I noticed a couple of councilors mentioned that. So speaking to Easy on the flipping lid thing, so if you notice, I guess, if you go through a neighborhood, you see the lids tossed up, those barrels are full. So what I've come to understand through Easy is that their groups of men, or their groups of workers, once they finish in an area, they kind of team up and try to work together to finish another area. So when you see a lid flipped back, for example, that's one indication to the next group of men coming in that particular neighborhood or street has been completed. And I'm not aware that everybody knew about that, but that's kind of like their internal little signal.
It's not a real good signal,
Not a
because if it
good
starts
signal,
to
but
rain.
it is their little signal, just so you
Our workers didn't do
know.
that before, and they kind of knew where they were going. But if it rains, or wintertime, it snows, you leave lids open, it's going to be really hard for them to move that bin up there. But again, I hear people talk about 42 individuals that are cleaning and doing this and that. I don't buy there's 42 individuals doing that. Because you got 2 on litter, you have 4 mechanics, 3 supervisors, you got a fuel attendant, you've got 2 people on emergency trucks, you've got 3 that have to stay behind at the yard,
Yeah,
one at the
that
gate,
total-
one to
That's one
operate.
big number.
You've got a loader operator there, and everybody's cleaning up because that's the equipment they have to work with, because we don't have the equipment. So that's why they're going around cleaning weeds and that type of thing. But I think that there needs to be something else with the pay-as-you-throw. I am tired of people saying to me, and I feel their frustration, I bought purple bags since the day we all had to buy it. And everyone on my street uses purple bags, I can tell you that. But is it fair to my neighbors when other people are getting away with it? There's got to be another way to monitor this. I really have an issue with that. And I have an issue when I talk to the gentleman from Easy, and they say, well, yeah, there's recyclables on the bottom, or yard waste on the bottles. What's our tonnage gonna be? I mean, they pick up the trash, but we, as residents, are still paying for the disposal of trash. So the heaviness and the volume of trash, I'd like to see, what our tonnage is now versus what our tonnage was before. Even mattresses. I mean, you're picking up a mattress, you get to the transfer station, you can't leave the mattress there, they pull it out. So it costs the resident of this city $24 to get rid of a mattress, when in the city, we had a grant, we could get rid of so many for nothing, And if not, it's $14. So they're costing my residents money. On every mattress, I'm paying $10 more, or we as a community are paying more. I don't think we should be doing that. I just think that sometimes things are done so quickly with not enough thought process that it's bothersome. But I move on to blighted properties. You talked about the lot cleanup fund that you have. How about blighted properties? Is that in that same fund?
It could be, Counselor, if there was a lien issued for cleaning. We are reactivating, and again, the Neighborhood Outreach Coordinator has gotten very actively involved with this, along with Mr. Fiore, and they're reactivating the effort to address the Building Blocks program. So I think that's designed to address some of those same areas as well.
Well, let me tell you that several years ago, my colleague in seat number 3 implemented something whereby if a landlord lived out of town, they had to have a contact information in the entry, had to be labeled so that we would know who to contact. We have many homes in Fall River that people have walked away from, that have been foreclosed, that banks have taken, yet there's not a list of who the person is that's responsible for managing that property. And I don't know, I mean, you might want to talk to Attorney Macy. When we have foreclosures with a bank, is there a way for them on foreclosed property, for the bank to give us a bond, so that they have a bond that if you have to clean up, you've got the money right there to send out and have it done? I don't know if you can do that or not, but I think it's worth checking with the legal department. Because the only way that you're going to get the money back is when that property is sold. You'll put a lien on the property, then when the property's sold, the money will come off. Same thing with water bills and sewer bills, et cetera. That's when it comes off. But then people in the city have gone out and cleaned blighted properties, and they wait months to get paid. Last year, before the end of the fiscal year, I spoke to you about one. They owed $15,000 to somebody who's cleaned blighted properties throughout the city. That's not fair. How does a company that's doing that pay their employees? So all the money comes out of their pocket until the city decides to reimburse them. So you have vendors that don't want to bother with the city, because if they go to an outside town or to another city and they complete a job, they get their payment within 30 to 60 days. So this is not working. It is not working. I have a man on Montgomery Street who has the house to the right and to the left of him with issues. He planted a garden. The rats ate most of the garden, more than he was able to get. Now, that's a problem. There's a shed, needs to be knocked down. And Mr. Dufour, I do call him, he did go, wrote a letter. Now, after the letter, you go, write another letter, you've got to go to court. The process is so long that by the time they get the okay or instruct somebody to knock it down, we're going to be in the winter. So I don't even know if they're going to be able to do it. But to my colleague in seat number 4, if you have trouble getting a hold of minimum housing, I have cell phone numbers. I've learned that cell phone numbers today is a quick way to access people. But I really think that you need to maybe bond, maybe have people responsible for the property, that they have to go out there and clean it, or that they're sent a bill, not even just a lien on the property, but sent a bill. Because the other thing you talked about was, if somebody has a lien on their property, but then they wanted to come in for a permit, they're not given a permit. Remember?
Yeah, if they have any outstanding fines or fees owed the city, yes.
But that's really not fair, because I know a situation where the homeowner needed to call a plumber, and they needed to do some work around a plumbing issue, and one was a hot water tank, and they had to get a permit to go in and do this specific work. The plumber was told that the homeowner owed money. That's not the plumber's business. That's between the city and the homeowner. And so what are we going to do? Not allow this person to do the plumbing work that needs to be done? Or to put in a hot water tank, a new piping system, or what have you?
Well, again, Council,
So I don't
if
think
it's
that
an emergency, then obviously we wouldn't hold up that process. But the circumstance you just described, I mean, it's benefiting the homeowner who owes the money.
But then I think that you need to call the homeowner and say, we can't issue this permit because of this and this and this, and because your situation isn't an emergency. But I don't think it's right to give information to somebody who's coming in to provide a service, whether it's a plumber, electrician, contractor. I don't think it's any of their business on what issues the homeowner is having.
Well, the recent Massachusetts modernization bill addressed this circumstance and actually has authorized it, so we are able to do it, and
But does it say that you inform the service provider, or does it say you inform the homeowner?
it's, again, it's part of the permit process.
But does it
The
say
homeowner,
that you-
I'm assuming, would know that they owe these fees or fines or whatever the
But
case
I'm
may be.
sure in that modernization, it doesn't say that you tell the service provider that they
We're
can't
able
get a
to notify
permit
the vendor.
because you can't tell them that it's because this person isn't up to date on bills. I'm sure that it's kind of like a HIPAA law kind of thing, like you really can't share information
it.
about person's finance or
Yeah,
something.
we're not aware of
I don't
any
think you can. I just don't
objections or
like it, Mrs.
restrictions,
Viveras.
Counselor.
I don't
so
think it's.
It's all public information, and so,
Right, that somebody owes something, but I
Right.
don't, I mean, I had a plumber tell me that he felt really uncomfortable to go back, that it.
certainly, yeah.
But getting back to the blighted property, I think that there needs to be a better way of circulating the money, because right now, with the money that you have in there, and I've called, why isn't this property being done? It's been, well, we don't have the money to issue out for it to be done, was what I was told, by the building department. Because the building department's the one that sends people out, or they bid the jobs now? Do they bid over 500? Are we bidding on everything? Are we bidding only over 500? What are you doing now in purchasing, on cleaning blighted properties?
Again, Counselor, that amount is typically so small that they're able to, I don't even know that they'd be required to get multiple quotes. It depends on the threshold, the dollar threshold.
Well, sometimes they are putting out bids, and I thought that they were told that now they were gonna put out bids for everything. But I think, getting back to banks that own properties, or things that are foreclosed, or somebody who lives out of town having a manager, having somebody's name there that we can call.
I believe that is a
would be somewhat
requirement,
beneficial.
Counselor, so we'll have to just check to see and make sure that's happening. But I agree with you. I think that is a requirement. You have to post a contact information within the property.
And I know that the next item on here was regarding the snow removal ordinance, and, I mean, I agree, it's nice that people shovel their sidewalks as soon as they can, and it's unfortunate that years ago, there was more of a sense of responsibility and ownership into a community. You took care of your property. You took care of the sidewalk. You made sure that things were cleaned. You made sure there wasn't weeds. There was a sense of responsibility and ownership and pride in the community that you lived in. And I find that there's so many people from out of town that come in, buy properties, don't live here, and don't have that same feeling of pride in our community. The house is just someplace that I'll rent and I'll make money on, but I'm not invested into the community. And that saddens me, because that's not what I grew up with. I don't know. I just think that you need to do something more with the pay-as-you-throw, because that's got to get resolved, and I feel the frustrations of people that are complying and others that aren't. And maybe there needs to be some discussion with Housing Court, that the city is depending on this money as part of our budget. People know it, we've announced it, we've done trainings on it, we've done, work on TV about it. I mean, it's out there and it's public. And I don't care if it's the first or second time, this is the rule, you need to follow it. And perhaps a meeting with them would assist. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor seat 8, Councilor Fonte.
Mr. President, thank you. It baffles me still that no matter what resolution comes out of anything, this council always gets back to talking about trash and pay-as-you-throw. It's crazy. Hopefully, this conversation is working its way towards ending, and we can start working and talking about things of importance. But I will comment on it. I will comment on the fact that on the pay-as-you-throw category, because everybody else commented, so I feel like I can too. We did have a grant for pay-as-you-throw, for the enforcement aspect.
Correct, Counselor.
Where are we with the grant that was awarded?
It's completed.
It's been completed?
Yes.
When did it complete? Was that 2-month program that?
Yeah, I want to, I would be guessing, I think it was around June 30th, but I know the program, the funds have ended.
Okay, all right. In my comment on the pay-as-you-throw side and the enforcement, I don't personally feel, and this is just my opinion, that Easy Disposal has any incentive to at all indicate whether or not people are complying with pay-as-you-throw. There's no incentive for Easy Disposal to call you or call some supervisor and saying this address isn't cooperating with pay-as-you-throw, because essentially they're not receiving any funds from the fines. And it's also, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no reason for them to really work hard. Their job is to pick up the trash. Am I correct with that?
Actually, contractually, Counsel, they are obligated to assist us with the enforcement of pay-as-you-throw.
But the people who are picking.
And they have been, again, phoning in the non-compliance, which is that's their obligation. As far as putting the tags on, they've agreed to do that as well. They can't write citations.
Right, I understand that. We're in September now, and I think you're new, I know you're new here, but it's time for this, I'll end with this on pay-as-you-throw. It's time to get this straight. It's been going on way too long that this city cannot get it together with pay-as-you-throw. I still think it's a failed program. We have to get it together. And next time we come back for our 6-month update or 3-month update for this fiscal year, I'm going to be all over the administration in terms of where we're at with the compliance, figure out what kind of formula we're using for compliance, because one person says we're doing this, one person says we're doing that. It's just, please, get it together. And on the blighted property topic, and first, I'd like to recognize Judge Macy on this, because I know that he's working extremely hard to find out what other communities are doing when it comes to blighted properties and properties that are not conforming. I've stated in subcommittee, and I'll state here again, it's a very easy mechanism. It's very easy to go out like Chelsea does, and like Worcester does, and like other municipalities do, and go out there. If you find a property that is of violation, you issue a fine per day. Trust me when I tell you this, that whoever the bank is or whoever the investor is, whether they're local or out of town, they will address the issue. The enforcement aspect is what we need to focus on. Finding the personnel and having the plan to enforce something that if people are calling Councilor Pereira on Montgomery Street and they're indicating to her that, well, there's grass tall and I got rats going in, and that house is a violation, you charge that homeowner $300 a day and you order that they address it. If they don't, that fine is $300 a day and it's $8,000 after a couple of weeks. It's simple. Communities do it all over the place. And in addition to that, these out-of-town banks and hedge funds and property owners that may be in Texas or Florida or California, they hire local people to address their properties. But those local people can't just go say, hey, go cut the grass, or hey, go fix this property, or hey, go fix this leaking roof. That comes from the bank. And I've stated, or the investor, or the out-of-town hedge fund, whatever it is. Very simple. I've stated before, when a foreclosure deed or a deed is recorded from an out-of-town owner, Perry Long did this every single time. The Registry of Deeds notifies the person responsible for those streets, or notifies when Perry Long was there, he got notified, he sent a letter to the bank, and it was addressed. I'm telling you, it's simple. We just need to get it together when it comes to when a property's blighted, or like Councilor in seat 6 indicated that, we have weeds on a lot on New Boston Road. Well, if you fine them $300 a day, I'll bet you within 24 hours that's addressed. Now, on the topic of bonding, and I'll defer to when Judge Macy comes down when he comes down with the ordinances. Worcester was doing bonding on abandoned properties. They were requiring that the out-of-town owner put a $5,000 bond on a property. And if the property is not preserved or the property isn't addressed, they would then, in fact, draw from the bond. A judge has indicated, though, recently, that that is illegal to do. So Worcester, then again, changed their process. So Worcester now, if you have a vacant foreclosure, is charging $2,500 to $3,000 for that vacant property registration. Worcester then takes that money and they put it into a enforcement account. The enforcement account is an account that they continue to utilize. So should a property on New Boston Road or on the corner of Arcadia Street be considered an issue, they're going to draw from that. They're going to draw from that fund and then lien the property, and then they're going to hit them with a fine per day until it's addressed. So it's a process that I think there's a lot of people in the community who possibly have the experience and have been hands-on with that they can go address. As counselors, we all get phone calls from people who are concerned about the property across the street or the house down the road. It's a process that I know the administration's working on. I've had conversations with Judge Macy on a regular basis pertaining to what other communities are doing. I know he's researching it, and when that package that Judge Macy and his interns have worked tremendously hard on doing comes before the council, I'll be asking the questions then. But the blighted property, I guess we can all hear from it together. And Judge Macy's here in the audience tonight. Very simple. You charge a fee per day or a fine per day, address it. If it's not done, trust me, that bank in Canton, Ohio, or that bank in Texas, Florida, New Jersey, or California is going to find a way to find somebody to get down there and clean that house. So we could continue to talk about this, but it's really that easy. It really is. With that being said, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion that this be tabled.
Counsel, would you hold off on that motion? There's just three more
Sure,
individuals that'd like to
sure,
speak. I mean,
sure. Absolutely,
we're
thank you.
We're at the end.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Counsel in seat 3. I'm sorry, you're next.
Thank you, Council President. And I want to thank my colleagues in seat 8 and seat 4 for bringing this to our attention and having this discussion. I'd like to just advise my colleague in seat 8 that this is not going to go away. We're going to be talking about trash forever. Trash will be a primary issue for us as we go forward. I was reading a very interesting article in France of their now outlawing plastic bags, outlawing plastic containers, all in an attempt to reduce the carbon footprint and to address the issue of sustainability. And it's going to be ongoing for as long as we gather as a governing agency that we're going to talk about trash. So it's not going to go away. I wanted to ask a couple of questions about the 132 citations and try to get a better understanding of that. Those 132 citations, can I assume that for the most part, those were non-dollar connected?
Those were all dollar connected.
Those are all dollars, so you're talking 132 where they received
132,
$100 penalty?
$130 fines, and 2, as I mentioned, we were asking about repeat offenders, 2 $200 fines.
So 132, and of those, there were only 5 that were paid.
Mm-hmm.
And of the 132, 19 appealed, and of those who appealed, 17 dismissed.
Yes, sir.
So clearly, there's a good indication that if you want to beat the fine, appeal it, and the odds are the court's going to dismiss it. At least that's the evidence that's in front of us. And also, it seems as if, unless there's been some enforcement, which I assume there hasn't been, that I guess doing quick math here, 24 minus 132 is 108. So 108 citations issued, and they basically ignore the payment.
Yeah, they haven't paid yet.
They haven't paid. So who's going after them to make that payment?
Again, Counselor, they're in the general billings database. Periodically, they'll be sending out invoices, if you will, or notices.
Collection notice.
Letting them know, and then if there's no response at that point, we'll stop bundling up and going to small claims court with them.
Okay. So there's work to be done, and one of the things that concerns me is that there seems to be, and I appreciate that because all of us that are sitting on, as council have a desire to see an implementation, and you've been very responsive to councilors saying, oh, yes, I'm going to implement that, I'm going to do that, I think that's a good thing, come and talk to me, let's see if we can get that done. But that's not the purpose of this legislative body, to administer the pay-as-you-throw plan. The administration needs to do that. They need to come to us and say, this is what we want to implement. If you need an ordinance or you need some regulation passed in order to make that happen, then that's where we come in and do our part to help you out in getting it implemented. But administratively, you all need to come up with the conclusion, and I agree totally with my colleague in seat 7, who mentioned that this plan was rolled out poorly, right from the beginning, and this is long before you were here, and I think even before Mrs. Viveras took over as city administrator, when you know, it takes months. It's sort of like the smoking cessation programs that have happened. You do education, and you teach the kids to bring it home to the parents, and then make the families feel like they own this, so that they begin to address it. That's how people have stopped smoking, is because of kids basically bringing it home to their parents that they need to derail that bad habit. This same kind of thing should be done through the school department. Here we are, first week of school. We've been failing every September to do this, but right from the beginning, kids ought to be embracing the importance of saving the environment. This council the other day didn't want to put sustainability on one of its committees. I think it was because it has 6 syllables, and some people find 6 syllables kind of intimidating. But I think that if we don't begin to address these kind of issues in a more serious manner, we're going to end up with a very, and unfortunately, a very dirty city, and a city that also is very unequal in its implementation of something that's good. As was mentioned, many people in Fall River, 80% maybe, probably less, are using purple bags and are being responsible. Those that aren't need to get on board and be responsible. So to me, that's all an educational program. We have a new superintendent. The administration should be connecting with that superintendent to make sure that this educational effort is ongoing, so that we can do the best with what we've got. You know, try to make some lemonade out of these lemons, which is the pay-as-you-throw plan. The idea of having one man, Mr. Denmead, working to resolve this is just an absurdity. And again, you know, the administration was quick to eliminate the many positions. There's 24 positions, I believe, and yet didn't, in the process of that elimination, address this very important responsibility of making sure that the laws are being adhered to. So again, I think that's a shortcoming of the administration. I've been ready to applaud the administration when it's doing things right, but they're not doing things right on this plan. And you're the new guy on the block, and you'll have another 3 months or 6 months.
I'm the old guy.
Not to be blamed for this,
Yeah.
but the blame is going to come
I'm
soon
sure.
if we don't pick up and start making things improved. You're right, back in the 90s, Councilor in seat 7, I did submit an ordinance requirement that any and every property that is not owned by someone in this community needs to have posted in a very visible location the name and address of someone who does live within a particular distance, I think it was 25 miles, listed a name and a telephone number to contact someone, so that there's an immediate response to a problem. So it's not a matter of having to research who owns this property, who's the contact. And there was a significant fine attached to their not posting their name and contact information. And every tax bill was supposed to be sending out this ordinance. It was deemed at the time to be such an important step forward in addressing the ills of our city that it was required that this particular ordinance be included in every tax bill. That's not being done anymore. So somewhere along the lines since '96, when this was back in the '90s when it was implemented, from then until now, administrations have put it aside and let it go, and I would challenge this current administration to try to dig it up and see, does it need to be dusted off? Does it need to be rewritten again? Because I think that too is an important means of addressing immediately, because we mentioned the broken window theory and the idea of graffiti being done. You need to address these things quickly, and the way that you can address them quickly is by having an accountability that is assisted by an ordinance, again, the city's responsibility, our responsibility to put an ordinance on the books that makes it easier for you guys that are on the street to be able to look at a house that's got mostly white and black bags instead of purple bags, and open the entry door of the house or look at the front entrance of the house, because it's supposed to be in a very much accessible place. Who is the local person that needs to be called? And that person then needs to be called, saying, right, today we're here to pick up your trash, and you better start implementing purple bags, and you're assisting to implement purple bags among your tenants, because if you don't, you're going to end up, because as you know, landlords ultimately end up as being the responsible party if the tenants are failing in their responsibility. So, those are just a couple of points. I do look forward, and I would support a decision to keep this on the front burner by having regular discussions concerning it. I think it's as important as discussing our quarterly budget to discuss what progress we're making. I see a greater number of illegal dumps, and let me ask you about that. How are you responding to the illegal dumps around the city? I see more and more mattresses, more and more bulky items. Are you seeing, even in the short period you've been here, are you seeing an increase in bulky items, or mattresses and box springs that need to be picked up, being dumped at illegal sites?
When we do our cleanups, we make a point to go around those neighborhoods and make sure we pick up any items that we saw, obviously, that were left in vacant lots, places like that. Calls coming in for illegal dumps, we try to address them if they're in areas that are addressable. You know what I mean? A public throughway, a disturbance in the roadway, for example, something like that. So, but as they come in, we've been handling
I believe it was
specific situations.
I believe it was during the Flanagan administration that there would be a period of time, usually once every 6 months or once every 12 months, when every neighborhood would have a dumpster brought into the neighborhood, so that the residents who were struggling, and I think my colleague in seat 6 was right, that there are people that are not going to pay those mattress pickups because they can't afford to pay those mattress pickups. Well,
understandable.
Let's face that reality and give people an opportunity to bring it to a free dumping site. And what, again, I think it happened during the Flanagan administration was that they placed dumpsters at various locations. I know in the Lower Highlands here, they used to place it between the courthouse and the old Fall River Tech High School building, and people were able to bring their bulky items that one day and get rid of them. I know it's not fair. It's not fair to those that are paying, but I think we've got to realize that sometimes you've got to do things that aren't necessarily fair, but help us to keep our city clean, and in the process also put less of a burden on your staff that has to drive around to Henry Street or Dave's Beach or the waterfront or wherever it is that they're doing these illegal dumps, the industrial park, the reservation, et cetera. Just a point on snow removal, if you're going to fine people for, unfortunately, the biggest offender probably is the public sector. Also, the public plows that put frozen snow and icy snow on people's sidewalks, who pile up piles that are sometimes 8 feet high or 10 feet high on street corners, because that's the easiest place to dump a pile of snow. There's an awful lot of things that need to be done internally, administratively, if you're going to expect the JQ public to clean their sidewalk, that you don't want JQ Public to have to deal with a 8-foot mound of snow that's been put there by trucks that are being paid by public dollars. So, you've got 4 compliant, you were talking about 1 supervisor and 4 compliant officers that you were intending to get on board to
So-
assist in this effort?
So
Is that-
currently in the restructuring of the division.
To expand on what Mr. Denmead is doing?
Exactly, because obviously he can't do it on his own.
Okay, so where are you on getting that implemented, getting?
Well, as I
Those people
mentioned
on board.
earlier, we had, and I have a letter here, I'll give you a copy when we're done. It's, just explains that over the course of the last 3-4 weeks, we have been working with the union. We met with the union, met with the Human Resource Department to come together and kind of hash out the implementation of putting together job descriptions that fit the positions we're looking to enforce.
Are these
We're looking
positions in ordinance?
These are positions that are currently being worked through the union, who is at the Division of Public Works.
Okay, well, that's all well and good, but are they in ordinance?
Go ahead.
Council, they're existing positions that are within the department, and we're just working with the union to have them accept that some of the new tasks, if you will, that are being assigned to them are acceptable.
So it's not, it wouldn't be in addition?
No new
It's not
positions,
additional,
no.
yeah, sorry.
Because we don't want to see that either.
No, they're not new positions.
Okay, and with that, I thank you, and I do thank you for the efforts you're making. I do think this administration is to be commended on its effort. I'm very happy to see street sweepers. I'm very happy to see the public works folks doing what needs to be done in terms of cutting grasses and making the city more attractive. So I think there are some good steps that are being taken, and I look forward to more of those.
I think they appreciate all your kind words. know.
Thank you, and we appreciate their good work. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could just remind councilors to please respect the council that has the floor and keep discussion to a minimum, that'd be appreciated. And then also to Councilor in C3's point about the ordinance and notification from the landlords, there was a foreclosure ordinance that was passed, I believe, back in 2012 that did mandate the outside banks to indicate who the property manager would be for those, and they're supposed to post that similar to that ordinance. So I would just urge the administration to go back and make sure that that's being done. Councilor in C2, Councilor Kamara.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess everyone's talked about pay-as-you-throw as if we've never talked about this before. It's amazing. My colleague in seat 8 said he's amazed every time we talk about trash, that pay-as-you-throw comes around. He wrote the resolution, it says pay-as-you-throw in the resolution, so I'm not surprised we're all talking about it. It's in the resolution that you want to talk about. My colleague in C3 says we're going to be talking about trash forever. And you know what? Some elected officials love to talk about trash forever, and they do. I'm not going to talk about trash forever. I've said it in the past, I'll say it again, I'll be real quick, short and sweet. Walk down the street, you don't need Easy Disposal or anyone else to tell you that they're not in compliance. You walk down the street, you lift it over, you see they're not complying, give them a ticket. Just like giving a ticket on a car with a sticker that's expired. You go to the next house, not compliance, write another ticket. We sent out 132 tickets. You can do that in a matter of 1 hour in some sections of this city. Do it again the next week to the same people. Do it again the next week to the same people. Just like my colleague said about the blatant properties and the absentee owners, you keep sending them a fine every day. Do it over and over and over, and eventually it'll get resolved. And if it doesn't, we'll make millions, because we'll have so much money out there in fines that we're gonna start to collect for once and for all, right? So how long is it gonna take for people to play dumb? They know what they're doing, but you know when the compliance goes down in the city? Right after the city council meeting. And everyone in the city that's doing the right thing is being reminded of all the people who are doing the wrong thing. You know where they hear it? Here, from councilors, from people over there, everyone. So this week, compliance is gonna go down. Because people are gonna say, you know what, I got 5 paper bags in my thing, I'm gonna save them. They're not checking it, they're giving out 132 fines. What's the chances I'm gonna get one if I live in the city of Fall River? Don't even hire anybody. Just get 10 volunteers to walk down the street. Where they're not complying, give them the ticket. What are they gonna say, no? I'm complying? Right?
No, I mean, sure.
We haven't, no administration has ever wanted to confront the people who are not complying because it's a time bomb. They're afraid of the repercussions that's gonna happen when you start issuing out those fines and challenging people to do the right thing or pay a fine. They don't wanna face it. None of them have. Flanagan? Call it a Flanagan fine. And maybe people will be more willing to pay it. Try something. He didn't want to do it, Mayor Sutter didn't want to do it, now this mayor said we're going to do it, he's getting more aggressive. At least he gave out 132 tickets, no one else giving out any fines. I don't know how many have been given out in the past. But we have to start doing it, and that's it. We're on the second finance item, and finance has started at 6 o'clock. It's 2.5 hours, we're paying about fining people and collecting money on pay-as-you-throw.
Hot topic.
Hot topic, it's absurd, it's insane. We're talking about all the things we've been talking about for 4 years. But until you start tagging people, until you start making people comply, they're never gonna do it. And they're gonna laugh at everybody else that's doing it. And shame on those people that are doing it. But the people who are doing the right thing are the ones that are ultimately being penalized for doing the right thing, and that's wrong. So, I'm not gonna talk about this anymore, I think we talked about it way too much, quite honestly. Could've ended this conversation 2 hours ago. Just give out the tickets. Fine them. Fine everybody. Walk down the street. We all drive by, we all see it. Everybody sees it. Some neighborhoods, she's right. 100% compliance, 98% compliance in some neighborhoods. Absolutely right. A lot of people out there are doing the right thing. But the ones that are not, and I think it's, it'd be an easy catch once you get your arms around them, make them do the right thing. They'll do it. And the people who are really, really struggling, that really can't afford it, maybe we should help those people and give them some bags to the system that was explained to us. There was a way of doing it, and maybe we should do that. Reach out to those people, and if they're really struggling, if they really can't afford the bags, maybe we should take care of them and give them free bags. I bet you'd be very limited, the people who don't want to do it. That I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Maybe we can move on to the next subject now.
Counselor in seat 4, Counselor LeBeau.
I will be brief. I absolutely agree with Counselor in seat 2. Unless you start finding people, that is going to continue to do it. Unfortunately, we do talk about it at council meetings because it impacts our revenue. As far as Counselor in seat 8 said, giving them a fine on a daily basis, Judge Macy, in his book of the revised ordinances, has suggested that in a couple of different places, and I think that we should look at that for a lot of our different enforcement pieces. I've cleaned a lot on 2nd Street twice this summer because I can't stand driving by looking at it, and along with a group of volunteers, it took 10 people an hour to clean it, twice. I should have been home cutting my own grass. I've called minimum housing, we give the address, they get a letter, they get so many days to comply, nothing's happened. I'm out there cleaning someone's lot. I said to my husband, I'm going to park my car on it. I'm going to take it by eminent domain. After a while, this is ridiculous. We have to be harder on these people. It's just not fair. They need to be held accountable. So if you have to find them every day, if you have to get groups of volunteers to go and find them, like Councilor Cabrera said, please do something. Could I please get the bag sales for the last 12 months for the pay-as-you-throw? And I'm also very concerned that we don't have a formula for compliance, and I'm mystified. I know that we've said we didn't roll it out properly. We didn't roll it out properly, but when this administration was rolling it out back in May, and I looked it up on my phone, I still have the letter that I had posted. It was May 9th was the new implementation. And that lasted for 3 weeks. I think this council should have been told that after that, we're no longer putting the tickets on the barrels after the July 1st privatization. We should have thought about this when we were going through the privatization contract negotiation, all of that. I know Councilor in seat 5 said, they're getting a warning. No, they're not. We're not putting those tickets on the barrels anymore, and we haven't since July 1st. So that was the warning, correct?
It depends on whether there was a repeat offender. Some got warnings, some got actual citations, Counselor.
So according to the administration's letter, the first infraction is a warning will
Right.
be issued to the occupants, and it would be put on the bid.
Mm-hmm,
The
correct.
second infraction was a fine.
The $100,
Right,
correct.
and a letter. And same with the third, but we're not doing the warnings. We haven't been doing the warnings since July 1st.
That initiative, Counselor, was actually targeting the landlords as much as it was doing anything else. If we found that there was noncompliance in a multifamily, that's typically where we had the problem, the landlord was also receiving a letter notifying them that their property was noncompliant. And if their property didn't become compliant, then we were going to pull their bins and not allow them to participate in city collections. So at the present time, because of the loss of the grant folks and the reduction in the enforcement efforts, we haven't been able to do that. But I think ultimately, that's probably going to be the more effective approach, is to start, once again, notifying the landlords, the property's non-compliant, and if it continues, then we're going to pull the barrels and discontinue your trash collections. Because I think ultimately, that's going to be the more effective approach.
And I'm on board with that. I was on board
Yeah.
with that when it was rolled out in May, on May 9th, and now it's stopped again, and now we're gonna have to start it all over again. As far as Mr. Denmead goes, like I said, I have sat with him and I've seen his spreadsheet on his computer, but I believe, and I appreciate his initiative and his effort that someone is doing this, but he's just using an Excel spreadsheet, correct?
Yeah, it goes into, so the Excel spreadsheet gets given to the city clerks who download it into Munis.
So there's no computer program that anyone else would have access if Mr. Denmead wasn't come to work one day?
Well, we have access to it.
Actually, Counsel, the city clerk's office did offer to actually input those citations as well, but we felt that Mr. Denmead is able to track it and monitor the repeat offenders and analyze the data, so we left it with him.
Does anyone else
But
know how to do what it is that he's doing?
Pardon me,
Yes.
Counsel?
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I just think, wait, before I get to that, a couple things. Counselor in seat 7 had said that she could give me the cell phone for minimum housing, and I appreciate that, but all of the residents that need to call minimum housing, they need to know that when they call there, someone's going to be there and they're going to get a call back. But I will still take that cell phone number. And my counselor in seat 3 about illegal dumps, I did sit down with Lieutenant Bernier doing research for all of these things on the resolution, and he gave me information that Fall River Police Department answers the calls for illegal dumping. We've had 49 incidents since the beginning of January. 15 of those incidents have suspects that have been given some kind of the $300 fine. If we remember when Councilor Poulin was here, he had it so that the police department was going to see $200 of that fine and the administration was going to see $100 of that fine. Is that still happening?
I'm not certain, Counsel. That's specifically on the illegal dumping aspects of it.
It was
I
an
would-
ordinance that was in place that the 200 goes to the police department and 100 goes to.
I'm not aware that the police department has in fact received funding of that
When I
nature.
asked the police department if they have received money on any of these, they don't know the answer to that. So
Yeah, I don't
who's tracking
honestly
these?
believe that they have, but I will follow up with you
So
and
do we
let you
know
know.
who's tracking these fines that they're giving out?
That's the issue, Counselor. The fines are just going into, and again, I'll step aside, we're in the process of training the police department personnel, so they'll start using the general billing module as well. That's our best mechanism for capturing in one single database all of these infractions, so we can start to appropriately implement. And I know that they're going to be getting the general billing module training as well, so then they'll be able to actually implement those. It will allow them to assign a code to the receipt or the citation, and that will enable us to track those funds. But right now, they're just coming in as cash, and they come in as turnover, and I don't know that they're being appropriately cataloged.
I just, I can't be right, hold on. We've got, $13,000 worth of fines for DCM, for pay-as-you-throw, with those 132 tickets. We've got 16 people that have been given a $300 or a $600 fine if they've had multiple offenses, but we don't know if we're collecting this or where the money is, or is anyone tracking this?
Again, it's all going into the general billing module now, and they will get a reminder invoice, if you will, a notice that they owe the sums, and then if they don't pay, then we'll be taking them to small claims court.
All right, and then one final question. When these fines do go to housing court for the pay-as-you-throw, is anyone from the city there?
Yes.
But we don't know why, I thought you had said you don't know why they were being dismissed.
No, that usually there's never a description at the end of the dismissal or whatever it is, according to Mr. Denmead, because Mr.
He
Denmead
goes.
does go to the court.
Okay.
Sometimes, no, it's Mr. Denmead. The other violation is
But there's
something
no
else.
conversation
Sorry.
happening on why it was dismissed?
I will tell you, Counselor, that Attorney Howiak actually had a in-depth conversation with the housing court clerk, and they were pretty clear in the fact that they don't consider themselves an enforcement arm. That if they can have the person, especially a first-time offender, which, as Mr. Ponciano mentioned, most of them are first-time, that if the individual goes in and says that going forward, they're going to start to comply, then the housing court is more inclined to dismiss and take a harder line with the individual if they come back as a repeat offender as opposed to a first-time offender.
But if no one's enforcing it, they're not going to be repeat offenders because we're not giving out any more fines. I agree with Councilor Seedate, we really need to get a handle on this. I'm glad to see that there's going to be this new computer that we're going to train the police department on and everyone on, but it's really frustrating that we don't have people finding people, we don't have anybody enforcing our ordinances. It's in a city where every dollar, every penny counts. This is revenue that's just sitting there. So I agree that we table this and we bring this up again for not so much all of the discussion. I think everyone's tired of talking about it, but from an answer from the administration on where we're at with this process.
Can I just,
Sure.
I don't know if we're done. Are we done?
I'm
Mr.
about to
President?
yield, but
All right.
go ahead.
So I just wanted to make one announcement. I don't know if I was going to get a chance. So next week or so, we're going to be mailing out, along with the water bills, the educational information that we were putting together in regards to the single-stream recycling, the rubbish removal, and along with a letter of explanation. So that's all going to be put out next week when the billing cycle begins with the water bills. And then that'll be continued on throughout the year with the water bills until we get to the next step. So I just wanted to make that known. I can show you guys that piece if you want. I got some copies if you need to look at it. Also, this weekend, as far as educational goes, the Republic Recycling is going to be at the Mini Maker Fair, and they're going to be demonstrating single-stream recycling. So I wanted to make that just known to the public that this weekend between 10 and 4 on a Saturday, they'll be demonstrating how single-stream recycling works with their machines so that they can get that message out.
Thank you.
Okay.
With that, I yield.
Thank you. Councilor C7.
I just have a question. Mrs. Viveras, before you spoke about the other citations that were given out, that if they didn't go to housing court, that then you would bring them to small claims court. Was that correct?
They're in the general billing database now, so we're able to send them follow-up notices that the fine is due. And then if it's not paid, we have the ability to assemble a batch of them and actually take them to small claims court.
So would you have to pay somebody to go out and send them a notice, subpoena them into small claims court?
Actually,
How does that work?
no, we were planning on doing that in-house.
In-house?
Yeah.
Okay. And the other thing my colleague brought up about the illegal dumping, I know there was a gentleman that went and dumped, or a woman, I don't know who it was, but somebody that dumped something down by Cook Pond. I wish we would have had that person's picture on our website, because I'd like to know who the heck it was that was dumping. Maybe that would get people to know that, we're gonna know who you are. Stop dirtying the city. But that's the only question I had. I wanted to know about that small claims court. And I'm glad to see, Mr. Ponciano, that Republic will be doing a training, because many of our recycled material is contaminated, and when it's contaminated, they don't accept it, and we pay more for it. That's why we're paying $68 a ton, which is a lot of money per ton. So people need to know it needs to be clean recyclables, or we pay much more for disposal. But thank you very much. Thank you for answering that, Mrs. Viveras. I yield, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilor C5.
Right, just real quick, I know we sit here and we talk about the enforcement of our ordinances to our residents and collecting fines and everything. I said, what really pains me as I sit here and the work that this council does at promulgating these ordinances, and when we have administration after administration that just seems to pick and choose what ordinances are going to be enforced and what ordinances aren't going to be enforced. I hope going forward, and I think I've had these conversations, I think that's not going to continue, and I hope it won't continue, because that's where the real frustration comes in. That's where the real frustration is when, we talk about our residents and saying, oh, just fine them, fine them, fine them, fine them. Yeah, that's all well and good if we enforced all our ordinances on an equal basis. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Councilor C3.
Yeah, just a quick, your reference about the single stream recycling, is this, the administration had talked about implementing an alternative to the current separation. Is this relating to that, or is that?
No, this is, single stream recycling is what currently goes
what
on.
we're currently doing?
Yeah, so just, it's a demonstration using some machinery. And to that point also, I've been working with Monica, the community maintenance, community relations person, in regards to the school education piece of it. Easy has a school program that they use, so that's also in the works. But again, it's still early as far as that goes.
The administration had talked about an alternative plan that would not be a separation of recyclables and trash, that everything would be a single, is that?
Actually, no, Counselor. We were looking at the possibility of creating an alternative to the purple bags. The recycling would still need to continue, and that would still be essential, but we haven't.
Is that still in the works?
We have not been able to work out the details on that as yet.
Okay, thank you, I yield.
Motion to table?
Motion to table was made by Councilor Pontes, seconded by Councilor Capaceris. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries. Item number 3 is a communication from the mayor. Declaration of trash disposal vehicles as surplus property.
Move adoption, move to full council.
Motion to move to full council was made by Councilor Kamara. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Long. Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Discussion?
Yes.
Councilor C1.
I'm sorry, I figured my colleagues would want to weigh in on this a little bit more so, considering that we're talking about a large sum of money. So I want to focus your attention to specifically one of the documents that you gave us in our packet, and it's the breakdown of the price list per the bid that they put out for our trucks. And then the page after that, it says that councilors, for further clarification, the list of surplus property before you does not include 2 other pieces of equipment that were previously utilized. The DCM Street and Highways Division has determined that 2013 rear loader will be provided continuing services. And therefore, because of that, to sum it up, we're going from $1.1 million to $920,000. So I scrolled up and added all the numbers together. We have 18 vehicles there. They equal $1.1 million, the appraisal's there. It's actually $1,115,000 even. And then I looked at this and I said, okay, there's a vehicle here that's $115,000. And I look at this price list and there isn't a single vehicle that's over $100,000. So what's going on with the math here? Because these 18 vehicles equal $1,115,000. And even if you try to find the vehicles on this list and you're saying we're really selling 16 as opposed to 18 vehicles, there's no vehicle that's greater than $100,000 quoted here.
Counselor, it's, we used the ballot appraisal, which was the one we had at hand at the time.
I'm looking
If
at it
you
right
look
now.
on page 2, you'll see that RL1 is valued at $115,000.
Page 2.
Yes, the ballot appraisal is 2 sheets.
Okay, so I only have 1 sheet in my packet for some reason. Anyway, there's 18 vehicles listed here.
Appraisal. Looks like, it looks like this.
That's not what we have.
That is,
Well, you would have gotten that in your first package, Counselor. You should have this. This came down with the original letter. We got two additional appraisals more recently.
So let me read. It says, "The following is a list of 18 trucks which the Department of Community Maintenance is declaring surplus. 18 trucks. These 18 trucks equal $1,115,000, and you're asking for a bid, a minimum bid of $920,000. So are we talking 18 vehicles that we're putting out?
18 vehicles. What we had gotten was Mayor Correa had secured as part of the memorandum of understanding with Easy Disposal, an agreement from them to pay $1.1 million. The total appraisal is higher than that. It's $1,275,000. So, in an interest to try to give the council a sense of what an acceptable minimum bid might be, the value of the two pieces that the city was retaining, the $115,000 and the $65,000, was subtracted from the $1.1 million that Easy had said they would pay were they to buy the full 20 pieces. And that's where the 920 came from.
Now, are we going to be purchasing other rear loaders?
You saw in the capital plan, Counselor, a list of the proposed equipment purchases. I don't believe there was a rear loader in that. I don't know if Mrs. Sahadi has that handy. She does. We were looking to purchase street sweepers with it, dump trucks. I'm not aware that there was a rear loader in there.
Thank you.
There was
You're
not.
right. So, all right. Again, I have the issue where we're talking about reducing this by the actual full value of, we said that the appraised value is 1.15 and the other value is $65,000, but if we take the difference between what we appraised at and what they're actually willing to bid on these, we're still talking about a percentage difference. So why aren't we reducing this by a percentage in order to be able to make sure that we're getting the bid that's appropriate? So for instance, as opposed to $920,000, you figure that's a 10% reduction. We could be looking at something like $940,000, $960,000 as minimum bid, so that way we're crossing our T's, dotting our I's. And Brennan, we're talking about $40,000, but it's $40,000 that goes into the taxpayer's pocket to make sure that we're reducing their burden. So I think we need to do our due diligence here and make sure that we're doing everything.
Counselor, let me recap the mathematics for you again. Easy Disposal had agreed to pay $1.1 million. So we were assuming that that would basically be our minimum
On how many vehicles?
bid on 20 vehicles.
Okay, so we're reducing that by $115,000, which is our appraised value for that vehicle.
We're reducing it by $180,000. We kept a piece of equipment that was valued at $115,000 and a second piece of equipment that was valued at $65,000.
And valued by who?
Those two by Ballard Appraisal, which was the
Right.
appraisal that we had at the time.
So the point that I'm making is.
Let me
even
just,
if-
if I
no,
could
wait,
please
no.
complete the math. So the $180,000 subtracted from the $1,100,000 that Easy had agreed to pay brings us to the $920,000 minimum bid.
Bear with me, because we're working with two different appraisals at this point in time. So Ballard Trucks says that our vehicles are worth $1.2 million. Easy Disposal is saying our vehicles are worth $1.1 million.
Correct.
So we're using the greater sum of money and subtracting the number from the greater sum of money in order to be able to say, hey, by the way, we're going to reduce that by this much. Don't you see that that's beneficial to the company?
Counselor, when Easy Disposal put a price on it, they didn't break it down per piece of equipment.
So why don't we break it down
So
percentage?
the only way I could be assured that I was subtracting a value was to go back to the appraisal document itself. But let me just remind the council of the process. And I know most, if not all of you are aware of this.
I'm sorry, but we
This is a
already are
bid
aware of the process. I'm
No,
just
this
trying
is
to
a
get through
bid
this.
process, Counselor.
Folks, one
You
at a time,
set
please.
a minimum amount that you're willing to accept, but hopefully, someone may come back and bid more
Right.
than that. But we know that Easy Disposal is likely to give us the $920,000. So that effectively becomes our minimum bid,
Or they give
because
you the $940,000 because that's what they valued the vehicles at. The point is that they gave us less of an amount, so when we subtract those numbers, when we take the percentage from one to another, and we say, okay, we're gonna take the appraised value for these trucks and use that percentage in order to be able to make sure we can get as much money as we possibly can from this, that number goes slightly up.
Council, we have no way of knowing if they value any one of those individual pieces on that appraisal higher than Ballard appraised them.
You're
So
100%
it's,
correct, but what we do know is that there's a difference in prices. There's a difference between what the appraised value is from Ballard and what they want to spend on our vehicles.
The total,
So why
correct.
don't we use that percentage in order to figure out, instead of saying, hey, you know what, we're going to use our Ballard prices to give the benefit to easy disposal, why don't we set the minimum bid based on the percentage that they used, which looks to me is about 90%, which means that we can add 10% to this. We're talking about
Council, if you'd like to change the minimum bid amount, I'm more than happy. Once the council votes to declare them surplus, we go out to bid. If I'm instructed by this council to put a minimum bid of a different number, I will certainly, respect your wishes on that. I was just giving you, based on the appraised value, the value on the equipment. I will tell you, I have some concerns that now that 2 additional appraisals have come forward that have placed the value of the equipment at substantially less than the original appraisal,
and you bring up a great point
that
right there.
Easy Disposal
And you bring
may
up a-
not be willing to come forward and give us that same minimum bid based on other appraisals. But we won't know that until we actually go out and complete the bid, the sealed bid process.
And you bring up a great point there, because some of these bids that came back, they were talking about purchasing these vehicles at this price. So they were actually going to purchase the vehicles at this price to resell them. So, sure, if I want to buy your water bottle and I think I can sell it for $1, I'm gonna say, hey, by the way, sell it to me for 50 cents, let's see what I can do for it. And if you don't give it to me, you give it to somebody else, hey, tough luck, I'll try to find another water bottle. So of course they're gonna bid way low, because of the fact that they wanna be able to purchase these at a discount to be able to sell and make as much money as possible.
Well, I could look at it differently, Counselor. I mean, the fact is that we've had 7 months elapse from when the ballot appraisal came in to when these appraisals were done.
And the trucks are being used actively during that point in time, except for
Only a
the past
portion
couple
of that time, but you're correct.
So
So we can't even be sure that that original value would still hold based on the additional time,
So you know how we
age,
solve this
wear and
issue?
tear.
We put it out to bid at the price that's percentage-based, as opposed to trying to give the benefit of the doubt to the company.
Counselor, if you'd prefer a different minimum bid, I'm happy to
Yeah.
consider that.
And I'd suggest to my colleagues that we try to generate as much money as we can, because we know if we put a $920,000 minimum on there, somebody's gonna come up with a $920,000. Will we get a second bid? Who knows? But we do know, and based on the conversations that we had here on this floor, that Easy Disposal had given us the commitment to purchase these vehicles at $1.1 million. So why are we going to reduce it by the rate that was appraised for by Ballard, as opposed to give the prorated rate that they came back with? And again, that's some money for taxpayers in order to be able to reduce the burden on the people that we represent, all 88,000 people. Thank you so much for your time. I yield.
Thank you, Councilor seat 8, Councilor Ponte.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of things. First, I'd like to acknowledge that I appreciate the fact that the city went out and get a second appraisal. It was something that I felt that was very appropriate. And when we're talking about assets of this magnitude, I think it's important to acknowledge that getting several bids is a good thing. Now, on that, once I received these this afternoon, I had to do my due diligence, like we all intend to do, in which I did. Now, just for the public's own edification purposes, there was one appraisal that came in at $483,500, and then there was another one that came in for, what is there, 21 trucks here? 21 trucks for $496,000. Ballard Truck gave us an opinion of a little over $1.1 million, which is what is in our packets tonight. I will tell you that, before I say that, can you elaborate a little bit on the process by how you obtain these second opinions, please?
Sure. So I called colleagues that we did business with in the past. I asked them, knowing their experience and knowing their ability to appraise trucks and vehicles, and that they purchase all the time on the secondary market. I asked them to come down if they could and just give us a general appraisal on the vehicles themselves. So they came down, they viewed most of the vehicles. I believe they couldn't get at one because of the position it was in the yard, but every vehicle was looked at, and that's they came back without those figures. Once we supplied them with the statistics of the hours and the mileage that were on each vehicle.
Okay. After I received these this afternoon, I contacted both companies, and Cambridge Auto Wholesalers out of Cambridge, Mass. Like I've mentioned before, are going to be elated to potentially have these kind of vehicles because they don't have any on their lot or in stock. I called the number on the invoice or on the bid here, and the number wasn't accepting phone calls.
Which one was that?
I'm talking about Cambridge Auto Wholesalers.
okay.
Then I Googled them, and there wasn't a website of any sorts. So then I called them and I spoke to a sales representative who indicated that they don't sell trucks, trash trucks. Then I called Minute Maid Trucks, Inc., and I spoke to them and I said, hey, I noticed that there's a bid. I asked to speak to the individual. He's not in the office for another week. Spoke to a salesperson. Salesperson indicated to me that they don't have any used trucks. So I said, I'm just curious, what does a used trash truck sell for? He says to me, well, I got a guy down the Cape who would love to buy some trash trucks. I said, well, what does he want to buy them for? He says, $1.25, $125,000 for used trash trucks. So then I did some more research, and I found that Ritchie Brothers, are you familiar with Ritchie Brothers, the auctioneer company, at all?
No, not
Mrs.
familiar with
Viveris?
Ritchie Brothers, no.
Well, Ritchie Brothers was in the city in June. Ritchie Brothers, the sales representative that I spoke to, Josh Knott, the territory manager, indicated to me that he was in the city in June and he looked at our trucks. They're in spectacular condition. He also indicated, I asked him, well, why didn't you submit an appraisal for these trucks? He says to me, because nobody would call me back. So I don't know whose lap that falls on. I then asked a person who I'm familiar with, because I'm not familiar with selling trash trucks. I don't think anybody else here is familiar with selling trash trucks. I said, we have 18 trucks or 21 trucks that we want to sell. What do you think we should do? He says, well, I'll tell you that there's a strong demand for trash trucks right now. I would acknowledge that.
Good.
These companies would acknowledge that. The point I'm trying to get to is that these two appraisals hold no weight in my shoes, in my mind. Okay? None. Okay. They're crazy. 483,018 trucks. I mean, that is some serious margin that these companies are intending to make if they sell these trash trucks. There's no question about it. And unfortunately, we're not in the business of selling trash trucks. And I know part of your responsibilities isn't to sell trash trucks. But we're potentially, if we look at these two, we're potentially leaving a lot of money on the table. And I think the consensus of the council, and I know it's the consensus of the administration, is to get the most for these trucks.
Sure.
Okay? I don't believe, unless the engines were taken out of these trucks, that they're worth $500 for a 2013 Mack truck or $1,000 for a 2006 Crane carrier loader. That is erroneous.
Well, again, these gentlemen I spoke to, people I was looking at, I was told you guys wanted a second opinion. It was the only people I knew
appreciate the
about.
efforts.
If I knew about the Ritchie Brothers, I probably would have contacted them because that would have been terrific.
Well, I know, I'm sure, I'm almost certainly positive that the person who was in your seat prior to you know who Ritchie Brothers is. And I'm sure that whoever is guiding you through the procedural training process, they should have at least told you that Ritchie Brothers was here in June and they didn't get a call back to appraise these trucks. So
Do you
the
know
point
who they
that-
spoke to,
So
Counselor?
I want to indicate that I think that we cannot continue to hold and not selling these trucks. These trucks need to be sold because they're going to continue to depreciate in value. I don't think they're worth 400. I don't think they're worth 5. I think they're worth $1 million. And I'll tell you that the individuals that I spoke to today cannot wait. I quote, cannot wait for these trash trucks to be put on an RFP, because they're gonna run to the city, pick up the RFP process, and they're gonna bid on the trucks, because
be.
there's such a demand for these trucks.
It'd be great. When I've done a municipal auction in the past, that was like 2 years ago. I mean, these weren't far off from the figures we got for our municipal auction. So that's.
On which appraisal are you referencing?
No, I'm just appraising the figures in general weren't far off from the figures we had with our municipal auction. Again, there's different ways to auction, though. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
we can completely
And
do
the-
an auction, we can do a RFP, as you said. I mean, there's a lot of different
And the
ways.
auction process, from what I've gathered on these Mack trucks, occurred down in Manchester, New Hampshire. So that's what I'm gathering from the
Okay.
conversations that I've spoke to. I just think that, I mean, you could easily an individual could easily do a Google search, and they'll be able to see, you can't find used trash trucks. And I am told that they are in spectacular condition.
Yeah, most of them are in great shape. There's one that's got some problems, which is why you see the
I'm sure.
$500 bid. But that's, I'm just telling you.
Yeah, and I want you to know that I really appreciate the effort that was put into at least obtaining these. I just personally, and I have my own opinions that I could garnish. I just don't think these are noteworthy, and I don't think.
Okay.
And I don't think they're going to hold light in my decision. But I appreciate the efforts. I know I asked for it, and I guess I'm disappointed that somebody dropped the ball and potentially not contacting other companies who are waiting on callbacks to come appraise these trucks. That's a concern of mine. So I'm going to indicate that, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate, Mr. President, to amend the motion now or in full council, but I would like to establish a $1 million bottom line for these 18 trucks. At least a minimum bid of $1 million for these trucks. We cannot continue to sit and wait for these trucks on these lots. They're not doing anything but depreciating. I don't think they're depreciating by the hundreds of thousands of dollars, but there's plans for this, and I think that's what needs to happen. And I am hopeful that we move forward with this and potentially get more than $1 million if we can. But we have to have some action. So, Mr. President, is it appropriate that I make that amendment?
I would hold off. The motion is just to refer to full council, so in full council, make the motion.
Thank you very much. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 4, followed by Counselor in seat 7, and then Counselor in seat 5.
I don't even know where to start. Mrs. Sahadi, that paper that you held up that said that we should be the bid, and Mrs. Viveris, you said that was at our last meeting? The quote of the
From Ballard.
appraisal? Yes. I have my folder from the last meeting, and it's the same one that we have in this folder, so we don't have that.
It would have been months ago, Councilwoman.
Months ago? Can you get us a copy of
Sure.
the one that you're referring to?
Sure.
I am upset that after all of these months of asking for a second appraisal, that we were handed or emailed 2 appraisals today at half of the cost. And I also appreciate your efforts that someone actually honored the request to do that. But there is no way that in 7 months that the value on these trucks depreciated 50%. We've been using them up until the end of June, so they've only been sitting there a couple of months. And I did go out and spoke to DCM at the cemetery lot last week, and they have indicated that they're starting the trucks every week, and they're making sure that nothing is wrong with these trucks. They are making sure that they are going to be still in top condition to sale. So I also, while I appreciate the effort, those bids that came in, I just discount them immediately, and I'm also pretty upset that a counselor has to, and I'm happy that he did this because I didn't have time to when these bids came in today. I didn't have time to make those calls and follow up and see if the information is correct or not, but I'm happy that somebody did. But I would think that the administration, would be doing this. And I'm just really upset with the information that came back from these bids and these particular companies. I also agree that we need to sell these trucks. I don't think anybody wants to keep these trucks. No one's trying to stop the sale. We just want to get a fair price for these. So if you're going to say that you will take what we give you as a minimum bid, and I mean, I don't know anything about trash trucks either, but we've got to come up with a number and get them for sale. You know, the Herald News wrote a lovely article of their view that we don't, you know, we're just not wanting to sell these, or, you know, we're holding things up, we're tired of talking about trash and trucks, we're all tired of talking about trash and trucks, but it's this council's job to make sure that we get the most amount of money for these trucks, and that's the job that we're doing. So I'm sorry if anyone has a problem with that, but, you know, it's what we were elected to do. Again, in a city where every dollar counts, you know, we're doing what it is that we're supposed to be doing. So I would agree with setting a higher minimum bid. I would like that Ballard appraisal that you have. And I would like to, if you have it with you, if we could just make copies on the break, that would be helpful. And with that, I yield. I'll speak again in full council. Thank you.
Council, just so I can make a point, because I think what we're looking at here is, we're looking at a wholesale value versus a retail value. It's based on what that willing and able buyer is willing to spend and what their ultimate disposition is going to be. When Easy Disposal put their number in, I think they were planning on using those trucks. So they were willing to go higher and get closer to what might be considered a retail value, whereas a wholesale is just going to buy it, and they want to make money on them. They want to buy them low and sell them high, because that's what wholesalers do. So I don't want anyone to think that these people weren't genuine in their efforts, but again, what they were choosing to do with these once they had them and on what basis would definitely have affected the price. But the nice thing about a competitive bid is it's competitive. And we certainly hope that the bids are going to come in much higher. And if there is a demand, as Councilor in Seat 8 mentioned, then they should sharpen their pencils, and we may do much better than $1 million, because it is a function of the market and what the market demand is and what they're willing to pay. So hopefully we will come in higher, but I think Mr. Ponciano's efforts, again, was to deal with people who we thought could legitimately come in and value them, but again, clearly as wholesalers and with no eye towards a retail value.
And that's fine. Can I take my yield back for just to comment on that, please? I agree with that, and I do appreciate your efforts. When this RFP goes out, how do we make sure that all of these folks that might be interested in these trucks?
It's advertised, Counselor, so it'll get published in the goods and services, it'll get published in the local newspaper, and I think anybody that's typically in the market for something like that will monitor goods and services. I would encourage any of you, my colleague, your colleague in Seat 8, if you know Richie and you think there's an interest, by all means, let them know. I mean, we can't really control who is going to be seeing the advertisement, but any companies that you're aware of, we can certainly make sure that they're advised that the process is underway.
I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor in Seat 7, Councilor Ferrara.
My feelings, this whole privatization, this whole thing with trucks was put out as poorly as the pay-as-you-throw bags. No difference. You put out this whole piece, councilors never get bids. We never get to see financials on what it cost the city, what it costs with private. We never got to see any of that. And then all of a sudden, well, Easy is willing to pay us $1.1 million. Well, you can't even negotiate with Easy on $1.1 million because you needed to get the vote of the council for surplus. I think this is going to prove to be an abysmal failure because you still have the union piece. You're already losing money on the trucks. You owe $5.6 million on the trucks. Even if you get it for $1.1 million, you're still 4.5 out of the way. So is that going to be factored in to the cost, to the savings that supposedly we're supposed to be getting when we're paying more on disposal fee because things are being carted out that maybe shouldn't be carted out? We have our own guys still picking up large items because Easy's not picking them up. I thought they were picking up. To me, this is horrible. I would say you want to get rid of these trucks, let's try getting rid of 2 and seeing what we get. Because, like I've said before, you have a lot of smaller companies in the area that may want to pick up a truck or 2 and be willing to pay more than Easy is willing to pay or any other company is willing to pay. But at least try with 2. This has had a sour taste in my mouth from day one. And you know it, Mrs. Viveras, because I had conversations with you about it. I wanted to see the bids, to get 2 bids from the same company and get no bid from Republic and be told that we got a bid when they said we didn't get a bid, and then to hear the mayor say, well, what they gave us in 2014 was what they told us to use. That's not true, because I called and asked Republic back then, did you say to use this? No, we didn't. So I just think this whole thing has been a fiasco, and now with the union, if we have to pay anything, where's our savings? Where's our savings gonna be? 10 years, you're gonna pay 53% more over the length of this contract. 53% more. And now these trucks, I agree with my colleague in seat number 4. It's our job. I don't really care what the Herald News writes or thinks. Maybe their job is a little different than our job, but our job is to try to get as much money as possible for the taxpayers of this community. As much money as possible to tighten the gap between the 5.6 million that we owe. People deserve that. They deserve for us to be doing that job. I know a company in Canada that comes down and has bought trucks from the city before, paying more money, and they refurbish them and they sell them, but they paid good price. All of our trucks, a lot of them, 2013, 2014, 29,000 miles, 30,000 miles. And Mr. Ponciano just said that the trucks are in pretty decent condition.
I would think they are.
Well, but see, Mr. Ponciano, we were told months ago, oh, they're in bad shape.
I mean-
That's why we can't get a lot for them. So, I think in years to come, you're gonna see that this was a bad maneuver. I will vote on 2 as surplus to see what we can get. I think we need to gauge how much we can get. To sell them all at once, you're only gonna get certain people who are gonna come in and purchase them. And maybe smaller outfits would be willing to pay better money. They're not gonna refurbish them and sell them again. They're not gonna wholesale retail. They might want them for their own business. So you may get a little more. Try at least with 2. That's the way I'm gonna look at this. And if it doesn't go that way, I'm not voting for it. Because I really am adamant that we need to make sure we can get as much money to fill that gap of 5.6. And I say, sell 2 and see where it goes. Surplus 2. And if you say, well, we can do 2 at a time if we surplus them all. That's, once this council votes on them being surplus, administration can do whatever they want with these 18 trucks. They can sell them half and half, they can sell them all together, they can do whatever they want, and our hands are off. So I will vote for 2, to be put out as surplus to see what we get. That's the fairest thing for the taxpayers of this community. With that, I yield, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 5, Counselor Long.
Again, it's very obvious to me that appraisals are funny things, and I'm glad you brought that up. I'm not going to belabor the point. Retail versus wholesale, whatever, and I'm sure that when Easy gave us their number, that's more of a retail price that what they would have expected to pay. Probably a little bit less, so I think at a retail level, it's probably a little bit more. If what I hear tonight is true, I think this is going to, at least this piece, is going to prove to be much higher than, maybe not much higher, but a little bit higher than what the minimum bid is. But whether it's the minimum bid or not a minimum bid, the only true appraisal is the person who writes the check, when they write that check, and that's what it is. My only concern is, and it's been stated here, but I'm going to try and make it clear, that you say you're going to advertise. Okay, that's one thing. We know who buys these trucks. This is a limited market as far as who buys these trucks. We're talking, Counselor in seat 8 said he called, oh, we don't deal in the heavy equipment. These heavy equipment people deal with this, and they're very limited in number. I would suggest not only advertising, and I would insist that these companies be contacted with a letter saying that these vehicles are going to bid, and request that they come to bid. I'd like to see those letters, and I'd like to see the list that they go out so that we attract the most competent bidders as possible. High demand should result in a high price. But I am very more concerned about waiting and holding on to these trucks. These are heavy trucks. They're meant to run, meant to be on the road. It keeps the seals, keeps everything smoothly operating when they sit. If this thing sits through any part of the winter, we're flirting with disaster. So at this point, while I'm not going to belabor all the issues about privatization and some of the rights and wrongs of how we went about it, it's here. It's time to move these trucks. How that's done, I'm not opposed to breaking it up, but I'd like to see the RFP be pretty strict as to what is acceptable, what isn't acceptable. But I wouldn't have a problem with people coming in and bidding on pieces if they wanted to bid it in, 3-4 truck minimum type of thing. So I would suggest maybe we try something like that. But more than anything else, we need to move. We need to move this, and we need to move it into surplus property. And I'll support it going into surplus property, just to get. But I really want to see a very particular and very thoughtful process as to how those bids are received and how that type of advertising and what that whole RFP is going to be all about, or request for bids, I guess it would be, what that would be about. And maybe we should have a little bit of conversation as to that portion of it. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. Madam City Administrator, could you just clarify, are we doing the auction or are we doing an RFP?
We were going to do sealed bids.
Sealed bids.
Mr. President.
Just want to make sure we clarify that for the vote coming up. Counselor in C3, Counselor Camara.
Just real quick to the city administrator, is there any, do we have any restrictions on how we advertise this? Could we advertise it as bid on 1, 2, more, or all of these vehicles in a closed, sealed bid process?
The Attorney General regulates the process, Counsel. We've already made contact as to how this needs to be, or the procurement office as to how this needs to be done. As you were describing that, I was challenged to figure out how a bid is a bid. It's a fixed number, and you're obligated to award to the highest bidder. So I was just, we're going to need advice and counsel as to how we might break that up, because somebody buys the lot is going to put one value on the total, and how would we know that individually the higher bid might not be a smaller individual who's only bidding for 1 or 2 or 3 of the pieces? So because we don't want to in any way compromise the integrity of the process, because a bid is a firm number. It's not like an RFP where you have discretion. It's a bid. It's a sealed bid process. So we'll get additional advice and counsel and determine how we can do that, and certainly get back to you with that.
What I don't see is, I don't see any compromise on the honesty of the process, as long as the process is consistent for all individuals, and all individual bidders, so that if the bid were if the option were for a company to come and say, okay, I want item 1, 4, and 3, and I'll bid, $200,000 for those 3 vehicles, and then another company comes and wants to bid on all 18 and puts out that, and then maybe even that company that puts out all 18 could put out a separate bid for individual vehicles. It just seems like the options would be good for us to be able to then pick and choose what works out best for us financially.
Let me follow along with that example, Counselor. So vendor A comes in and bids on items 1, 2, and 3, and gives us a price, $500,000. The next vendor comes in and bids on items 1, 2, 3, and 4, and bids $550,000. How could you represent that the first bid, even though it was lower, didn't have a higher unit value on a bid basis as opposed to the second one? When you start lumping and combining, I could see a challenge as to how you were giving it to the highest eligible, responsible bidder under that circumstance. Because then what you'd be basically saying is the vendor that came in at $550,000 only put a $50,000 value on that fourth piece of equipment, but of course you don't necessarily know that. So I'm certainly going to get in contact with the state and suggest to them that this is what was requested of us, and is there a way that we can do this so that we can maintain the integrity of the bid process, which again is a fixed price process, and yet allow the kind of flexibility that you're suggesting. So we'll certainly do our best.
Yeah, I would
to try
appreciate
to
that.
achieve that.
You know, I came tonight initially willing to dig my heels in and hold on to these vehicles, but I do think, you know, as having been one who remembers back in the earlier years when I was here, having school buildings that were put up for bid, and Lord knows I thought those would be done by now, and we're still, here we are, 10 years later, still trying to dispose of those school buildings. So I don't want to, I've changed my mind, and I'm willing to get these things moving forward. But I too agree with those who have made the point that our responsibility is to get the most money that we can get for these. So if it means putting out all 18 items and requesting individual bids for all 18 items, and letting, if a company wants all 18, they give us an itemized bid for all 18, and if they happen to get 12 of the 18, it's their option to either buy into those 12 if there are higher bids for the 6th that are not part of the 12. You know, I just think that we ought to have the kind of flexibility in the presentation that doesn't compromise the honesty of the process, but also provides us with the greatest opportunity for that community. You know, Barnstable wants a single vehicle, and they're willing to pay $100,000 more than anybody else for that one vehicle. But we ought to be able to have the opportunity to sell that one vehicle to Barnstable rather than selling it at half the price if we're required to sell all 18 together. And I don't want to see us excluding any community or any entity that might just want to buy 1, 2, or a lesser number than 18 of the vehicles. So I don't know how we vote for that tonight. I don't know how we put a stipulation on a requirement that this be done, give you the authority to move forward, but still implement the kind of flexibility that we're looking for. But I guess we'll explore that as we get into full council. And with that, I yield, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. To Councilor Kamara's point, though, what's prohibiting us from just going out to just a general auction, either on a muni bid site? I mean, that's the administration's decision, right, to do an RFP process. So we can go out and have an auction where people just come in and bid on the vehicles, and you can either have the auction on the entire lot or on individual trucks. So I'm just.
Again, Mr. President, we'll research that further just to make sure that we comply with any requirements. We do have the option of an auction or a sealed bid process. I didn't know if the auction certainly may be something, if it were an online auction, then it would have a wider net. We want to be sure that we have access to vendors from far and wide, and we're not limited to somebody that needs to show up on a given day to participate in an on-site auction. So we'll certainly look at those alternatives. Believe me, the administration shares the council's interest and intent in trying to maximize the value of what we're able to recover. I'm hopeful that we don't end up with 5 pieces that nobody wants, and that at the end of the day we end up on an overall basis of somewhat less. But we are going to preserve the integrity of the process and make sure that we do everything we can to maximize the value. And we'll certainly be willing to report back to you as to which process we move forward with based on the guidance that we get from the state.
Okay, and I'll just state that the website is MuniBid. I can forward you that information.
I've seen that, Councilor, yeah.
Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Capaceros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to kind of touch on a couple things, I'm glad you brought up the auction thing because I was, it's a very, very good point. And then if we don't get rid of some things, guess what? Then we put it out for RFP at that point in time. I think it's a savvy move. It's a good opportunity for us to be able to sell them piece by piece and raise as much money as possible. Second, there's been a lot of issue with the amount of money that we owe on these vehicles and the amount of money that we're going to be getting for them. And what we're seeing is depreciation in value. It's the same as when you purchase a car and you get a car loan or you get a lease. You drive it off the lot, it depreciates in value a certain amount. The second it drives off the lot, everybody's experienced that before, and that happens with vehicles probably more so than it happens with anything else. So unfortunately, we're stuck with a reduced amount. But the reason why I bring that up is because we bond for vehicles and we never experience a return on investment when we can use bonding assets in order to be able to, or bonding dollars in order to be able to have assets that have return on investment. I think it's important that we kind of change our fiscal policy in order to make sure that we're getting as much money as we can out of these bonding dollars as opposed to losing dollars. There's no reason why these trucks are, obviously I wasn't a counselor at that point in time, but we really need to change our policy so that way we're purchasing these vehicles in our general fund as opposed to bonding for them. And this is something that I'm sure we're going to talk about in a couple of weeks. Lastly, yes, the dollar amount, because I think if we take a look at the bid that they have and we honor their bid and we go based on the per price value that we have on each individual thing, the factor is actually an 85% factor, meaning that it would actually be $947,000 that would be the appropriate minimum bid based on what they submitted to us, based on the information that we have. So do I think that $1 million is a good idea? I'd like to see us be able to attain it, but if we're focusing solely on the minimum that we've been promised, that number would be $947,000, not $920,000. I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 6, Counselor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. One quick question, Ms. Viveras. If we go out for bid where we put all 18 trucks out, where anyone can bid on individual trucks, I would suggest that we utilize the figures from Ballard Truck, that they said what they're appraised at, $60,000. If most of them are right around there, or $65,000, I believe that we should use that as a minimum bid for each of those trucks. I do believe that we should put a minimum bid. I mean, that's standard in any industry where you can put a minimum bid, but if, I personally feel that a lot of these trucks, you've got one truck here with, let's see, 29,000 miles. You've got another truck here with 31,000 miles. Now, that may have changed because they were used for a couple of months after that. You got another truck here with 27,000 miles, another one with 30, one here with 21,000 miles. Some of these trucks haven't been used that much. And there are a couple that have a lot of miles on it. There's one with 99,000, another one with 90,000. But the next one to that is 74,000, but most of them are in the 20 and 30s, and a couple with 53,000 miles. So these trucks haven't been used all that much. When you look at a Mack truck, most of them will go approximately 200,000 miles without batting an eye. So I think that we probably should put a minimum bid on each one of these trucks if we're going to do that. I agree with my colleague in C3 when he says that we should probably look at putting them all out there at one time, but allowing individual bids, and a person can either do an individual bid or they can go bid on the whole lot. But I do think that we should protect ourselves by making sure that we get the value of the truck. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 2, Counselor Camara.
Anything that I would say at this point would only repeat what 7 of my colleagues have already said 10 times over, so I'm going to yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 4, Counselor LeBeau.
I just have a quick question. when we, if we vote to list this as surplus property, do we have any say in what happens after that?
No, well, Counselor, you're just simply declaring it surplus. It's then up to the administration to dispose of it. As I indicated earlier, however, we're happy to try to accommodate the council's wishes regarding minimum bid, the process that we use. We're open to your input.
Okay, I agree with getting them all out there, but if we do it individually, and if somebody wants to bid on 18 individual, if they only want to bid on one, we just take the highest for each thing. I would agree to that. I would just like to have confidence that the administration will keep their promise on that, if that's what we come up with.
Again, Counselor, that sounds reasonable. I am going to check and just make sure with the state as to what process we're using and make sure that we're in full conformance. But I don't see a reason why we can't do them individually.
Okay. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 7. Counselor Farrar.
To answer that question, once we deem these at surplus, administration can sell them any which way they want. I don't have any guarantees. I mean, that's why I said, try and see how it goes. If you want to put them all out individually, you go right by the number, truck number, blah, blah, blah. This is the year, this is the mileage. You bid 1 for 1 for 1. Somebody wants to buy 18, then they bid 1 for 1 for 1. And if that's not going to be done, and I don't have a letter in writing that that's what's going to be done, I'm not voting for this. Because then to just ship them all together and have somebody who can only come in and have money to buy all of them, you're shutting out people who perhaps want to buy 1 or 2 trucks. So you're limiting your base of people that would bid on them if you're putting them all together. And I don't have a guarantee. I don't have a guarantee, and you can't give me a guarantee right now that that's what administration is going to do. And you're going to check with the Attorney General's office or procurement or whoever. You can put those out 1 for 1 for 1. You put out a bid for each one. City of Fall River selling truck, VIN number, blah, 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 with whatever, the year, make, model. Put it out there.
Yeah, it sounds reasonable, Counselor. We have no reason not to do it that way.
We've done things like that before, where there's nothing wrong with putting each one out. I don't have that confidence that that's what's gonna happen. And I really wanna make sure that we get as much money back as we can. And I understand my colleague in seat number 1, things depreciate, they do. But 2013, for 3 years, we've depreciated this much? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it's that much of a depreciation. But that's my feelings on it. You give me, an agreement that that's going to happen. I know you can't do that tonight because the mayor's not here to make that decision. I want something in writing. This is how we're going to do it. We're going to sell them all 1 for 1 for 1 individually. If I have that, I'll vote for surplus. If I don't, I may give you some time to work on that and come back to us with that. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 3. Counselor Kamara.
Well, I think we've given as much as we can, and I agree that, once we declare it surplus, then you all have total authority. I suppose that we should be trusting that we're all in this together, and that we're all working toward the same end, and that you've heard what we've had to say. But unfortunately, in the words of that great president, Ronald Reagan, we'd like to trust but verify, and we have no opportunity to verify. So, having said that, I believe that we have, in fact, a special council meeting a week from tonight. Mr. President, through the chair to the clerk, Madam Clerk, in fact, we have a council meeting on Tuesday. Has the agenda, is it Monday?
Monday.
Has that agenda been posted yet?
No.
No. So we could add this item to that agenda if we decided to table this tonight and give until Monday for the administration to come back with a ironclad commitment to take into account what we've suggested. And I think the one thing, and without a vote of us, but I think the one thing that we suggested is that we prefer to see something other than an all or nothing option, that we'd like to see an individual bid for each of the 18 items If a company wants all 18, then let them just divide their bid up among those 18, and hopefully they end up being the high bid for each of the 18. But I think if you come back to us, if the council's willing, that we table this to that time specific, Monday, and that we do it with the understanding that the administration come back to us with and I don't know if it has to be a letter or if it has to be an order, but you can figure it out with Judge Macy, some kind of a presentation to us that says this is what we're going to do if in fact the council does declare this property to be surplus. And I think that's the best that I can offer in terms of getting this thing out of here so that we can proceed with other issues. So with that in mind, I would move at this time to table this matter to the time specific of next Monday, and that would be enough to say for now.
Just, I guess, a question to the president then. Would there be a regular council meeting scheduled after the finance meeting next Monday to allow for a vote?
That wasn't the intent. The intent was just to have a
Right.
finance subcommittee meeting, but if you need a vote, we can schedule a full council meeting thereafter or wait for the 27th, which is the following week.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, we'd like to get it done as soon as possible, so thank you.
So I moved to tabling, and that we have a regular council meeting following the special finance committee meeting.
Second.
Motion was made to table by Councilor Stephen Kamara, second by Councilor Mitchell. All those in favor?
Roll call.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? But we never took.
On tabling the item, Councilors Cavaseris,
Yes.
Joseph Kamara?
No.
Stephen Kamara?
Yes.
La Liberty LeBeau?
Yes.
Long?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Pereira?
Yes.
Ponte?
No.
President Kadim?
Yes. We have three more individuals that signed up for citizen input. Before I call their names, what's the consensus of the council? It's 9:40. Do you want to, right after the citizen input, go right into a full meeting or take a 5-minute break? 5-minute break, okay.
Let's run do that right now, then.
First, no, we got three individuals. First person that signed up for citizen input after financial matters is Gerald Montigny, 98 Progress Street. Subject matter, safety resolution.
Come on down.
Wait, come on downstairs.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for allowing me this time. I just wanted to go on the record for my support on this resolution. There is a definite traffic issue. There is a definite traffic and congestion issue in the Laterno School area, especially along Progress Street. Progress Street is a dead-end street in both directions, one being the school and the other one on the other side of Stafford Road. What happens is because of the lack of parking, those streets become completely congested to the point where cars are actually sticking out into Stafford Road. Stafford Road is, as you all know, is a heavily traveled route, and the traffic does not go slowly down Stafford Road, especially at times later in the afternoon. Just last Friday, there was 7 fire apparatuses that were called out while school was letting out, and they had trouble getting down the road because of the cars. So it's not only the parking congestion, it's the trash issue because cars line up, they're sitting there waiting, It's a 2-hour window, they're throwing trash out. I personally witnessed a woman parked, waiting to pick up children, sitting there drinking nips and throwing the bottles out the window. That's just one instance. Daily, I go by after school has let out and pick up trash. Drink boxes, coffee cups, candy and food wrappers. It's an issue.
Certainly is.
I'm not going to tell you what should be done, but something has to be done. And I'll leave it up to the expertise in the matter. I've talked to the traffic clerk on several occasions, and she, in full agreement, that she said there are plenty of violations there. And they said they were going to move crossing guards down to try to alleviate some of the congestion, but nothing has been done as of yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 4, Counselor LeBeau.
Just quickly, both, you've had lengthy conversations with both Counselor Camara, Stephen Camara, and myself.
Yes.
And there is a resolution on tonight's meeting. I'm glad that you came to citizen input and let the entire council know. And hopefully that resolution will end up in my committee, which is public safety. We have a meeting tomorrow night. It won't be on that agenda because it wasn't enough time, but it will be on the next agenda, and we'll have the traffic folks at the meeting, along with probably police and fire.
Thank you.
I yield.
Counselor in seat 6, Counselor Mitchell.
I was just going to suggest to the gentleman that there is a resolution on tonight's meeting regarding this, and we will be voting on it, and I'm certain that it will be going to public safety, and I believe that it'll be addressed quite quickly. Thank you, I yield.
It's
Counselor in
funny
seat 3.
because there was a gentleman that was complaining about the TIFs for the new Harbor Mall. There was an area back there that they used it for Laterno School for parking.
Yes.
You know, it's too bad you couldn't work out a deal. We'll help you, you help us.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add that Mr. Montigny called me. I immediately asked Mr. Liberty LeBeau to join me in sponsoring this resolution, which is this number 19 on the agenda. And I do ask that the meeting be held at the Laterno School to advance the opportunity for the neighbors to come to discuss the matter. So I would certainly be asking my colleagues to support this in full council. Thank you for coming tonight, too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual who signed up was Rebecca Cusick, 1528 Highland Ave. Subject matter is resolution to keep a cap on charter schools.
Keep what?
Cap. The cap.
Oh, the cap on the charter.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I asked to be put on the agenda this evening to ask for your support on a resolution to keep the current cap on charter schools in Massachusetts. Over 100 school committees and city councils across the Commonwealth have taken this symbolic position in recognition that our traditional schools cannot afford an expansion of charter schools. Question 2 seeks to lift the cap by adding 12 new charter schools per year forever. We must ask ourselves what the impact would be on the majority of our students in Fall River if we had to increase the $12 million that we are currently paying this year to charter schools. Every year, our school budget is a source of great anxiety as we agonize over what services and resources will be cut. This year alone, 3 of our schools had to cut their expanded learning time as a result of the budget cuts. Another concern that I have as a taxpayer is that increasing the number of charter schools decreases our local control and our accountability. Our democratically elected school committee has no say in how funds are used or spent in these privately run but publicly funded schools. Massachusetts has not yet reached the cap, so I don't see the need to lift it. I noticed that the resolution that I sent is listed under communications. I hope that you will read it and consider it and let me know what you think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 3, Counselor Camara.
Yeah, I would when I first arrived and I saw you today, I was looking and hoping that I would find a resolution that would allow and ask this council to support a no vote on question 2. I think it's a very important question, and it's one that certainly has its supporters among us in the state and even in this region, and even our own state senator, who I highly admire, but I think he's on the wrong side of this particular issue. And I would hope that we could have this resolution presented to the full council at a future meeting, probably the later in September meeting, so that we can fully discuss this. But I do think that you can't be both. You can't be in favor of question 2 and at the same time be in favor of a strong public education system. They're inconsistent. And in fact, it was with great concern that I received an email today indicating that the Commissioner of Public Education is a funder in terms of making contributions to a yes vote on question 2. So to think that the Commissioner of Public Education is promoting a law that would decrease the opportunity for us to appropriately fund our public schools is outrageous. So I want to commend Ms. Cusack for coming forward, bringing this to our attention, and I hope that this council will consider the request to adopt a position to say no on question 2. And thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next individual who signed up is Danny Robelad, 145 Old 2nd Street. Subject matter is general state of city.
President Kadim, members of the council, first I say tonight that I speak before you as a private citizen, as a resident of Fall River, and not as a member of any board or body that I sit on. So none of my remarks should be interpreted as representing anyone other than myself as a private citizen. Dan Robelad, 145 Old 2nd Street. In listening tonight, two things are overwhelmingly clear. Privatization, for me, was my main opposition to this year's budget. It's a disaster. I think it's going to be a big failure. Any way you look at it, only privatization in general and the issue with the trucks. In no way are we going to save any money. Only on the Fall River fuzzy finance math do we save any money in either of those processes. Pay as you throw, that's never going to be resolved until we find people. And one overwhelming thing that's clear, this council needs more power when it comes to contracts, because you guys should have had a say on a 10-year vote for privatization. That needs to change. I hope it will coming down the road. But there is, and if you want to change fiscal policy in this city, I heard the councilor in seat 1 say the fiscal policies need to change. I couldn't agree more. On many issues, this city does not prioritize financially. But the way you really change finance policy is beginning by conducting a full forensic audit of the entire city so that you get a true reading of where the money is. Because until you have a true reading of where all the money is in all the accounts, you don't know. The next thing you do, you institute a hiring and wage freeze because we cherry pick who gets raises. There have been people that work in this building that haven't had raises for 20 years. There are other people that get raises that have been in positions 7 months. There was a proposal to give somebody a $7,500 raise. Thank God that was defeated. But the point is, to get the fiscal house in order, you need a hiring and a wage freeze. And too many salaries.
15
salaries.
seconds.
Huh?
15 seconds.
Too many salaries are going into ordinance. Each salary should be voted on upon this council, up or down. And if you're gonna put it in ordinance, which I disagree with, have a fixed salary, because then that makes the administration accountable.
Thank you, Mr. McBall.
Thank you,
Is there a motion to adjourn finance?
Second.
Motion to adjourn was made by Council Mitchell, second by Council Capaceras. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Council on Finance is now adjourned.
We have a little recess.
Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilors Cavaseris?
Here.
Joseph Kamara? Stephen Kamara?
Here.
Liberty LeBeau?
Here.
Long?
Here.
Mitchell?
Here.
Pereira?
Here.
Ponte?
Here.
President Kadim.
Here. Will everybody please rise for a moment of silence? Please remain standing for a salute to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made whether perceived or unperceived by those present and are deemed acknowledgeable and permissible. Madam Clerk?
President, the first item before you is a communication from the mayor and 2 loan orders, both in the amount of $1 million for the Jefferson Street area land acquisition and improvements in Sucker Brook driveway crossing.
Motion to adopt the order and advertise? Is this?
Motion to authorize to be published and refer to finance.
So be it.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilor Kamara, seconded by Councilor Ponte. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So voted. Motion carries.
Communication from the mayor on recommendation of the fire chief and proposed fee increases.
Customary refer to Committee on Ordinances?
Motion was made to refer to the Committee on Ordinances by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Ponte. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries.
Item number 3 is a communication from the Corporation Council with regard to an open meeting law complaint ruling that was received by the Attorney General's office.
Motion to accept, place on file?
Is there a motion to have the legal counsel actually proceed forward with an appeal?
Motion
No,
so
I-
made.
No. Motion was made by Councilor Mitchell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Cavaseris. Discussion. Councilor in seat 7.
I just have a concern, because there are other open meeting law violations that are in the AG's office, 3. They're gonna hold off on them. If we lose this appeal, then we're gonna pay a fine on everything else. If the Attorney General's office is saying that this is what you need to do, let's just do it. You have citizens that write statements, that want statements read here, that aren't being read. I don't know if we have to do that or we don't, but I just feel if, what are other communities doing? How many members do they have on a council? Do they attend meetings? Can they ask questions? If we're doing something that perhaps we shouldn't be doing, even though it's customary, we've done it for a number of years, for as long as I know, there's been 5 members of the ordinance committee. Now, if the AG's office is saying you can't, you can only have 3, if other colleagues want to come when a meeting is going on, that they have to sit in seats, identify themselves as themselves, not their position. If that's what it is, then let's just do it. If we appeal it and we lose, what's going to happen with the other 3 complaints they have? Are we going to get fined on that too? I mean, I just don't want us to spend money needlessly,
Well, I can,
so.
I guess I'll turn it over to the judge if he wants to come down and have those conversations, but I mean, I think once you appeal it, then we move forward and have to implement it if we lose the appeal. But I do got to say, as the council president, I think it's absurd that the Attorney General is making a suggestion that it makes a difference whether you sit there or you sit there to have a conversation. And then if we're gonna eliminate the number of people that are on ordinance, then we have to do it on Finance Committee. So, I mean, it goes both ways. So the open meeting law, the intent of that is to make sure that the notifications are sent out to the public so that they are aware of what's being put on for any type of agenda so that they can be part of the discussion. This doesn't really change anything, and I had these conversations with the judge. I personally feel that, the judge really should move this forward and appeal the decision from the AGs. I don't think there's any real reason behind their opinion other than the fact that they don't want you sitting in your seat, assigned seat, as if that makes any difference to anybody at the table that you're sitting in the seat there or the seat in the audience.
I don't think it makes a difference, I agree with you. My only concern is if you have the Attorney General ruling something on you, and you're going to appeal it, I don't know how much strength we have against the Attorney General. And if that's the case, if we win the appeal, great, but if we lose the appeal and there's 3 others pending, Are we gonna be fined on everything? I don't wanna see us have to pay money. It's tough. It's a tough call. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Counselor C2.
Thank you. I think one of the things we should do, first of all, is just let the public know that what the complaint is, real briefly. I know that you have hinted upon it, but basically, one of the complaints is that there's 5 members to the ordinance committee sitting in that committee, correct?
Correct.
So, I mean, it's not like we're doing anything different, as my colleague in seat 7 pointed out. It's been, since I've been here, there's been 5 members on the committee. And if people want to reduce it, then hey, so be it. But other than that, they also complained that councils sit in these chairs during those meetings, and it could be perceived as there's more than 5 elected, there's more than a quorum at the meeting. So, Attorney Macy, can you just come down real quick and tell us when we do appeal this? If I'm allowed to.
Can I just motion to waive the rules?
Motion to suspend the rules.
Was made by Counselor Kamara, second by Counselor Mitchell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so voted. Judge?
I don't want people in the general public to think that we're doing things now that have never been done before, and all of a sudden, we're violating all these rules and regulations when it's not.
Well, let me address Councilor Pereira's question first, because as the public might not know, but I think most of you know, we get open meeting law complaints and public record requests, not by the thousands, but, I mean, I've got to stack this thick. We answer them all, and I am in virtually constant contact with the open meeting law section of the Attorney General's office, as well as the public records section of the Secretary of State's office. In fact, I'm on a first-name basis with everybody that handles the complaints in each office. And I had been discussing this particular complaint and the other pending complaints for some time. It's interesting that they thought it was worthy of comment that we didn't answer within 14 days, but they took almost 6 months to file their opinion. The fact is, I had been speaking to them not only about this opinion of theirs, but other pending opinions. And I, at one point, said to them, well, look, I know you're going to act on these. I suspect I know what you're going to do because I've read your previous opinions. Can you consolidate them? In the event I want to appeal, I only have to appeal one. Well, no, they can't consolidate them because they have to consider each one individually. However, I did speak to them and write to them and say, now listen, the last time I spoke to them was either today or yesterday, but the day before I got the opinion that we're talking about tonight, I had spoken, I had a conference call with them to see if there was a way to persuade them that we're doing it right or we're not violating the law, and that really didn't work out. I think that might be in your package. I think I said it was a cordial but ultimately unsuccessful discussion. I did specifically speak to them about the pending cases. And I said, I don't want to put the city council in a position of being allegedly defiant if we don't decide to abide by this opinion, which is the first in time, when you've got 3 others pending. And they said, no, you're on the phone with us all the time. So there's no real fear on my part, although I suppose it's a 1% possibility, that they would take the position that if we're wrong in this one and we're wrong in the other 3, we get fined. They have told me they won't do that. They have told me that it's a legitimate dispute and that they take us at our word that we're acting in good faith. Now, with respect to the appeal, I've spoken to the president at length. I've spoken to the city clerk. I think I've spoken to some of you. I know I've spoken to Councilor Pond. The complaints divide themselves into two kinds, but they're the same complaint. One is the Committee on Ordinances is 5 people, therefore it's ipso facto a council meeting. Since it's not advertised as a full council meeting, nobody else can participate. No other councilor can participate. The other meetings, 3 members, 4 members, when councilors come into those meetings and participate, the argument is, well, that creates a quorum, and it wasn't an advertised council meeting. My position with them has consistently been, listen, these are elected officials. They have an absolute right to come to an open meeting, sit in their seats, and participate as long as they don't deliberate. Now, that's where myself and the Attorney General's office, go off. Go off in terms of disagreeing. So, and I said to them, I cannot for the life of me understand why, if it's an open meeting, publicly advertised, with an agenda that isn't strayed from, and the participating city councilors who are not members of that committee simply voice their opinions as they're elected to do, that converts a valid meeting to an invalid meeting. They have consistently maintained the position that that's so. They've got written decisions of theirs that say that. And I think when I outlined the options that are acceptable to them, I spoke to Kevin Manganaro today about that very thing, and I said, look, I think I'm going to appeal. As I said in my letter, I don't think I need the authority to do it, but I think it's wise, if you're going to do something like this, that I have at least the majority support of the council. I will tell you, there is no decided case from a court that's been published anywhere that says we're wrong, or you're wrong, or we're wrong. We're all on the same side. There are consistent opinions of the Attorney General, which are enforceable if nobody challenges them, taking the position, no, if you sit at your seat and you're not on the committee and it makes a quorum, then it's a deliberation. It has to be an open meeting. And I've had the discussion with them as to how odd, for lack of a better word, it is, that they would accept councilors sitting in the audience being recognized as citizens, coming to the table, and that doesn't violate the open meeting law. But when an elected councilor sits in his assigned seat, it is. So I think it disenfranchises people. I think it's a case of first impression. It's a case that I have some more than academic interest in, because I think they're just wrong. But, number one, it's not going to result in any further fines unless they break their word, which I don't think they will. Secondly, it simply seems to me that they are not correct about the letter or the spirit of the law. It's really you folks they're talking about. They're not accusing you of doing anything wrong. They're accusing you of a technical violation. Well, by the same token, their suggested remedy is, to me, just a subterfuge. If it's a duck, it's a duck. So if you're a city councilor, you're a city councilor, whether you sit there or there or there. They say, oh, no. If you sit there, it makes it a violation of the open meeting law. If you sit over there, it's not. So I was going to say that's the long and the short of it, but I think that's the long of it.
Attorney Macy, if they were to issue a fine for technical, what would the fine be, $1,000?
Well, the fine would be $1,000, but I just, given the long history of our responses to them and my protecting rights, even if we didn't appeal, I can't imagine them doing that.
Right, and that's my point. I mean, we have nothing to lose by appealing it and just making it set it straight once and for all.
And once we appeal, the opinion appealed from is stayed, so that we can continue to operate the way we can have. But, there's no such thing as a slam dunk in law. I just think as a matter of principle, and it's really you as the elected officials that are more challenged than I am, that they're wrong. And look, if we go to court and a judge says, no, we agree with the Attorney General, we can go to the Supreme Judicial Court, or we can say, okay, we'll go sit in the audience.
With that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor C3, Councilor Kamara.
Thank you. So Council President, and through the presidency to the judge, so you would recommend that we do appeal?
I am suggesting that you have a valid, viable appeal that I am more than willing to recommend that you take. It's really, it's all.
Sure, I understand.
Well, actually, it's not all your choice. I'm asking you to support my recommendation to appeal.
Okay. And in that process, because this seems to me to be a case of, obviously affecting more than this Fall River City Council. It affects all councils throughout the Commonwealth, at least, maybe beyond the state's borders, but at least throughout the Commonwealth. So, have you approached, or would you, in the process of appeal, approach a group like the Mass Municipal Association to, in fact?
I intend to see if they will file what are called amicus curiae briefs, but I like to do things one step at a time, in my lane. And yes, frankly, the appeal papers are just about ready. In anticipation, I can't prepare an appeal in a day. So I started it in anticipation that it would be approved, or that nobody would tell me not to when I go ahead and do it. I had planned to do it on our behalf. I certainly intend to approach the Mass Municipal Association, and I think there may be a couple of other more narrow associations that might want to file amicus briefs, because like I say, it's a case of first impression.
Sure, and let me ask you, because this might flow over to school boards, would it be also maybe advantageous to have the Massachusetts School Board Association also involved?
I'm not sure, the answer is yes. I'm not sure they feel as strongly about it as a city council might, because I don't know that there are as many subcommittees of school committees as there are of subcommittees of city councils. But I'll reach out to anybody that wants to help us.
And the reason why I say this is I remember, and I'm sure you remember, although I'm not sure you were involved with the city as a corporation council then, you may have been over at the school department. But I remember the case of, I think it may have been City of Fall River versus Janet Scott Harris. And do you recall that?
Well, I recall it very well, but only because the then mayor lived across the street from me. I was not counsel for the school committee, nor was I corporation counsel at that time.
But this was a case that went to the Supreme Court and had many groups supporting the city of Fall River, including the National League of Cities, and I believe the U.S. Conference of Mayors, whose legal counsels were also involved. And Fall River won in that case. And it was almost surprising to me that Fall River did win, because from a citizen point of view, it seemed like there was some injustice done, and there was almost thought that probably the city should have lost, but yet it won. I always think that in cases like this, and in particularly a case where the Attorney General is involved, that not that this being a political position, that she's in an elected office, but de facto, she's in an elected office, and she's also someone who has some interest in being in higher elected office, that if there were a statewide group of elected officials represented by legal counsel that said, wait a minute, Madam Attorney General, we think you're infringing upon the rights of locally elected officials by your pursuit of this, well, then she might approach the case with a little bit of sensibility to her future vision and ambition. So I fully support the judge's recommendations. I would ask one other question, because I can see the one thing about the five-member ordinance committee being an infringement upon the open meeting law, because if the 5 members all agree on something, then de facto they could basically control the vote of the council when a council gathers. Would it be advantageous for us at this point to possibly reduce the ordinance committee meeting to 3?
No, and I'll tell you why. If If they say we're not doing it correctly and we agree not to appeal, then we can change. But right now, remember, we're saying we're right. And I think we should continue to do what we've been doing.
Okay, well, I thought that maybe admitting that we might be wrong on 5-member subcommittee might be a recognition that we're willing to compromise.
No, well, let me tell you two things. First of all, I don't think, I think that would adversely affect the other cases with the smaller committees. And secondly, I hate to use the word compromise because I don't like to do that, but I have reached out to them on several occasions. As I said, we're on a first-name basis to try to see if there were an accommodation that would satisfy everybody. In fact, that was the reason for the conference call that I had with Attorney Manganaro, who wrote the opinion, and Attorney Sklarzik, who's head of that division. So there has been reaching out on both sides to see if an accommodation could be reached.
Okay, and thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 6, Counselor Mitchell.
My questions have been answered.
Okay, thank you. Counselor in seat 4, Counselor LaBelle.
Just a clarification, Judge. They have put this complaint forward before about the 5 members of the subcommittee on ordinance being a quorum, but if I'm reading this right, they're saying they've previously concluded that a quorum of a public body may sit on its subcommittee without having to post a separate meeting notice, provided that the discussion is limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the subcommittee. So they don't seem to have a problem at all with the fact that we have 5 members on there. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, I think you are.
They just have a problem with the folks that sit here and wait.
Then they say, well, now, if 3 more members or 2 more members come up, now it's a real city council meeting without notice. And they're not moved by the fact that committees only make recommendations, that the extra councilors don't vote, they just have input. And that's what gets me into the policy reason of how in the world can they decide that elected officials, because they're not a member of a subcommittee, can't participate in activities that they're elected to do. And their position is, well, no, all you got to do is advertise it, advertise every single meeting as a council meeting. And that has some other ramifications that could lead to mischief, but I'm not going to get into that.
I just want a clarification on it. They seem to be fine with a 5-member body. It's just the other folks that weigh in.
They're not saying the constitution of the subcommittees is wrong. They're saying the operation of the subcommittees by allowing additional councilors to, they say deliberate, I say participate, is what violates the open meeting law.
Unless they're sitting over there.
Yeah, unless you become a non-counselor and sit over there, and somebody says, oh, non-counselor, would you care to come down and ask a question? It gets a little preposterous, in my opinion.
I yield. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, Finance Committee is 9 members, so it's not advertised as a full council meeting, so it also impact the Finance Committee meeting. Before I recognize Counselor in seat 7, who's already spoken, does Counselor in seat 1, 5, or 8 want to speak? No. Counselor in seat 7.
Just the question that I have is, you say that you don't think that they'll fine us, but if they fine us, the fine could be, what, like $1,000?
Yes.
But would it be $1,000 for all of us, or would it be $1,000 each one of us?
You could split it.
No, is it really?
No, it would be a $1,000 sanction against the Fall River City Council. And they only do that when they take the position, essentially, you're being defiant. Look, we told you not to do that. You did it. We told you not to do it. I won't say you get 3 bites at the apple, but that's one of the reasons I've been consistent in contacting them about this issue every time it comes up, because they were taking their time about making the decision. I was in contact with them, and I kept saying, listen, I don't want my clients to be in a position where you can take the position they're defiant when we have a legitimate disagreement. And they've told me, no, we're not going to do that.
Well, I was just concerned if it's $1,000 versus $9,000, that's a bit of a difference.
Yeah, it's $8,000 difference.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And, you know, how much do I want to risk? Now, going to this appeal, you're not hiring any outside lawyers, you can handle this, correct?
I can handle it,
Yeah.
and I don't
okay.
intend to hire any outside counsel.
Okay.
I reserve my right as a corporation counsel
To change your
to
mind?
hire outside counsel if it becomes necessary, which I don't think it will.
Well, that makes a difference. I thought you already had the appeal already almost
do.
all written. Okay.
Look, when people
you don't
ask me
need
a
to
straight
do
question,
that.
I give them a straight answer. I don't intend to do it. One of the reasons I don't intend to do it is because this case interests me. You may have noticed. I've kind of invested in this case in a way that I'm not invested in the potholes of some of the other cases. On the other hand, I think, and I've maintained this position consistently, I have to represent the city in the best way possible according to the oath I took and the way I see my functions. And I have hired outside counsel in the past when I thought it was necessary, and I reserve my right to do it in the future. I don't think it's going to be necessary in this case, and I don't intend to do it, but I reserve my right to do it.
With that, I yield. Thank you.
Move the question.
Motion was made by Counsel Mitchell, seconded by Counsel Cavaseres to allow, or authorize Corporation Counsel to move forward with the appeal. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, motion carries.
Committee on Finance, at a meeting held on August 16th, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying resolution be referred to the administration for further action. This is the resolution with regard to the carport solar canopies and Amoresco.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion to adopt was made by Counsel Cavaseres, seconded by Counsel Ponte.
Yeah.
Discussion?
So,
Just a quick question as to what the action is. We weren't very specific as to what the action was.
It was referral to the
It was
administration.
referred to
The administration for further action.
for further action, yes.
What's that further action?
Further action was to build the carport. at
To
the
proceed,
water-
to proceed forward with?
Proceed.
Okay. Just want to get clarification on that, so everybody's on the same page.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, so voted. Madam Clerk, you got that?
I got that.
Okay.
Committee on Ordinances and Legislation, at a meeting held on August 31st, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying proposed ordinance, accompanied by an emergency preamble, be passed through first reading, second reading, passed to be enrolled, and passed to be ordained.
Move adoption of the emergency preamble?
Second.
Motion was made to move the adoption to emergency preamble was made by Counsel Stephen Kamara, seconded by Counsel Mitchell. Discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
On adoption of the preamble, Councilors Cavaseres?
Yes.
Joseph Kamara?
Yes.
Stephen Kamara?
Yes.
La Liberty LeBeau?
Yes.
Long?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Pereira?
Yes.
Ponte?
Yes.
President Kadim?
Yes.
Motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt was made by Counsel Mitchell, seconded by Counsel Long. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted, motion carries.
The Committee on Ordinances and Legislation, at a meeting held on August 31st, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying proposed ordinance be passed through first reading. This is a miscellaneous traffic ordinance.
Move adoption of the ordinance?
Second.
Motion to move the adoption was made by Counsel Stephen Kamara, seconded by Counsel Ponte. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted, motion carries unanimously.
The Committee on Ordinances and Legislation, at a meeting held on August 31st, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying proposed ordinance be passed through first reading. This is the ordinance which would adjust the membership of the Traffic Commission.
Motion to adopt?
Second.
Motion to adopt was made by Counsel Mitchell, seconded by Counsel Stephen Kamara. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So voted, motion carries unanimously.
The Committee on Ordinances and Legislation, at a meeting held on August 31st, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying proposed ordinance be passed through first reading. This is the salary of the Director of Fall River Emergency Management
Motion
Agency.
to adopt?
Second.
Motion to adopt was made by Counselor Mitchell, seconded by Counselor Wong. Discussion, Counselor in C7?
The only discussion I have is that the emergency, director of the emergency management, after several years of trying to get a little bit of an increase, has gotten that increase. However, we have people that are on grants, and they're eligible for our for medical insurance. And he doesn't get any medical insurance. I mean, here, is a gentleman who has applied for many grants to get equipment, hasn't cost the city a dime, is out if there's a fire, if there's a blizzard, if we have floods, whatever, no matter what time of the day or night that is, and he's out there, it's kind of, if he got hurt, I mean, isn't there a way for us to allow him to get medical insurance as well? Can we amend this? Does it have to be referred somewhere?
You're asking me?
I am.
Well, if he works more than 20 hours, he's automatically eligible for health benefits.
So he is eligible?
If he was working more than 20 hours, he's required to be offered health benefits,
I'll
yes.
amend my motion to include health insurance.
I think you can say he works a minimum of 20 hours.
Motion to waive the rules.
Second.
Yeah. Mrs.
Motion to waive the
Perez.
rules was made by Counselor Joe Kamara, seconded by Counselor Mitchell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so voted. I don't know how many hours he's working, so.
Let's find out.
Actually,
think he works more
Mr.
than
President, members of the council, he is referred to as an individual who gets a stipend as opposed to an employee. So he would have to be designated as a special employee. So we would have to change the designation, which we can certainly do if that's the council's wishes, but
I honestly think that that should be done. I mean, you're talking about working 20 hours. I mean, I've, know during snowstorms and things like that, that it's been way over 20 hours in one day, let alone, in a week.
it's the
And I just
nature
think
of,
that
yeah, it's the nature of his
the job, I
appointment,
understand.
Counselor. He's appointed as, he's recognized as receiving a stipend, and that's the compensation as it's designated. And that was established, we did research this was, I believe it was back under Mayor Lambert, was the way he was originally appointed and under that condition. So we would have to actually change his appointment, if you will, to designate him as a special employee. And then to Council President's point, if he exceeds the 20 hours, then he's eligible for health insurance. So
I'd like
we would have
see
to
that
change
done.
his designation.
I'd like to see that done. I mean, I don't know, take a vote of the council and see if they'd like to have that done, but
If I could just, the clerk just pointed out that the ordinance does read salary, not stipend.
Oh, it does read salary? Oh,
Salary.
His appointment letter?
No,
Yeah.
the ordinance.
Appointment letter doesn't reference whether it's a salary, a stipend, it just has the dollar amount. The ordinance itself places this in the salary schedule. It doesn't say stipend.
Okay, well, we were referring to his appointment letters, so we can certainly get those for you. Maybe it's not an action required, but we were going based on all of his appointments along the way, he's referred to as an individual receiving a stipend, not a salary.
but on our ordinance, it clearly says a salary, so maybe that has to be changed.
We'll reconcile it, Council. We'll have to just make sure that the two are consistent.
Madam Clerk, can I just, some clarification for the council? All the board members that receive stipends, are they in a schedule that says stipends and ordinance?
No, they're part of the salary schedule.
They are part, but it states stipend?
No.
No.
It just says the amount per annum generally.
Right.
Can we make an action to amend that somehow here now and
We have to amend.
move it on?
Can.
I would be more than
Can we?
happy to amend
Okay.
it.
I already forgot who had the floor, so,
Do-
Councilor C7, I'm sorry, you had the floor.
Can we do something to amend this now, to amend this? Madam Clerk?
The city administrator is saying that you would only need clarification on the appointment letter itself, not on the ordinance. The ordinance does indicate that he is paid a $20,000 per
Okay.
year salary.
All right, so Mrs. Viveras can handle that and give another.
Yeah, I would have, I'll go back to the appointment letters. We may need to reissue an appointment letter that changes his designation, but again, that's what we were tracking.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Wait a minute, Mr.
Yep. You all set? Any further discussion? Council in seat 3?
Yeah, I would just, again, I guess maybe I'm becoming the voice of how many dollars are in our budget, how many dollars can we afford, and it's always nice to be good and give more to everybody. Certainly, if we provide for health benefits, that opens up the opportunity for health family benefits. I understand that benefits provide for something like $20,000 to $30,000 annual to someone's remuneration for doing the job that they do. If it's family, I don't know what family is. I don't know if Councilor, City Administrator Mrs. Viveras wants to tell us what that is, but I'm assuming it's more than what a single person plan. Would it be expected that the individual could opt for the family plan rather than a single person plan? How does this affect other people who might be in a similar position? Because certainly there are other people on the city budget who are receiving, I'm assuming, salaries of approximately the same amount. Are they, do they get health benefits? Do people who are getting stipends have the opportunity to get health benefits if we change the wording for this position from stipend to salary? Does that allow for other people to say, wait a minute, I'm getting a stipend too, I should get a salary, yes, I should also get health benefits? So, I think all in all, it's again, it's our heart needs to speak, but so does our head. And I think that this is more than just a quick amendment to a motion. I would ask us to allow this to proceed so that the individual can get his increase. It is first reading. It can come back to us in a different form if administration, after review, decides it wants to do something different. And so I would ask that we support this as presented and then let it go to the next place, which is second reading and enrollment. And if there's, at that point, an interest in referring it back to ordinance committee to make changes, then we still have the opportunity to do that. That's what I would suggest. I yield.
Thank you. Council in seat 4?
Just a clarification from Mrs. Viveras. Are you going to just change that letter and this is a done deal? Or is it coming back before us? I just wanted to clarify.
I would have to confirm, Counselor. Originally, when there was a consideration to change his designation, we were of the opinion that it would require council approval, but again, at this point, I want to check with the Director of Human Resources and just be certain that we're doing this correctly. It may be nothing more than simply changing his appointment letter to change his status, so.
But the administration is in agreement to do that, I guess is what I'm asking?
If it's the will of the council, we will certainly look into that.
Okay, so we need to make an amendment to have that happen, correct?
Well, I think to your colleague in seat 3's point, if you want to move this forward and perhaps resolution, communication to the administration requesting that that be pursued, we would certainly honor that.
Thank you, I yield.
Thank you. Council in seat 8?
Most,
No, Council in seat 8.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
yes,
you're
yes,
in
yes.
8. I'm
Thank
in
you,
7.
thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point, there was some discussion tonight in terms of, updating the salary chart and ordinance. I will tell you that I've been working with Mrs. Coelho, you, Mrs. Viveras, and also the city clerk. Over the next couple of months, just so the committee and the community knows, we are actually going to be proposing an update from the ordinance committee to redo the entire salary chart and ordinance. And if it's found that it's appropriate, and we can make note of this, that if there are people who are actually stipend employees, we could indicate that verbiage in the salary chart at that time, because I will tell the council that we are getting, and we will the ordinance committee will present to the council within the next couple of months an updated salary chart and ordinance, so we can talk about that then. Do you feel that it may be appropriate, because there's a financial component of this, to maybe let this pass through its reading and then make an amendment that this be referred to finance, and then we can act accordingly? Do you think that's the appropriate venue, or, because I know there's some follow-up that needs to happen here, and I'd hate for this just to fall through. So it's totally up to my colleagues what you want to do, but that might be just a good thought. So with that, I yield. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Before I recognize Counselor in seat 7, counselors in seat 1, 2, or 6 want to speak? No? Oh, I had you on there, but you said no before. I'm sorry. Do you want to speak?
I yield. That's it.
Counselor in seat 7.
Most of the people that have stipends are stipends above whatever their salary is, and that they would get a stipend exact for snow plowing, things like that. How many other individuals do we have that are stipend employees? Do you know?
Well, I can tell you the first one that comes to mind is the harbor master
Yeah.
gets an annual stipend. That's all.
I think that's the only one.
I don't know, Counselor.
Yeah, I thought that was-
Those are the two that I'm
I think
familiar
you
with.
should, like you said, speak to the Human Resource Director
Yeah,
and see. If in fact it's anybody that works over 20 hours is eligible, then just that letter needs to be changed, and that's it, because he definitely works over 20 hours.
But I think to Councilor seat 8's point,
Yeah.
we may want to just take a comprehensive look at this and
Sure.
be aware of what practice we might be establishing and then move forward from there. But we just want to do it correctly.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Viveras, for your input.
Any further discussion?
Move the question.
Okay. Motion was made by Counselor Mitchell, seconded by Counselor LeBeau. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? President is opposed.
The Committee on Ordinances and Legislation, at a meeting held on August 31st, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying resolution be granted leave to withdraw.
Move adoption of the committee's recommendation.
Second.
Move adoption.
Let us
Of
read.
information. Can you just let the clerk finish what she has to say, please?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay, great.
Move
People are
adoption
watching
was
on
made
TV.
by Counselor Kamara, seconded by Counselor Mitchell. Madam Clerk, will you
This
continue?
is the resolution requesting an increase in areas for docking and mooring in the Battleship Cove area.
Move to adopt the committee's report.
We already have that on the floor. It's already been seconded. Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries.
The Committee on Ordinances and Legislation, at a meeting held on August 31st, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying resolution be granted leave to withdraw. This was the resolution requesting a review with regard to the recall process.
Move adoption of the committee's report.
Second.
Motion to move the adoption of the committee's report was made by Counselor Kamara, seconded by Counselor Ponte. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries unanimously.
Committee on Real Estate, at a meeting held on September 7th, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying order be adopted. This was the bid for Hanover Properties in the amount of $10,000 for the former Lincoln School.
Counselor in seat 1.
There were some questions by people in the neighborhood who came down and voiced their concerns, and we had some questions on whether the 30B allowed us to add things after the fact. So I'd like to make a motion to waive the rules and ask Corporation Counsel to come down and clarify some of these
Second.
things for us.
There was a motion to waive the rules made by Counselor Capizera, seconded by Counselor Ponte. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries. Judge, welcome back.
So while you're walking down, in interest of time, I'll state my specific question. There was, when I had read 30B, it appeared that we potentially have the ability to add on or revise slightly, but it sounds like you feel differently based on what we said. So if you could kind of clarify how you feel, if we do have the ability to kind of negotiate with the top bidder, or
Well, let me answer what I think is your question. 30B says a number of things. The part you read to me at the podium that I remember was giving people the ability to change their plan prior to the bid opening, and maybe subsequent, but it talks about the plan, and it really relates to services. The way the real estate works is there's an RFP, that the city is bound by, and all the bidders are bound by the same RFP. They make a presentation to your committee, and your committee decides they're within the RFP, and then decides it's not the lowest eligible bidder, it's the most advantageous to the city. Once the bid is awarded, we're bound by the RFP, but so are the successful party. So in this case, well, as far as the Lincoln School is concerned, I think it was Councilor Long, he might even had it in front of him. It's a mixed-use proposal. Now, within that mixed use, they're not held to 3 apartments as opposed to 6, but they are held to a mixed use. And that will be reflected in the purchase and sale agreement that both parties have to sign. In that purchase and sale agreement, we use a semi-standard one, they will have to conform to their RFP. So they can't build a Wendy's there based on their submission. On the other hand, they have a certain amount of time to perform, that is, to purchase the property or not, and then they have a little more time than that to actually build what they say. So they have to stay within the confines of what they said they would do, but we can't add conditions. And specifically, you didn't ask me this, but we certainly cannot make restrictions as to income levels of people that might utilize the property.
Right. So if the bid is, I'm trying to think of an appropriate way to word this. If the bid is sent to us in a certain manner and something else is done on that property, other than what was proposed in this bid, what would be the recourse at that point in time?
Well, depending on how far along the project got in variance to what they proposed, it would depend how soon we could take action. For example, let's assume that somehow, by some, I don't want to pick on Wendy's, so I'll say fast food, but for some reason, somebody, the successful bidder, said, oh, you know what? I'm going to put a fast food franchise there. We could probably move pretty quickly to get an injunction and to rescind his contract, because we have rights under the contract, too. Right. On the other hand, if it gets a little closer, is he going to build 3 apartments, 4 apartments? Is it going to be, I forgot what square footage he told the committee
That's not specified in there
was
anyway.
going to be for mixed use. I think we couldn't do too much about that.
Right.
We can ask for specific performance if they refuse to buy the property, and we can hold them to specific performance to do that which they said they would do within their RFP. We're in their bid. It's our RFP.
Now, would that be something that this council would have to act on, calling for specific performance, or is that something that you're naturally going to just put into the contract?
Frankly, I think the council would not have to act on it. I think it would be incumbent on the city. I don't want to take on too much, but it would be incumbent on the city administration and law department, and maybe if there's a variance, the planning board, to ensure that the project was built in accordance with our specifications and what was promised.
All right.
So we have remedies.
Thank you so much for your time, sir. I really appreciate it. I yield.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 3, Councilor Kamara.
I'm intrigued by your allowance of something and not allowance of something else. If the proposal allows for commercial development on the ground level and residential development on the upper levels, or some mixed use that would combine, maybe 2 levels of commercial and 2 levels of residential, what prevents a piece of the commercial enterprise being a fast food place?
Nothing.
Or a Starbucks?
Nothing. I was actually thinking of, I thought the question was, a totally different use
I see.
than what's been proposed. Within the commercial, I can't remember exactly what the proposal was, but I thought it was some kind of a office type facility. But yes, a cafeteria serving the neighborhood. Yeah, we can't, if it's commercial, it's commercial. So you're right, it could be a
Yeah.
Starbucks or somebody. They
Good.
can't knock the building down and make a Wendy's.
Okay, I yield. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Council in seat 4.
I just have a couple of questions for the judge. We can't put any stipulation in after the fact. The neighborhood has been quite vocal. I know I received calls last week. They took the time to put together a letter. They took the time to come to citizen input. There was quite a few neighbors attending tonight. And they have made it very clear that they don't want to see a lot of apartments or housing, low-income housing. We can't stipulate the income.
Right.
But in the RFP, we could stipulate, now if the people from Hanover said, you know, they were gonna do 4 or 6 apartments in a building that size, and they're gonna be high-end and this and that, and this is gonna be the dimensions of them, then they're naturally gonna get a higher rent than if they said, you know, we're gonna put 20 apartments in there. They're gonna be much smaller and worth a lot less. But that's only if we have the specifics in the RFP.
We can, I don't know if this is what you're asking me. In the purchase and sale, we generally say to be constructed in accordance with the RFP, the bid submitted
Right.
in response to our RFP.
But this
So
bid doesn't have a number of units, and I think that that's really their concern, is the number of units that are gonna go in there. From experience, when the Wixon School was for sale in my own neighborhood, a lot of the neighbors came down, they didn't wanna see it overrun with apartments in that area. The Argosy School is in there now, it's a great fit for the neighborhood, and I think that these neighbors need to be heard of their concerns as well. They've done a lot of work to better that neighborhood, a lot of work with the administration and the police department. So I really want to see some type of stipulation. And I mean, if that means that the RFP has to go out more specific, I don't know if this Hanover Properties has a timeline that they're working on. I was not at that real estate committee meeting. If that's the will of the council to change the wording in the RFP so that the neighbors have,
you can't. You either award it or don't.
right. Well, it's not all done. But we could put it back out to bid with the wording in it, correct?
You could change the RFP. I think it's a very dangerous thing to do, having issued the RFP, having had a hearing, having given everybody the opportunity to bid. And I think, I won't guarantee, that confining the bidder to their bid probably gives the neighborhood the protection, because he's talking mixed use. He's not talking about exclusive apartments.
So that's
But,
my other question. Is there a mixed-use definition? Is it a certain percentage of commercial versus residential? Or can we
Generally,
do-
and if I had known this was going to come up, because I thought I was going to go up home after item 3, I would have brought the general purchase and sale that we use. But generally, the purchase and sale requires us to convey the property free of clear of all encumbrances, and it requires the bidder to develop the property in accordance with his bid.
I understand that, but what I'm asking is mixed use. Is there any definition for that specific?
I think there is in the zoning bylaw, but it might actually be able to be negotiated in terms of mixed use, meaning for purposes of this proposal, because all these purchase and sale agreements are generated by us and reviewed by their counsel. Generally, there's not too much change because purchase and sales are pretty much standard, but I could look at that. But in terms of changing the RFP or changing the response to it, that's really very difficult and not something I would advise.
So I don't know that I'm getting the answer I'm asking for. Could they do one little tiny store and 30 apartments, and does that qualify as mixed use?
It might, except I think that to put 30 apartments in that area, now you've got zoning issues. You need so many square feet of space for an apartment. You need, you need to satisfy zoning.
Okay.
And that's part of the, any PNS.
All right. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Council in seat 8, Council Ponte.
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, just referencing the proposal that was submitted to the Committee on Real Estate and now forwarded to the full council, it states in Mr. Hanover Properties LLC's reuse concept that the upper floors will be high-end residential units as either apartments or condos. So from a real estate perspective, I can attest to the fact that there is a strong demand right now for residential apartments that are not income qualified. I know there's been some questions that my colleagues have, and the concerns of the neighborhood are noted. I believe there's a representative from Hanover Properties LLC who is here tonight. I would be okay, if it's okay with my colleagues, for him to come and address these concerns right here before us. If it's the will of the council to bring him down here and do that, I'd like to make a motion to waive the rules.
Motion to waive the rules was made by Council Ponte. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Council Pereira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Mr. Hebert?
If I may, before he speaks, he is entitled to speak, and you're entitled to ask him to speak. He's not entitled to vary his bid. And I just want to make
He's
that
not
clear.
entitled to what?
He's not entitled to vary his bid. In other words, he can answer questions about what he intends.
Right, okay.
But he can't substantially change the bid, because then we'd be back in where we were.
Right.
Excuse me? No, but you can inquire into what he intends within
That's
the
why-
framework of his proposal.
And that's why I waive the rules, so Mr. Hebert can come down. and
But that's
discuss
why
it.
I'm protecting you.
Thank you very much.
I have a question, point of
I
order.
still have the floor, I
information.
believe. Council.
Council in seat 3, point of order.
Because the Corporation Council ultimately would be responsible for signing or at least participating in the preparation of a purchase and sale agreement, might it be advantageous for us not to have the judge at the table while,
Hire outside counsel.
would that be
I just
advisable?
feel like at that point, we're like the Attorney General. We're going to have him go sit in the seat just to call him back.
Look, I'll do anything you want. I was asked to
No,
come
I'm just
down.
asking basically through the chair to you, whether it might be advisable for him to answer questions without you necessarily being at the table as well.
I don't think it makes any difference. The
Okay.
PNS is going to
I
come out the
yield.
way it
Thank
is,
you.
and I'm not going to negotiate with him tonight. And he's
Mr.
not going to negotiate with me.
Mr. Hebert, if you could please indicate what your plan is, and I know I just read from your reuse concept, but there's been some points indicated to the council tonight with respect to potential low-income apartments in this complex. Care to elaborate a little bit on what your plans are here?
Yeah, switch up towards you. Oh, sorry.
It's on.
Yeah, the low-income aspect is a non-issue. And I will elaborate on that. When we developed the proposal, our first focus is going to be the historical restoration of this property. The exterior, primarily windows and things like that. And going in the building, although it's been heavily vandalized and neglected for 8 years, it still has a solid bone structure, if you will, that can be preserved. And I kind of think it would be sacrilege to chop that up in any way. Right now, the building consists of 16 classrooms and 2 small offices that were at one time the principal's office. Of the 16 classrooms, 12 are roughly 1,000 square feet. 4 are about 650 square feet. Doing nothing and leaving the walls up as they are, which is our plan, if you just look at the square foot usage, you're not going to get anything more than 1 bedrooms out of them if you were to do all apartments. And by the way, I was listening I saw the citizen input, I was watching it on TV previously, so I know some of the concerns. It is not economically feasible to even consider turning these into apartments and doing low income or anything like that. So you're looking at, if I were to do all one bedrooms, for example, and rent them out to current fair market rents, which is, I believe, about $825 for a one bedroom, through low income, some people Section 8, it's all the same. It's all in the HUD standard fair market rents. That is far below what this property is going to be worth or what the build-out cost would warrant. So in order to make this financially feasible, we're looking at a mixed-use element. I myself will be moving my operation to the property, and I have interests already, initial interests from various offices, lawyer, architect, so on and so forth. And I envision having the first 2 floors built out as commercial with a nice residential element. And the reason why we wanted to keep the residential element in there is the top floors, specifically the middle 4 apartments that at one time was an auditorium, probably back in the 50s. I went to school there in the 70s, and it was already divided up into 4 classrooms. But if you look above the drop ceilings, those ceilings are over 25 feet tall. And I would like, I think ideally, we could do a loft-style, really nice high-end loft-style apartment in those 4 units that would complement the area. And there's certainly not going to be, going to be far above the market for subsidized housing or low income. And if anybody knows me, I don't give my properties away. I get full value. It's like anything in real estate. You sell your house, you want top dollar, and that's what I get on my properties. But I certainly would like to involve a mixed-use development. Part of that with constant flow of traffic, myself included, and I run my operation 7 days a week. We're always around, and that's not too far from my current office and the neighborhood that I was in. And I also want to elaborate. I heard some concerns earlier. I already own 6 properties in that neighborhood. I'm probably one of the single biggest owners in that neighborhood, and there's no issues with my properties. And I'm heavily invested in the Niagara neighborhood, and I wish I would have had an opportunity to talk to the representative that was here earlier. I haven't had that opportunity. But I own the former Elks Lodge on Bank Street, a few properties on Linden Street, and I'm also taking care of some properties in the Franklin Street area for Affordable Resource Board. And I'm also a receiver for the state at the Attorney General's office that we're taking over a blighted property on Oak Street that we're going to be cleaning up. So my involvement in that neighborhood is substantial at this point in time, and I fully intend to work with it and keep things cleaned up.
I think you've answered my questions and then some, and I think it was important, Mr. Hebert, for the community and the people in the neighborhood to hear from you on your plans. I'm not sure if this was discussed during the real estate committee meeting or not, but I mean, there's a highly advantageous approach, which we know in the RFP process, and I believe with the proposal that is being presented before us, there's a highly advantageous benefit to potentially move forward here. Mr. Hebert has indicated to this council, and he's on the record by saying that he's going to, there's a mixed-use element, and he intends, like it says here, the upper floors will be high-end residential units, apartments, or condos. And that is what is before us. It's in writing, and I think that should satisfy the neighborhood association. And we also got to keep in mind that, I mean, these schools have been sitting here, and there's more of an issue, I think, and if it currently sits in its as-is condition for any longer as we approach the winter and potential issues here. So, based on what you've indicated to me, Mr. Hebert, I'm comfortable with supporting this, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Before I recognize individuals who have already spoken, councilors on seat 2, 5, 6, or 7 want to speak?
No, thank you.
Council on seat 5?
Just to respond as a member of the Real Estate Committee, those questions were asked, and Mr. Hebert did have his entire development team with him at that time. If we are utilizing the RFP moving forward as part of it, and we use the 7 elements of our comparative evaluation criteria as we did that. That real estate committee was 5 hours long, and I think we did a pretty good job at vetting all of the proposals. If we look at this proposal, just to clarify some of the things that are in this proposal, and there's plenty to look at, but we're talking about replacing all mechanical space. The basement level will include a common room for use of residents as well as a workout room, element of museum space for the residents that will detail history of the structure as a school and highlight the work of original architect within the Fall River, which will be discussed at the Fall River Historical Society as well as Community Preservation Committee. Masonry exterior will be completely restored, including reproduction and replacement of damaged and missing terracotta components. All windows and doors being replaced to energy code compliant with original configurations. Modern upgrades will include an elevator or required code, fire safety improvements, completely new mechanical systems, and servicing the entire structure. And I just can go on and on and on. When we looked at these and did the vetting on these, I did comment at the meeting about the proposal itself. It went above and beyond the requirements of our RFP, and it was a pretty good proposal. And one of the things I've said here before is that we go to these committee meetings, and it goes to some of the things that we were talking prior, which it confuses me. We go to committee meetings, we spend a ton of time, maybe too much time, I'm not sure, but 5 hours, and then, and I can appreciate all members' concerns, but I take my positions on my committee serious. I do vet whatever I need to vet, and this did come out with a recommendation to this council from a committee that did some good work. I want to commend the council, the chair of the committee, did a very good job at bringing all those people to the table, and I would say that we completed a very complicated and very difficult because of all the issues of concern to the residents. But I'm confident that this project will move forward. One of the pieces that he did leave in here was his personal financial statements. I mean, it's just it's a pretty good policy, and I would a pretty good RFP that came back. My question to you, Judge Macy, is while our RFP spelled out some of the things that needed to be included, when we make our determination as to the benefit of neighborhood and benefit of community, that was part of our criteria. Some of the things that he included in here, which moved our decision, went to that component, so that when we make our decision to recommend, those components that were included in this that were above and beyond our RFP, not changing anything, can that be included in the purchase and sale agreement?
Yes, he's bound by his bid, just like we are bound by our RFP.
Well, then I would comment and recommend to Corporation Counsel to make sure that the components that were actually in his response to our RFP, and I think they're spelled out pretty clear, are included in the purchase and sale, so that would alleviate some of the concerns of the neighbors.
I'd have to check, but I think we usually refer to the bid and make it part of the purchase and sale.
Okay, with that I yield.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt was made by Council Capaceras. There was a second by Council Ponte. Further discussion? Council C3.
Yeah, just I'd like to make a quick mention of the fact that as someone who's also a neighborhood leader in this particular area, although this building is just east of the Lower Highlands boundary, but the biggest concern, probably the most discussed concern are the number of vacant buildings that are in this area. And we've seen some turnaround on that with 100 Rock Street soon to be open, we hope, as the Abbey Grill and the police station as well being looked at by some entities. But there are some movements there are some buildings that are going forward with viable projects. This is a viable project, and it's one that I'm willing to support tonight. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. Councilor seat 4.
I just have a quick question for Mr. Hebert. The IMG Inc., you're the owner or manager of that, the property manager?
My management and construction firm that I run all my business through.
And there's a list of completed projects. Do you still manage these projects?
Yes, I do.
So I think we could probably give these addresses to the neighborhood. They'll be able to see the kind of properties that you have. And
I'd gladly provide you with more, too.
great. All right, with that, I yield. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none on the motion to adopt the committee's recommendation, all those in favor?
Aye.
Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
On adoption of the order granting the bid, Councilors Cavaseris,
Yes.
Joseph Kamara,
Abstain.
Stephen Kamara,
Yes?
La Liberty LeBeau,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Pereira,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
President Kadim.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Hebert.
Committee on Real Estate, at a meeting held on September 7th, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying order be adopted, with Council Pereira absent and not voting. This is the bid from Hanover Properties in the amount of $5,000 for the former Sylvia School.
Councilor seat 7.
Move adoption of the order?
There's a motion to move the adoption of the order made by Councilor Kamara. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Long. Councilor seat
I
7.
had to leave the real estate committee meeting early, and, I watched it later, but, we have a LAL Construction offered $20,000 versus $5,000, and they were gonna do retail stores, et cetera, there. So I'm not voting for this. I would prefer LAL at the $20,000 with, working on it quickly, know that they have the finances to do it, and I think that $5,000 for all of the property at Sylvia School right off the highway. And the other question I have, and Mrs. Viveris is still here, is that at one point in time, I heard Mrs. Viveris mention something about the Sylvia School, that there was someone who would have knocked it down for nothing, but we needed to go out on an RFP. Would it be more feasible to do that? I'm hearing that, it'll take a lot of work to get these buildings back to where they were. I don't know if the investment is worth it, and I get it that the Historical Society, Preservation Society want to try to save every building they can. I've been in these buildings, and two of them I really think are, really in tough shape. And the money that it's going to cost to rehab those, I think, is going to be phenomenal, but I know that LAL said that they were looking at keeping one building and knocking down the smaller one on the side. So I'm not going to vote for that. I just think that $5,000 for property right off the highway is not the best that we could do. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Councilor seat 1.
I appreciate the concerns of my colleague in seat number 7, and just so we have a clarification, because we're going to ultimately have to do this on why we allowed a lower bidder than the top bid to be the winner here. So ultimately, there's a few reasons. First, we're talking about restoration of all 3 buildings, all 3 historical buildings. And part of the way that they're paying for this cost is through tax credits. There's a 30% tax credit incentive through state and federal taxes in order to be able to help pay for this, plus grants and stuff like that. So that's gonna help pay close to 50% of the cost on top of the money that they're putting in through bonding and stuff like that, or not bonding, but local lending. And that's what I assume that Mr. Hebert is going to do in order to be able to pay for the other half. That being said, we're talking about keeping all 3 buildings, which is going to provide greater value than leveling these buildings and putting up a plaza without a proper storefront. We're talking about multi-level, multi-usage, meaning that we're talking, we're gonna have restaurants, we're gonna have a boutique hotel, which is, those are all businesses that are gonna pay, business taxes as opposed to potentially residential taxes. And because there's structures in place, it's gonna pay more taxes than if there's a parking lot there. So when we looked at, or at least when I looked at, the amount of tax revenue that was gonna be attained year over year with this low bid, the amount of money that it was gonna generate was worth more than even the high bid was gonna be able to generate, pay in the first year. So the additional amount of revenue that we're talking about attaining here is so advantageous to the community, not only for this year and next year, but every year thereafter. So, I had no other option than to support this bid, considering that there are only 2 bids on the table by the time we were done with this. So for those of you who weren't able to attend the real estate committee meeting, I think that my colleague in seat number 5 would agree with the assessment, and I yield.
Thank you, Councilor C.D.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of things on this site. I looked through this report. Like I said, I'm not on the real estate committee, but it's before us tonight. There's a couple of things that, in my opinion, regarding the proposal that is before us, that I find to be very appealing. The first part is, it's proposed before us that there's a potential hotel, that is a boutique hotel that's going to be going on this site. There's a back part of the building, or there's a part of the building that's going to be a retail/restaurant component. Very, very nicely summarized here, with some outdoor dining possibly. The right building has a lot of opportunity as well, as large as it is. But one of the important parts, I think, is that the taxes that the city is going to receive just in year 1, not without this actually being transformed into the facility that it's proposed to be, is over $40,000 possibly in year 1. We're maintaining the historical preservation that is important to the Historical Society. There's a hotel element that's here that coincides with our master plan, talking about reusing, readaptive use. And another part that I'm not sure if it was discussed in the real estate committee meeting or not, but there's potential job creation here as well. We're not talking about 5, 10, 15, 20 jobs. There's a potential here that you can look at 150 to 200 jobs with this site specifically. I would like to also note that the current condition of this building in its as-is condition right now is unsafe to the community. I've received phone calls from people who are indicating that there's homeless people who are here. There's no possible way that the city has the financial capabilities to board this up. I would like to like to go on record today that if Corporation Counsel could speak with the Buyers Corporation Counsel to see if he could potentially incur the cost of securing this site. I think it'd be advantageous for both parties because he wants to protect his asset, he wants to protect his property, and we're also in turn working both ways to ensure that there's no issues, vandalism, or anything to worry about with that regard. So I'd encourage, the other thing that I'd like to note is there's a potential environmental issue that's here. Therefore, the buyer of this is going to have to do a 21E on this, and he's going to have to take care of the soil components that are potentially hazardous, that the city is going to be off the hook on going forward. So this is a good proposal, in my opinion. It's a proposal that works with our master plan. It's a proposal that I think would definitely work towards establishing and beautifying our downtown. So great proposal. I'm happy it comes before us, and I'd ask that we support this as a council. Thank you.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Just to a couple of the issues that you brought up, it actually was discussed in the committee meeting. First, he said the first thing he was going to do was button up the building when he got in there, and second, the architects were talking about they have to go in there, they have a certain amount of money set aside for 21E purposes. So those were addressed in the committee meeting. We did have those questions, and they were kind enough to be able to answer them for us. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Move adoption of the committee's report.
There's already a motion on the floor that was made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, second by Councilor Long. Further discussion? Councilor.
Sorry, I had my hand up.
Counselor
I just
seat
had a
4.
question. I agree with everything that Counselor in seat 8 said, and I appreciate the work the Real Estate Committee put into this. I like this proposal as well, for all of the reasons that they said, and I'm glad that we're not taking down the building, and I know that that was possibly the intent in the other proposal. I know the Historic Commission will be happy with that. I just had a weird question before we board anything up. I know that the building is unsafe, but the PAL deck hockey kids play in that building still. And I had believed to talk to the clerk about this a couple of weeks ago when the bids were coming in, and the clerk had indicated, I can't remember which one of you I talked to, but that one of the proposals was going to allow their season to continue until they were ready to really start construction on the building. Was that this proposal, or was it the other one?
Point of clarification?
Counselor in seat
Yes.
1.
Again, a 5-hour vetting. I'll do the clarification
All
for the
right,
committee.
Counselor in seat 5.
Part of the vetting process, when we went through this and looking at all the things, Mr. Hebert did to tell us that as part of his reviewing the property, found that PAO was utilizing the property to do their floor hockey, and they would be allowed to continue until such time as that piece of the property was going to be rehabilitated. The PAL was thrilled to hear it, and I'm sure within that next 2 years, they're going to have a better place just because of his ownership. He did tell us that upon buying both of these properties, that he's going to fence the property off, secure the property, secure the downstairs to get rid of any intrusion problems that they have there. And his what really kind of fulfilled that piece for me was his being a receiver for AG for those types of properties that need to be boarded up and secured. So he has that experience as well. So yes, the PAL is going to remain there until such time as that building becomes part of the next project. So yes, that's the one.
Thank you.
This was the property that was going to be done.
Thank you for that yes response.
I yield.
Yield, Counselor.
Call the question.
On the motion to adopt the committee's report, recommendation, all those in roll call?
Roll call.
On adoption of the order, Councilors Cabaceres?
Yes.
Joseph Kamara? Stephen Kamara?
Yes.
La Liberty LeBeau?
Yes.
Long?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Pereira?
No.
Conti?
Yes.
And President Steele.
Yes.
Committee on Real Estate, at a meeting held on September 7th, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying bids be forwarded to the full council for action, with Councilor Pereira absent and not voting. These were the bids for the former Coughlin School. The first was to St. John's Holy Ghost in the amount of $5,000. And the second is to Dream Homes LLC in the amount of $6,000. Dream Homes has since forwarded a correspondence that they have withdrawn their bid.
Mr. Chairman,
Counselor in seat 2, you just got a quick question.
Read the correspondence, where they withdrew.
Hang on. Please be advised that due to the vote taken by the chairman of the Real Estate Committee, Mr. Richard Cabaceres, on September 7th, 2016, not to accept our proposal on the Coughlin School, Dream Homes LLC hereby withdraws their offer to purchase said property. Please return our bank check in the amount of $600 in the original letter of credit from Bank 5. Signed by Jose A. Pacheco of Dream Homes LLC.
Thank you.
Counselor in seat 3, Counselor Kamara.
yeah, I'd like to move that we sell the property to St. John's Holy Ghost
Second.
for $5,000.
There was a motion made by Counselor Stephen Kamara that we sell the property to St. John's Holy Ghost in the amount of $5,000, which was seconded by Counselor Pereira. Discussion. I'll turn it back over to Counselor in seat 3, then Counselor in seat 1.
I just think, this is somewhat, has been somewhat of a long-term, I don't want to call it a nightmare, because it certainly has been interesting and a challenge. But again, I have to go back to my previous tenure on the council to recall that we were in dire need to sell these school buildings as quickly as possible, so they didn't go through a winter of practice and mal-attention. And here we are, 8 winters later, approaching another winter, and here particularly, we have a building that really needs a miracle to survive. There have been 4 RFPs on this building. I can remember when Peter Belanger was one of them. He put in a bid for either $1 or $1.50 or something, and did get the bid. Was unable to implement his dream. And then there have been various other proposals, the most recent of which ended up in a situation where we now have a building which is really on its last leg, with so much fire damage and it becoming a building of real problems in that neighborhood. I think it needs a group like St. John's Holy Ghost that really would pursue this, not just as a matter of profit or a matter of creating a space for a meeting location, but really are pursuing it as a spiritual commitment and a spiritual dream. And this also happens to be one of the most significant buildings in terms of its architectural integrity. My family's property, my grandparents' property was on Eastern Avenue, abutting this school, just down from Campbell Street where this school is located. And this school building has been such an integral part of that neighborhood that to allow it to go another winter without it being occupied and loved by a group of people, I think would be a real detriment. I think we need to take the chance, take the leap of hope and faith, and wish well the St. John's Holy Ghost group that wants to take this property and turn it into their home. And I think it would be a wonderful end to really what could be a very tragic story if we don't put it in the hands of a group of people that I believe not only has the potential to turn this thing around and make it a beautiful space, but I think also has the true commitment that's needed to make this thing happen. So I hope my colleagues will support this. I yield.
Thank you. Counselor, seat 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, first, since a bid didn't come up because of the fact I voted a certain way, I believe that I have to represent all 88,000 people when I make a vote. And when we were presented these RFPs, they said we had basically a scoring chart from very advantageous to not advantageous, or very not advantageous, I think might have been the terminology that they used. And I created.
Unacceptable, not advantageous, advantageous, highly
Thank you.
advantageous.
So there were 7 different blocks that we graded, and what I did is basically, I took the middle of that and I said, if anybody is to the right of that, then that means that it's not advantageous to the city. And anybody who's to the left of that is advantageous to the city, whether it be very advantageous or advantageous is 2 different things. So to kind of give you a kind of a concept of where I came up with that, the first bid that we saw from Mr. Hebert came up with a 13, the second one came up with a 10, and then the 2 bids here, the Dream Homes one came up with a 17, and the bid that's sitting in front of us right now is a 21. Therefore, I felt that both bids weren't advantageous to the municipality. I felt that it was important to send it up and not agree by adopting one or recommending one, and they came up without recommendation. Ultimately, I don't represent the opinion of the other 8 of you, and I think you all agree with that. So he had the ability to come up here, and we had the ability to decide as a whole, and apparently that wasn't the case. So now we have one bid present, and this bid, in my opinion, is not the most advantageous thing that we can do for this community. We're talking about the fact that we have the ability to generate revenue out of this building. We're talking about the fact that, frankly, the bid when it came in could have been better, and I think that it's important that we figure out what do we want to see happen with this building. And frankly, whether it stays up, whether it goes down, I think we need to do everything that we can in order to be able to make sure that the community that is in the immediate area and the rest of the residents of the city of Fall River are getting everything they can out of this, AKA a building that is good for the community, that pays into the tax base. And I'm concerned about this current bid. My suggestion to my colleagues would be that we don't accept this bid and we go back through the process of doing the RFP minus the restrictions that were set forth in this RFP and only this RFP. I think the reason why we got good bids for the first two RFPs is because of the fact there were sans restrictions. We put it out to the open market and we saw what the open market sent back to us. With this RFP particularly, if we put it out to the open market and it comes back to us and we decide again that it's not advantageous at that point in time, then we continue further action. But I think realistically, this is the first time this building has gone out in the current state that it's in. I think the restrictions were potentially curbed some bids, and I think if we put it back out, we have the potential to see some more bids, and there's actually been interest in it since. So there is somebody who potentially already wants to bid on this building if we put it back out to bid. So, and I'm sure the people from the Holy Ghost will bid again, and they'll be able to clear up their bid because there's frankly missing stuff here. So I'd like to see that be brought back in, and anybody else who is potentially willing to do this, I yield.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 7, Councilor Farrar.
Me?
You had your head up, no?
Well, I seconded the motion, but I think there's also people in the neighborhood who signed and wanted that type of a building to exist there, and they are going to fix the roof. They're not going to knock it down, so it's a situation that people want to try to keep buildings up. And they have the resources to do the roof right away. We also have the city, I believe the city received $300,000 from insurance company on this particular piece that they're not going to use because the building has been sold. Maybe they can put that into a blighted property fund or something and do something else with material, but, I mean, I'm going to support this. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 8.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm not sure if Councilor in seat 1, who's chair of the committee, can answer this because I wasn't here. I'm not seeing a financial component. I want to be cognizant of the fact that we're talking about a building that caught fire and has a big hole in the roof. So my question, I guess, through the president to my colleague in seat 1, the financial component, was that vetted with this group? And have they indicated any kind of financial statement that shows that they have the financial capabilities of not only fixing the building, but restoring the building?
So I don't want to, if I may, President. I don't want to speak for my colleague sitting in seat number 5, so if you could refer to him after you refer to me, I'd like to answer just on my behalf. I felt that the finances weren't clear. I felt that they were planning on using a lot of volunteer time in order to be able to accommodate this project, and I feel like the timeline was kind of extended considering what we were talking about. This bid in general, and I have the bid sitting on my desk right now. I'll hand it to you, and if you don't have it already, it was very unclear, and it sounds like you've looked over it. It was very unclear. I don't think that this is an advantageous bid for the city at all,
But I guess my question, and I'm not sure if I missed it, the financial component.
It's not there.
So there is nothing in the, I don't have a copy of it, unfortunately, but there wasn't any kind of financial statement of any sorts that shows that they have the financial capabilities of fixing the building and maintaining that aspect. I guess that's my question.
So let me clarify. When we asked about the finances, I think the answer was we have a lot of volunteer hours. We have, and there's nothing here that states anything about finances.
So there was no documentation with regards to
No.
a commitment letter
And
from a
that was
bank or
requested in
anything?
the RFP, that you show the financial capability in order to be able to do this.
Was that part of was that listed as one of the requirements to make them responsive?
I don't know.
Do we know?
We had the corporation council.
Well,
I
just wanna-
can answer some of that.
If I might just if I can ask the administrator, if we can motion to waive the rules.
Motion to waive the rules, please.
Well, Mr. President, I would also waive the rules because we've been generous in doing that, and there are people in the audience that would like to speak on this.
Okay. I'm just curious, before we go down this road. Are we not, motion to waive the rules, all those in favor? Roll call from city administrator.
Roll call.
Madam Clerk. That was a simple vote.
To waive the rules to allow additional members to speak, Councilors Cavaseris?
I'm sorry, the motion is to allow the city administrator to speak, correct?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilors Cavaseris?
Yes.
Joseph Kamara?
This is for the administration.
For the administrator.
Yes.
Stephen Kamara?
Yes.
Or Liberty LeBeau?
Yes.
Long?
No.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Pereira? No. Fonte?
Yes.
President Kadim?
Yes. Just quick clarification for the city council. If we're going to make this motion, was the RFP based on, I guess, for the bidder to be responsive, was there a requirement for the financial portion to be submitted in order for them to be considered responsive?
The bidder had to provide a cost estimate from a contractor regarding the necessary emergency repair work, which included a roof system, and they had to be able to provide a letter of credit showing that they had the financial capacity to complete the emergency repair work. And they represented to the committee that they had that capability.
So they just need to have the capability, or they need to actually provide the document with their bid?
It was not required with the bid, it was required upon execution of the PNS.
Okay.
And should they not able to provide that to you, Mrs. Viveras, would the purchase and sales be null and void?
It would be unresponsive, yes, at that time.
Nope, I yield, Mr. President.
Thank you. Council in seat 4.
Just a quick question. Some of my questions were answered. So if they don't come up with it at the PNS, the deal is void?
That's correct, that's a requirement.
I see they have a couple of bids here for materials, $21,000, and I appreciate that they're going to use a lot of volunteers, but we're talking about putting a roof on here. I mean, I could be a volunteer, but I don't know anything about putting a roof on. So that piece of it concerns me. I mean, we have the purchase and sale as the fallback if they don't have the financial paperwork in time by then.
That's correct, Counselor. And the building inspector obviously has to approve the scope of the work to replace the, to do the emergency repairs.
I would just hate to see the building sit. I'm just concerned why they didn't submit it originally. If they have this money, why wouldn't they just submit it with the bid, like everyone else does?
Well, again, Counselor, it's a letter of credit supporting. So the feeling is that if they get the award, they would have to produce that letter of credit to support that emergency repair work.
I understand. I would just think that if they had that they would have brought it or included it with their offer. One other question, we don't have it in here because this gentleman from Dream Homes pulled his bid. What was that for?
The letter was just read.
I know why he pulled it out, but what were they planning on building?
He was planning to demolish the building and construct 4 house lots.
Thank you. Just wanted to know it wasn't in front of us. I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 5.
I'm not, and I want to be clear that I'm not against the St. John's Holy Ghost Club buying this building. What I am against, and I want to caution, we just went through two proposals, and we talked about financial capacity. There were 7 comparative evaluation criteria that this RFP was supposed to respond to. The first one is experience with redevelopment of urban sites. I won't comment on what that was. I'll let my colleagues figure that. Financial capacity to complete the project. Now, I hear comments that they have money, they don't have money. This bid did not respond to the financial capacity of this organization to complete the process. Project budget. There was no budget included in this project. Likelihood of completing the project on schedule in a timely manner. When you go back and you look at the 7 criteria in which we based our decision to not recommend, there was nothing included in the bid. So all I'm saying is if you want to put this bid up and you want to say yes, that's up to this council, and I say, God bless. But what do you do the next time? Okay, as I take this very, very serious. I've said it at the real estate committee, and I'll say it here. I take this very, very serious. The reuse of our properties within this city is probably the most important thing, and I'm tired of people buying these properties and letting them sit and continue to deteriorate. We have no repercussion, just some of the issues that we talked about before. I'm not saying that that will happen here, but we're looking at a minimum bid that did not respond to any of the criteria in the RFP. That was how the recommendation was arrived at. That was the work of the committee. And now it's up to this body to either make a decision, and that's fine. But it's not because of the Holy Ghost. I think the Holy Ghost Feast, the Holy Ghost Club, St. John's, is a great organization, wonderful organization. I'd love to say I could support it. But the bid didn't meet, as far as we're concerned, the minimum requirements of the RFP. And I don't want to go down that road and have to justify that and any other further real estate committee evaluation process. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in C7.
I think that some of the so-called volunteers that were spoken of was that they have members within their society that are contractors, that are licensed contractors, licensed carpenters, licensed roofers, licensed electricians. So all of the people that will be donating their time to this are licensed in whatever field that's needed there. And they do have the money to immediately buckle up, button up the roof, which is something that they needed to do. And people didn't want to knock down the building, and the neighbors would rather see this than houses built there. So that's why I'll support it. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor in C1.
So I appreciate my colleague in seat number 7 and her words of support. And just like my colleague in seat number 5 said, I think you guys do great work, and I appreciate what you're trying to do there, but we have criteria that we have to live by in order to be able to choose what is in the best interest of all the residents that we represent, not just the people who are on the petition, which I'm glad that you went out and did the work, and I appreciate that they voiced their opinion. I also didn't feel that 4 house lots on that place was a good spot either. They scored a 17 on that one, which means that they weren't appropriate for what we were looking to do there. And the fact that we're talking about licensed contractors and everybody else who could potentially do this, who is qualified to do this, what about liability? What if somebody gets hurt on the job? What if somebody falls off the roof while repairing the roof? What happens then? Is that going to go into their license even though they're not paying those people? It's all volunteer work? Or does the organization take on a large amount of risk I don't know the answer to that. Actually, that's something that I'd be more than happy to ask them directly if the rules were waived, but it doesn't sound like the palette is there for my colleagues in order to be able to do that. But what we have to do, I believe, is we have to look at the long-term use, not the immediate use, and not how we're just trying to get rid of this building, because I agree, we need to get rid of this building because something needs to happen with it right away. But we need to figure out how this is going to be most advantageous to the community that we represent. And there's a couple of things there. One, that it turns around relatively quickly. And if that means go back out for another bid to somebody who can turn it around relatively quickly, let's do it. Two, we need to generate revenue from this building, because the people who we represent are having a tough time paying their taxes. And if we can help this if this can generate revenue, that eases that burden just a little bit. And if we use that policy going forward, if we change our fiscal policy in that front, our city can improve leaps and bounds. So I really appreciate the effort. I really appreciate what they're trying to do there. And I know that they're probably upset based on some of the opinions that I have about this, but I'm trying to look at it as unbiased as I possibly can. So with that being said, my recommendation is that we not accept this offer and we go back out to bid again. Again, I yield.
There's a motion. Call the order, please.
There's a motion on the floor.
Are you moving the question? Is that what you?
Move the question.
Motion to move the
Chairman,
question.
I've had my hand raised.
I understand, but the motion to move the question, is there a second? Seeing none, Counselor in seat 4.
Yeah,
Counselor in seat 4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to clarify, but I think Councilor in seat 1 just did. I thought I heard Councilor in seat 5 say, you know, that they did all this work, which I absolutely understand. But there was no recommendation that came with us. It was just to forward it to us for action. So that was my confusion. There was no, I mean, I can hear it when you're speaking now, but. And then my other question is, and maybe there's no will to do this, and that's fine, but the gentleman is here. He seems eager to answer a question. Motion to waive the rules?
Motion to waive the rules made by Counselor LeBeau, second by Counselor Cabeceras. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none. Would somebody from the Holy Ghost like to come down? St. John's Holy Ghost.
Thank you for coming down.
Could you just state your name for the, name and address for the record?
How you doing tonight? My name is Leonardo Diago. I am the president of St. John's the Holy Ghost. The questions that you have about the money, we have the money, and the people that's working, they are licensed and have insurance and everything else. A lot of the committee members are to help clean up and get rid of all that trash, but we have licensed contractors that are licensed to do the job, and that's why we really have the bid of what the trusses are going to be, what's going to cost us to button it all up. Of course, we don't have $200,000 to fix it up right away, but we are going to button it up and work with it slowly when we have fundraisers to fix it all up.
And just a question, you said you have the money to purchase this materials, but you didn't include any bank statements or letters or anything with your proposal. Was there a reason why?
I sent it in a package. I sent the letter from Coastal Bank, and the trusses that has what's going to cost us for the trusses.
Well, I understand it has the cost, but I don't have any, there's nothing in here that says that this organization has a bank account with any money in it. There's no financials for this organization.
Oh, yes, there is. There's got to be. There's got to be one from Coastal Bank that says we have $61,000, and it's going to cost us $50-something thousand for the trusses and the wood.
Okay, but we don't have that, is what we're saying.
Oh, no, I sent it in with the proposal letter, with the $5,000 check.
President to the clerk.
Madam Clerk.
You have what we have, Counselor.
Who has a check from the?
Who has the check?
The city would have it.
Okay, it's in the same envelope. The lady at the bank, she gave me a thing of all my accounts. As a matter of fact, she froze the accounts until this went through, because you could not touch any other accounts until we.
Could I just ask the administrator, do you know have you seen any documentation?
No, it's with the purchasing department, still have the bid on the check.
Yeah,
it hasn't been opened.
That's just the bid deposit, right?
Apparently, it's in the bid deposit. Purchase order here.
Yeah, it's in the envelope with the, it even says that all accounts are frozen until this is resolved.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that we have the rest of the bid. We just don't have anything from the bank, so that makes it very hard for me, I'll speak for myself, to award a building without having any
See,
financial.
I put everything inside the envelope with the check and the letter from the bank saying about what we have in all their accounts.
So,
So I thought you had that. in
no,
there.
we don't have that. We don't have any.
And I see the thing, you have the thing from the trusses and
We have the bids for how much the money's
the,
gonna cost.
the cost of the
which is-
materials for doing
Yes,
that, yes.
but nothing that says the organization has the ability
Oh,
to pay for
okay,
it.
see, that's in that envelope.
Yeah, we don't have that. Okay, so, I mean, I really need that.
I wouldn't propose a bid if I didn't have the money to pay for it.
I understand, but I need that, to see that paper.
It's in the purchasing department, or I can get you another copy tomorrow.
And to button up the roof, you said 50,000?
It's 32 for the trusses and 22 for the plywood.
Mhm.
And then we have a general contractor that's gonna do all the work. A lot of that work is volunteer. We buying the materials, and they're gonna volunteer their time.
The ones that did this, got you this quote, or no?
Which one?
Uh,
The contractor is Olympian Construction Company. He's the one that's gonna do all the roofing. And Capeway is a crane that's gonna come in and set it in place.
I feel like I need to see the rest of the documentation on this. With that, I'll yield so that any other council can
Thank you,
ask a
Counselor.
question.
Counselor C3?
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about where this is going, but I want to emphasize again, this building has been out for bid on 4 different occasions. I remember at least one of those occasions, the council, it wasn't this council, although there were members of the council that were there then. I believe the ultimate bid was either $9.11 or it was $20.01. It had something to do with 9/11. And it was going to be developed as a peace center. And Peter Belanger was one of the principals. I believe his partner, who was involved with the Renaissance Narrow Center for the Arts when it was on Martine Street, Bert Hollow, was a partner of his, and they were going to do it together. Bert dropped out. And without anywhere near this kind of discussion, they sold the building to Peter for $9.11, and without any money in their bank. And I don't want to see a double standard. We have a group of people who have been, how long has St. John's been in Fall River as an association?
Over 50 years.
Over how many?
50 years. They used to be
50.
on County Street
Right.
until the tragic fire.
Right, I remember that so well. So for over 50 years, this group has invested in Fall River. They've given of their lives and of their money as charitable contributions to many organizations and many people that need assistance. And they have provided all of the necessary documentation to show their ability to move forward. Now, some of that documentation apparently is in an envelope in the purchasing agent department, and I've heard other things being raised that are required, but they're required at the time of the purchase and sale agreement being signed. They're not required here and now. So I don't want to see, again, a situation in which what's good for the goose is not good for the gander. Here's a case of an organization in the community. It's after 4 times this property being out to bid, nothing better has come along. And yet we want to go out for a 5th bid as winter approaches, providing a probability of another winter of this building going into disrepair and deterioration, instead of acting on a proposal that's before us that allows it to go forward with the understanding that by the time the purchase and sale agreement is signed, all the other necessary documentation and paperwork needs to be provided, And while I do respect and I'm so happy that people are concerned about after the building is sold, if someone goes up on the roof and hurts themselves, about liability on the part of the organ. I'm so glad that we're concerned about that for this particular group, but we haven't been concerned about that for any other group. People can fall off roofs of any of the other schools, the Sylvia School, the Lincoln School, or any of the other properties that have been sold, the Henry Lord School, when it was sold, did somebody fall into a hole there and break their leg? Were we concerned about those people at that time and the liability of those organizations? Let this project go forward. Let this organization of 50 years that's been committed to our community do its best to do the job. The worst that can happen is that they would fail, but I believe we should give them the chance to do this. And with that, I yield, and I hope we can go home before too long.
Thank you,
Move the
Counselor.
question.
Counselor in seat 1.
I just want to add a couple of things because they were brought up by my colleague in seat number 3. First, he was talking about somebody falling off the roof. Usually when these contracts, especially people employ people, it's usually based on the scope of their work. When they're working volunteer time, their insurance very well may not cover that. So I do have some concerns for liability for you. Second, the for-bid argument, yes, we're putting this out to bid again. However, this is the first time this has been put out to bid in this state. There was an accepted bid previously. It was going through the process of purchase and sales, and the building caught on fire. So now we're faced with this building that we need to do something with very, very quickly. In the RFP, it states that you're going to do something within 60 days in order to be able to button this up. And we're talking about as volunteers come and stuff like that. I'm concerned, I really am. And honestly, I feel it would be prudent of us, it would be in the best interest of not only your organization, but us representing the residents of Fall River, to make sure that we put this back out to bid again, allow you to bid again, and allow other people to bid again. I yield.
If you wait any longer, the building's gonna fall apart, collapse, because it's just getting more weather damage and everything. So if I get the building, I'm going to fix it up right away, because that's what it needs. You can't hold another winter, or else.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to move the question was
Move
made
the
by Counselor
question,
Pereira,
yes.
second by Counselor Mitchell. All those in favor?
Roll call.
Opposed, so voted.
I'm moving the question.
Moving the
yes.
question, yes. No, yeah, we're going to take a roll call. On the motion that was made by Counselor Kamara, second by Counselor Pereira, to award the bid to St. John's Holy Ghosts for, in the amount of $5,000, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Counselors Cabaceres?
No.
Joseph Kamara?
Abstain.
Stephen Kamara?
Yes.
Lullaby LeBeau?
No.
Long?
No.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Pereira?
Yes.
Ponte?
No.
President Kadim?
No.
The motion failed, Mr. President.
Motion to grant leave to withdraw.
Second.
Motion to grant leave to withdraw was made by Counselor Cabaceres, second by Counselor Ponte. All those in favor?
Aye.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
On granting the bid leave to withdraw, Counselors Cabaceres?
Yes.
Joseph Kamara?
No.
Stephen Kamara?
No.
Lullaby LeBeau?
No.
Long?
Let's take this off the table.
No discussion during roll call,
Counselor.
Mr. President?
Grant leave to withdraw?
Yes.
Mitchell?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Pereira?
No.
Ponte?
Yes.
President Kadim?
Yes.
Motion failed, Mr. President.
Motion to refer to real estate?
Second.
Motion to refer to real estate was made by Counselor Ponte, second by Counselor Mitchell. Discussion, Counselor in seat 1, Counselor Cabaceres.
Through the president to the clerk, if we already have the buildings in real estate as it is, so we can grant this leave to withdraw, and then real estate put this back out to bid again. Is that correct?
If you grant both bids leave to withdraw, then yes, then
Then we still have it in real estate, we can send it back out to bid again. So, I yield.
So it's going back.
Go ahead.
He doesn't have to bid again. It's going back.
Oh, it's in real estate. Let's go.
It's going back to real estate.
Any further discussion?
Bid again.
Seeing none? It's Counselor in seat 3.
Yeah, there's also the possibility, since leave to withdraw has failed, that this can go back to real estate, and real estate committee can make sure that the paperwork from the
St. John's.
the paperwork that's locked up in City Hall someplace is opened, and that if there's also other issues concerning liability questions or cooperation questions. I know Olympia is a qualified, well-known company in the community. If the committee, in its wisdom, wants other questions answered, bring the Holy Ghost community before it and work it out. Make this thing happen so that we can have this building buttoned up and protected so that it can have a future use. And I would encourage, if we do move to refer back to council, it's understood that it's not for the real estate committee to re-advertise, because we have not given this leave to withdraw. We have sent it back to the committee to work out a situation without leave to withdraw being approved.
That's fine.
And so the motion to refer would be in order, and I would so make that motion to
And I'll
refer
second that motion.
back to real
It's
estate.
already on there. Counselor in seat 6. Counselor in seat 6, you had your hand up?
I'm 5, he's 6.
No, I'm talking to him.
I did have my hand up. I agree with my colleague in C3. I believe that if these individuals sent all of the material to purchase it, I believe that if these individuals sent everything in that was necessary, and it's locked up in with the purchasing agent because they thought it was just a check, I think that that envelope should be opened, and I think that the subcommittee should get all of that information and then make that decision based on the fact that they did put in a bid on a timely fashion, and I think it should be, if they've got everything in order, they should be given that opportunity. And if we give it leave to withdraw, it's just going to start the process all over again. And I do believe that these individuals from St. John's Holy Ghost Club should be given that opportunity. So with that, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. I got to believe if purchasing has the bid check, which was opened at the time of the bid proposal, they noticed that there was financial statements, I would assume that they would have forwarded it over to the council, to the committee. But I'm just saying. Counselor in seat 4.
Yeah, so I voted no on this proposal simply because I can't do it without the financials, which is why I also voted no to leave to withdraw. So I would like to see, find out where it is, if it's somewhere. If not, they could furnish it again, bring it back to the real estate committee and give them that opportunity without having to go back out to bid. With that, I yield.
Okay, Counselor in seat 1.
And we're skating on thin ice too, because we also have Mass General Law 30B that we have to follow. And if they're submitting new documentation, potentially it creates an unfair situation. So if the financial documents aren't there, and if they're in the bid, then yes, we should be presented with those, and I agree with my colleagues 100%. But if it's new information that's presented, that might not be appropriate, so I yield.
Counselor in seat 5.
Move the question.
Second.
There was a motion to move the question made by Counselor Long, seconded by Counselor Mitchell. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none.
The question.
On the motion to refer to Real Estate Committee, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Send it back to real estate.
I agree. Someone's going to take a look at it. I don't have a problem with that.
To refer the bid on behalf of St. John's Holy Ghost back to the Real Estate Committee, Councilors Capaceras,
Yes.
Joseph Kamara,
Yes.
Stephen Kamara,
Yes.
Bartleby LeBeau,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Pereira,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
President Kadim.
Yes.
Point of clarification. My colleague to my left is abstained from every vote, but he's voting yes to send back to committee.
Yeah, it's his right to do that.
Based on what? I yield.
Next order of business.
We also have the bid on behalf of Dream Homes LLC. As mentioned, they did request that their bid be withdrawn, so it would be appropriate to grant the order of leave to withdraw.
Move to give leave to withdraw.
There was a motion to grant leave to withdraw made by Counsel Kamara. Is there a second? Second by Counsel LeBeau. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries.
Committee on Real Estate.
My colleague's making comments to me. Do you want to tell the public what you're talking
Yeah,
about, please?
I
Go ahead.
actually will.
Councilors.
Out of order, Mr. President.
Yes, we're not,
I don't need colleagues sitting, making comments to me while I'm sitting here. I have every right
folks,
to
if we
do
can
right
just, if
there.
we can just respect each other, I mean,
For
it
good
is,
reason.
it is 12:15, so Madam Clerk, if you can continue with the business, please.
Mr. President, could you just tell people who are not, don't have the floor not to speak? I'd appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Please respect that.
Committee on Real Estate, at a meeting held on September 7th, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying order be granted leave to withdraw. This was a bid on the former Lincoln School. These were from Sherwood Building Company and Cynthia Santos.
Move adoption.
Motion
Leave to
to
withdraw.
adopt the grant leave to withdraw was made by Councilor Kamara, second by Councilor Mitchell. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries.
The Committee on Real Estate, at a meeting held on September 7th, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying order be granted leave to withdraw. These were bids on the former Sylvia School from
Motion to
David
adopt.
Gwen and LAL Construction.
Motion to adopt grant to leave to withdraw was made by Council Mitchell. Is there a second? Second by Council LeBeau. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries.
The Committee on Real Estate, at a meeting held on September 7th, voted unanimously to recommend that the accompanying communication be accepted and placed on file. This was a communication from the St. John's Holy Ghost Association.
Move to refer to the Committee on Real Estate.
Second.
Motion to refer to the Committee on Real Estate was made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, second by Councilor LeBeau. Discussion? Seeing Councilor in seat one.
Yes, so this letter in particular was on the scope of the project submitted after the bid was presented. There was no information on the scope of the project until after the bids. So, against 30B, I yield.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor in seat four.
This is dated April 20th.
That's right, it had come in before.
Okay. One at a time.
I have the floor.
You do,
This is
Councilor in
dated
seat four.
April 20th, this letter.
That's right.
And it was received in City Council May 10th, 2016, referred to the Committee on Real Estate. So it was before when was the bid process?
Fair enough. I yield.
After that, it was after that.
I don't know when the bid process was. I don't
I
have
yield.
the dates. Okay.
Point of clarification.
Councilor in seat two.
To my colleague in C4, are you saying that my colleague in C1 is wrong once again?
I'm just saying what the date on the letter is.
Oh, come on.
Take the,
That was,
Point of order.
okay, folks, okay, it's getting late.
I
Let's
know
just
it's
stick to,
getting late.
let's stick to the business.
Been here since yesterday.
I
I
know.
want to get the
So
clarification.
let's keep the quorum.
Motion to grant leave to withdraw? I'm sorry,
No.
motion to refer to the Finance Committee. Any
Motion-
further
Real estate.
discussion? No, it's already on there.
Real Estate Committee.
Real estate. We'll get there.
Second.
No, it's already on the floor. Any further discussion on that motion?
No.
No.
Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
Item number 17 is a proposed ordinance amending a number of salaries. It's before you for
Refer to
second reading and
finance.
enrollment.
No, it's ordinance, second reading and
Before you for
enrollment as
second reading
amended.
and enrollment as amended.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Second reading enrollment was made by Council Ponte, second by Council Pereira. Discussion. Councilor in seat three.
Yeah, I would just like to separate, only, I believe, the senior offset duplicating machine operator, which is a fixed salary. I'd like that one to be separated, and then the rest, I'd like to vote no on.
Which one is that?
Do you have that? I don't have it.
Senior offset duplicating machine operator.
Right. Separate that one, we have another page? Yeah, so just that one separated.
So motion to remove, what was that position?
Senior
Senior offset duplicating machine operator.
operator, we could move that one to adopt.
Motion to move
Where's
to,
that?
motion to move to adopt the senior
Offset duplicating machine operator salary.
was made by Council Kamara. Is there a second? Seeing none. Is there a motion to second reading and enrollment as amended?
Motion.
Motion made by the Council Ponte, a second?
Second.
What's the amendment?
There is no amendment.
Oh.
Your motion failed. Nobody seconded your motion.
Well,
Oh.
that's absurd.
Smartest thing you said all day.
I do not believe this.
I'd just like a point of order, Mr. President. How can one support that and oppose other parts of this without do we want to take each one individually?
Yeah, no, the whole thing.
No, it was,
Just vote, no?
He's gonna get the one.
it was already, it failed, so the motion.
All I wanted to do was take that one item so I could vote for it and vote no on the rest of them.
I know.
So
But the motion's motion's already on the floor. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
Roll call.
What's the motion?
Madam Clerk, roll call,
Clarify the
please.
motion, please, so
Please.
Yep.
everyone knows what we're doing.
Motion was for second reading and enrollment as amended.
The whole
Roll
thing
call,
together.
please.
It was amended. in
Passage
ordinance.
through second reading and enrollment as amended. Councilors Cavaseres?
No.
Joseph Kamara?
Yes.
Stephen Kamara?
No.
La Liberty LeBeau?
Yes.
Long?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Pereira?
Yes.
Ponte? President Kadim.
Yes.
Whereas the administration has been working with a marketing firm to assist with the sale of various city-owned properties, now therefore be it resolved that the Committee on Finance convene with the administration to receive an update on the status of city-owned properties that are currently for sale.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt was made by Council
Second.
Ponte, second by Council Pereira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so voted.
Whereas traffic problems exist in and around the Laterno School on Anthony Street as well as other streets, including Progress Street, where children are being dropped off and when children are being picked up at the end of the school day. Now therefore be resolved that the Committee on Public Safety convene a meeting at the Laterno School of interested neighbors, school and city officials, included but not limited to the police and fire departments, the traffic division, and any other interested parties that the committee chair deems necessary to discuss and pursue a solution to the traffic congestion.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion to adopt was made by Council Mitchell, second by Council Stephen Kamara. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so voted. Motion carries.
Whereas a weed killer that is non-damaging to the environment is now available, and whereas weeds in the sidewalks and gutters attract litter and add to the unkempt look of the city, now therefore be resolved that the administration investigate the possibility of using this type of weed killer to remove weeds on sidewalks and roadways.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion to refer to mayor's office.
You adopted, it goes to the administration.
Aye.
Motion to adopt was made by
Second.
Council Mitchell. Is there a second?
Aye.
Second by Council LeBeau. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, so voted.
I can't even.
Whereas there have recently been buildings on the historical register that have been demolished, and whereas the Historical Commission was not notified prior to said demolition, and whereas there are conflicting opinions on whether the Historical Commission shall be notified of the demolition of a building on the historical register prior to it being carried out, now therefore be it resolved that representatives from the administration and the Historical Commission, as well as Corporation Counsel and the building inspector, be invited to attend a City Council Committee on Real Estate meeting to ensure that we are compliant with Massachusetts general laws and city ordinances.
Move
Motion to
adoption.
adopt.
Motion to adopt was made by Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Mitchell. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so voted.
Whereas there are a number of substandard properties located within the city of Fall River, and whereas funding is required to clean these blighted properties, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council Committee on Finance convene to discuss the possibility of establishing a revolving fund to assist with the cleanup efforts.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion to adopt was made by Councilor Mitchell, seconded by Councilor Kamara.
Since it was
Discussion,
my
Councilor-
resolution, can I give it leave to withdraw, because I know that we're working on it. We talked about it plenty tonight.
Move to give
About-
leave, move to,
Yeah.
so be it.
Thank you.
Motion was made by Councilor Kamara, seconded by Councilor Pereira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so voted. Motion carries.
We have a citation.
Motion to adopt that citation.
Motion to adopt the citation was made by Councilor Pereira, second.
Second.
Second by Councilor Capaceras. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so voted.
Item number 24 is an order granting permission to Verizon New England and Massachusetts Electric for 3 jointly owned pole locations on the Newton Street extension.
Motion to refer to Public Works.
Motion
So
so
be it.
made.
Motion was made by Council Mitchell, second by Council Stephen Kamara. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'd like to make a motion that we take 25 to 32
To refer to
altogether.
Public Works.
Motion to take items number 25 through 32 together was made by Council Mitchell, seconded by Council Pereira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries.
Motion to refer to Public Works.
Second.
Motion to refer items 25 through 32 to Committee on Public Works and Transportation was made by Council Mitchell, seconded by Council Ponte. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries.
So can we do that?
Have the police chief's report on licenses.
Motion to accept and place on file.
Second.
Motion to accept and place on file was made by Council Mitchell, seconded by Council Stephen Kamara. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
Item number 34, a number of applications for auto repair shop renewals.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to
Is there
adopt.
any objections? Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt was made by Council Mitchell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Council Long. Can you just read them quickly, please?
Sure. We have Fernando De Silva doing business as Broder's Service Station at 109 Barrett Street. Tanius Barbour doing business as Barbour Auto Sales Trust at 735 Pleasant Street. David Saber, 11th Street Association at 56th Street. And Jody Oliveira, Ground Earth at 232 Lapham Street.
On the motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries.
Item number 35 is an order requesting that the city engineer prepare plans for the acceptance of Ashley Street.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion to adopt was made by Council Mitchell, seconded by Council Ponte. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
And item number 36 is an order requesting that the city engineer prepare plans for the acceptance of Arthur Street.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion to adopt was made by Council Mitchell, seconded by Council Ponte. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
I have a number of claims.
Corporation Council.
Motion to refer to Corporation Council was made by Council Mitchell,
Second.
seconded by Council Long. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
Item number 38 is a communication from Attorney Andrew Greenberg with regard to constables.
Motion to refer to Police Chief
Motion so made.
Second.
was made by Council Mitchell, seconded by Council Ponte. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
Item number 39 is a communication from Rebecca Cusick, Fall River Educators Association President, and a resolution regarding the lifting of the cap on the number of charter schools.
Motion to accept and place on file. She's asking that a resolution be filed. I will
And
accommodate
refer
her.
to, and
Yeah.
Counselor Mitchell, and I will sponsor that resolution.
I'll
If anyone
co-sponsor
wants to-
that also. Motion to accept and place on file was made by Council Mitchell, seconded by Council Kamara,
And refer to the city clerk for
Right.
drafting.
and refer to the city clerk for drafting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
Okay.
I have an application for a drain layers license on behalf of TM Masonry Incorporated.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt
Second.
was made by Council Mitchell, seconded by Council Long. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
And a second drain layer on behalf of JB Lanigan and Company.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion to adopt was made by Council Mitchell, seconded by Council Long. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries.
Item number 41, we have two, we have an A and B. They're actually communications from the Attorney General's office, and their responses on open meeting law complaints that had been filed.
Refer to Corporation Council.
Second.
Motion to refer to Corporation Council was made by Council Mitchell, seconded by Council Ponte. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
Item number 42 is a communication that was received from a city resident with regard to concerns at the Sandy Beach.
Motion to accept and place on file.
Motion to accept and place on file was made by Councilor Mitchell, seconded by Councilor Pereira.
No, I didn't
No,
second.
who's second? Is there a second?
I think it should be
Refer
referred
to
to a
DCM?
committee.
Do you want to refer to a committee?
Or to DCM.
How about if we refer it to DCM?
Motion to refer to the
Second.
Department of Community Maintenance was made by Council Mitchell, seconded by Council Long.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
Item number 43 is a request from Christopher Nielsen on behalf of the South Coast Mini Maker Fair for permission to place a banner on the railing at Government Center.
Motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt was made by Counselor Mitchell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Pereira. Counselor in seat 3, Counselor Kamara.
Yeah, I realize that this is exactly what should be done, if someone wants to hang a banner on Government Center. I did notice that as a result of previous banners being hung, that they must have been hung with a chain, because it's caused damage to the front rail of the Government Center. So I think there's a need for us to arrange a process so that we're not damaging our Government Center building by people hanging chains or other destructive materials. So I guess I would ask that the city clerk explore means when these things come before us to assure that the banners are properly hung so as not to cause any damage.
Okay.
I yield.
You yield. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so voted.
Item number 45 is an acknowledgement from the Attorney General's office acknowledging receipt of a
Move to
complaint.
refer to Corporation Council.
Motion to refer to Corporation Council was made by Stephen Kamara, second by Counselor Mitchell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so voted.
Item number 45 was a request received on behalf of William Damaris and family for the naming of a bridge, the junction of Jefferson Quarry and Quikasham Streets.
Counselor in seat 7.
Mr. President, there's numbers of letters from Veterans Organization. The only change on this is to just have it the Edmund J. Damaris Bridge. Can we make that change to it? And then where does it go from there?
Madam Clerk, we can make that
Just that
that
change.
amendment, right?
We can send a letter along with the request. The ordinance says that you have to send this to the planning board, so we can send
Okay,
it along with
refer
that
to planning
request.
with that change, that it be the Edmund J. Damaris Bridge, and that all the accompanying letters.
Sure.
Well, in fact, should it be the Edmund J. Damaris Jr. Bridge? Since his name
No.
was Edmund Joseph Damaris Jr.
No, it's not a junior.
Well, it is according to the report of the
Is it a
Department of
junior?
Army and Air Force.
Is it junior?
Waive the rules and let
Just
Mr.
quickly.
Damaris speak on behalf.
Motion
you
to
just
waive the
quickly say
rules?
Second, just let him
Motion to waive the rules was
We
made
have
and seconded.
one
All
thing.
those in favor?
get it right.
Aye.
Opposed, so voted.
So voted. Go ahead.
They told him, as official records, Edmund Joseph Damaris, for the Army, they called him, he was a veteran. But he was, my grandfather was Edmund J. Damaris, my father was Edmund J. Damaris, and my son's Edmund J. Damaris. He was called junior, I guess, in the Army, but he never used the junior part of his Edmund J. Damaris.
Okay. So just for the clarification, your amendment is just to remove sergeant.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. So if we can just, motion to refer to the planning board with the amendment to remove sergeant from the name and
Thank you.
as
Second.
presented.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Mitchell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So voted. Motion carries.
Item number 46 are minutes of the city council public hearing held on August 16th.
Motion to adopt.
Second?
Motion to adopt was made by Counselor Pereira, seconded by Counselor Ponte. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted.
Item number 47 are minutes of the Committee on Finance that
Motion
was
to-
held on August 16th.
Motion to adopt?
Second.
Motion to adopt was made by Counselor Mitchell, seconded by Counselor Pereira. All those in favor? Opposed? So voted.
And item number 48 is an action of tort.
Motion to refer to Corporation Council?
Mo- Motion to refer to Corporation Council was made by Counselor Mitchell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Ponte. Counselor in seat 7.
I only had up to page 47. 48 wasn't in here. I don't know.
We
If
didn't-
somebody
we
else
didn't-
got it, if it
We
was too
generally do not include a
large.
copy of the action of tort because
Yeah.
we basically send it to the law department upon receipt. It is a summons, so.
Okay. I'd
Okay.
just like to know what the action.
Next order.
Thank you.
On the motion? Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So voted, motion carries. We need a brief recess to sign some ordinances. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Actually, I have two items. The Committee on Finance, at a meeting held on September 13th, voted unanimously to recommend the accompanying resolution be referred to the Committee on Public Works and Transportation. This was the revolving fund for replacement of streetlights.
Counsel Mitchell?
Motion to
Motion,
adjourn.
motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt was made by Counsel Mitchell. Is there a
Second.
second? Counsel Pereira. Counsel Mitchell?
Yes, and I would just like our esteemed colleagues to wish our city clerk a happy birthday.
Thank you.
Today is her birthday, we got by midnight. I'm not going to say how old she is, but she gave me my bottle. Happy birthday, Allison.
It was scotch.
Happy birthday, Madam
Happy
Clerk.
birthday,
Thank
Allison.
On the motion? Any further discussion?
One
See-
more.
Seeing none, all those in
One-
favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so voted.
And lastly, we have the salary ordinance amendments and title changes.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt was made by Counsel Mitchell, second by Counsel Pereira. Discussion? Seeing none. All those,
No.
what's that? Oh,
Caught him as no.
oh, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There's another no.
Madam,
Motion to adjourn?
motion to adjourn was made by Counsel Mitchell, second by Counsel Pereira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so voted.
Are you gonna sing
Thank you.
happy birthday to her now?
So Counsel, I see three.
Happy birthday.
You have been watching the Fall River City Council meetings, a service of Fall River Government Television and the City of Fall River. Catch any meeting online at www.frgtv.us video on demand.